So I should be on both YouTube and Twitch right now. I really hope I am. It's like showing I'm offline, but I know I'm not, and I know I'm streaming. So hi, welcome. Hopefully you guys can see what I'm seeing. It's been hard. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm sorry that it's taken me a bit of time to do this. 30 minutes. I'm 30 minutes behind. Now, I don't know what's going on this side. It looks like I'm streaming. Yeah, I am streaming. I'm streaming right now as we speak. But for some reason on my end it's showing that I'm not connected, which is really weird. So I'm hoping that it's an issue on the back end and not for me, but anyways, either way, we ball, y'all. We gonna ball. We gonna ball till it falls out. So hopefully people are watching me. I can't see comments. I literally can't see anything right now. I'm literally like going blind here. Okay, maybe I can see comments. Okay, I think it's just me. I just need to get in touch with this. Okay, so maybe it's just me. I'm thinking it's just me. So either way, I hope y'all can see me. I'm about to go on my YouTube right now and see if I can see if anyone's here. I'm gonna see if actually I'm showing up on my YouTube and Twitch. This is a big learning curve for your girl. I'm really trying to do this streaming stuff like outside of YouTube and trying to use different platforms, so bear with me while I'm going through technical issues. Let me check what's happening here. All right, so I have a chat box here. And let me check the channels that I'm on right now. Yeah, it's showing that I'm streaming on... Okay, I am streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Good. Okay, so at least that's there. Okay, good. Now, I'm just going to go on my YouTube channel on my phone to see what is going on, y'all. Oh my god, this is not easy. I can't... If you sent me messages right now, I can't see anything. Let's just put it that way. So what I'm gonna do is let me go on my YouTube channel right now and see what I can pull up as far as with the live. I'm gonna see if people are sending me chats. Yeah, and then the thumbnail is weird. Like, just... Y'all, it's just a mess, but you know, I love y'all and I know y'all rocking with me. Okay, here, yeah, you see? Hi, Romy. Hi, Stone. How are you? Okay, Stone is here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit my thumbnail because that's not my thumbnail, y'all. Like, I literally worked on my thumbnail, so I'm going to update it right now as we speak. Love Island Season 7 Fallout. Okay, post-reunion Fallout. So, I'm 30. Sorry I'm so late. I was supposed to start streaming at 1:30, and then I had some, I can't even make excuses, y'all. I'm just late. I had some other stuff going on, and then I really wanted to focus and make sure that I had everything ready, so... Okay, here we go. So now we got the better title. Whew, I don't know what was going on here with that one. All right, so at least I did that, which is good. Okay, so that title's been saved. So now I'm not discarding save. Oh, why is YouTube Studio like this? Today's just one of those days, y'all. But anyways, we're just going to the show goes on. The show's going to continue. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so it did update. All right, good. At least we got one thing. Okay, now I'm checking comments. Hey, Rosa, how are you, sis? How are you? I'm gonna wait for a few more people to join. And then, y'all, we getting right into it today. Into it. So, I have some good news and some bad news. Good news is that I was able to get some clips from the show itself, so we can actually dissect everything. Because today, when I tell y'all we're doing an autopsy, we're going to do a post-mortem investigation. Because I am sick and tired of all of the discourse online with Love Island. After today's stream, we're going to put all that stuff to bed and to rest. Because this is the I feel like this season has been the worst one, in my opinion, as far as information and as far as the accuracy of information, as far as what has been going on. Like, we're really going to dissect everything from the villa, inside the villa, to post villa. Now, bad news is I did have some clips from the reunion. I was able to download the link you gave me. I believe it was you, Rosa. Or someone on my stream gave me that link. I was able to download the video. Everything was all good. But then I didn't have storage space on my phone. Not on my phone, on my laptop. And so I deleted it by accident. So I did have some some reunion clips, and I feel so bad because I can't really play that. But what we can do is we'll see if we can find anything on social media, and then have to do it from there. But as far as everything else goes, I'll be able to play some stuff from inside of the villa. All right, so now let me check my comment box, and then we gonna start, y'all, because it's a lot to go over today. And I know this stream is going to be super long, but very informative. And I'm really hoping that by the end of... Oh, it was you, Rosa. Thank you. It was you. I'm really hoping by the end of this stream that everything can be laid to rest. Because when I tell y'all I'm tired of it. Every week people are coming for people, scamming, accusing people of scamming, accusing people of being dishonest. And we're going to see who the dishonest ones were. Who were the schemers, the scammers, the fraudulent ones? We gon' put it all to rest. So that's why I made a specific stream for Love Island. Love Island finally got its own stream because it's going to take time and I don't want to get interrupted with other stuff. Tomorrow, I am also going to go on stream. I'm going to live stream tomorrow, but tomorrow is going to be the Israel Houghton and Adrienne Bailon interview. And we're going to talk about Whitney and Loken because that's another situation that's going on right now. Love Island is just in shambles. So I hope you guys are having a really good Saturday, Labor Day weekend. I know a lot of you guys are probably on vacation doing whatnot. Well, your girl is here this weekend, and I don't really have much going on as far as like Dom and I did our stuff yesterday. So tomorrow and today and tomorrow, I'm pretty good to stream. So let me read comments, and then we are going to go over it. I'm so much content on Love Island. I'm saturated. Hey, Devonta. Hey, sis. How are you? Yo, Love Island, when I tell you, okay, let's start from the beginning, because remember, we're doing an investigation today, y'all, for real. Like, I hope y'all got y'all teacups ready, popcorn ready, everything, because we're gonna be here for a long time. And if you can't catch the whole live stream, that's okay, y'all catch the replay, because I'm gonna lay it all on the table today. Let's start from the beginning. Hey, Didi, how are you, sis? How are you? So let's start. Where do we begin with season 7? So first, I want to dissect this into parts. Let's go over what happened in the villa, because that's going to be very important to what's happening today and post reunion, right? I'm going to see again if I can get some clips from the reunion, because unfortunately I deleted the most important ones, but that's okay. If you were on the live stream on Monday, we actually went over a lot of important information that happened at the reunion, and we'll just recap it that way, and I'll give you guys my observations and what I thought was really interesting. But okay, for that one, you know, we'll just have to find videos on social media. We're also going to go over the Ace and Speedy interview in its entirety. I have not even watched it, yo. I haven't watched it. I just saw the online discourse, but I made it my business to not watch it because I want my reaction to be as authentic as possible. Second thing I didn't watch was the Modern Love Nicolandria interview. I did not watch that. So we're going to watch it together. So now, let's start. Without further ado, we no more small talk, y'all. We getting to business right now. Since Ace wants to stand on business, I'm going to be standing on business. And let me say something as well. There were a lot of character flaws I saw in a lot of people this season. However, I gave them a lot of grace, especially when I was doing my reviews, because they're young. So I had to put that out there. Like, I was like, okay, they're younger than me anyways. And probably most of you all. They're very young. You know, they need time to learn, to grow. So I was like, okay, whatever happened in the villa, we're not going to really judge them on that because, you know, situations happen, things happen. Let's see their characters outside of the villa. And I'm going to tell you guys right now that what I've been seeing outside of the villa lets me know that whatever was happening in the villa is accurate. It was very much so accurate. And not only that, but we're going to see what happens when you don't take accountability. You can have integrity, you can have a strong value system, and you can even believe that you are the most moral and superior being out there. Without accountability and without being aware, then your integrity goes out the window. And I'm going to say it right now. If you do not like to hear the truth, this is not going to be the live stream for you. If you are Team Shalace or Team Nicolandria or Team Taylor and Clark or Team Pippin Iris, whatever, and you cannot see the faults in people, then this probably will not be the live stream for you if you're going to get offended by what I say, because I'm going to speak it from the truth, the perspective of what really occurred. That's number one. So that's a disclaimer. Another disclaimer, these are my opinions and my point of views. I understand that everybody has their own opinions and I don't expect anyone to agree with me. So if you must disagree with something I say or something anyone else says in the chat, that's okay. Just do it respectfully. That's all I ask. And you guys are more than respectful. So I'm not saying it to y'all, but I don't know who's going to jump in the stream that I've never, like, that it's their first time. So I have to make sure that people understand that. Just be respectful in the comments, and by respectful, I mean, like, you don't have to call people names and stuff like that. Yeah, but we can respectfully disagree, agree to disagree. It's all good. Number 3, I think I'm on the third thing. We're going to try our best. I'm going to still try my best to give people grace, especially people who look like me, because I understand what it's like, you know, to be misunderstood. However, I'm not that type of person who's just going to agree with somebody because they look like me. I'm just letting y'all know. Right is right, wrong is wrong. I don't do all that weird stuff, okay? So I'm not the type of person who's going to be like, oh, well, you know, she's a black woman, da-da-da. I get it. I will be nicer, but I'm not going to absolve that person of holding themselves accountable. That's what I'm saying. Because the truth is the truth no matter where it comes from. So we're going to make that very clear. Because I know some people going to come in the chat and be like, oh my God, you can't say, I can and I will. Because that's the only way people are going to get better. People only get better when you can let them know in love what it is that's really going on and not what's in their mind. Because reality and delusion, those are things that a lot of people have and we all do. However, you also have to be aware and accountable to your actions as well. Especially if you're being represented all over the world, right? So I just must make that very clear. Now, we've been in here for 13 minutes. That's enough of a disclaimer. Let's start. All right? And yes, red flags. Somebody said red flags. Yes, I'm going to say red flags. Nick is visiting Alandria in Houston, and I love the Modern Love interview. It was good. Okay, good. I'm going to watch it. We're going to watch it. Ace is 23, O is 27, Nick is 24. Yeah, they're very young. Shelly's 28. They're very young. So I'm going to still keep the grace for them. And this is just going to be a stream to just help them. I don't know who their family and friends are. I don't know if they ever will end up watching this stream. But it's just to help them and you all to see different types of character flaws that need to be fixed. And things that can help you along the way on your journey to becoming a better human being and becoming a better person, the best version of yourself. And sometimes it takes really looking into the mirror, taking a hard look and understanding who you are as a person. And maybe there are some things that you need to change, and that's okay. We all have to go through that, right? So just want to make that clear. I'm not going to pick on anyone, like be like, oh, that person's evil. No, I'm just going to say what they're doing. Actions, okay? Not the person themselves. We got to separate the person from their actions. All right. So yeah, we're not enablers. Nope. And life has a lot of nuances. You can be, like I always say with Huda, y'all never heard me drag Huda like as far as being like, oh, she's just the most awful person. I just say that her attitude is shitty and she needs a lot of work. However, I'm sure that there are people who love her. And I'm sure she has some good traits. And by the way, there are going to be some scenes where I show you guys that she did have some good traits. But the problem is that she hasn't fixed the bad ones. And so they overshadow the good. And when you operate, when you don't know how to regulate your emotions, that's number one. And you don't know how to operate in those emotions and still, because you're human, so you're gonna feel those bad emotions, the negative ones they talk about, right? But it's just about addressing them, being aware, and fixing it. That's it. Being accountable, moving on, moving forward. But you can't be doing the same thing again and again and again and again, and then expecting people to just forgive you all the time. It doesn't work like that. And another thing I notice is we operate here in patterns, so we're gonna notice everyone's patterns here. All right, let's start now. Yup, Devonda, you're so right. They need to stop calling everyone their friends and set boundaries, but they live and learn. Yeah, and that's why I said I'm giving them grace, because they're still young, and I get it. You know what I mean? Like, I understand what it's like, and it took me a long time to get it, so that's why I don't want to be too like hard on them. I'm not gonna say not hard on them. I'll be hard on them, but what I'm going to say is I don't want to judge them too harshly, like overly harshly, because I understand that these are learning situations, and a lot of them, this is probably the first time that they've had to deal with it, and that's fine. But at the same time, the truth is the truth, y'all. So, all right, so let's get into it. Where am I going to start first? Let's start first with the video of the season. So I'm going to play it, and let me see if I can share my screen. So just bear with me, because I'm going to try to capture this in my windows. Oh, I really hope it can, though. Oh, if it can't, it would break my heart. Hold on a second, y'all. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to try to pull it up here. First, we're going to watch scenes from the season. We're going to watch scenes from the season, y'all. Would it be this one? Windows capture. It has to be this one. Yeah, here we go. All right. Yeah, it's on my screen now. So let's make this smaller so y'all can see me and I can see y'all. And let's move it a little bit. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, we're going to move it. Oh, why is it fixed? Okay, we're going to try to fix it a little bit because the screen is a little off right here. So just give me 1 second. Why won't it move? Okay, it can get smaller, larger, but it won't move. No. Okay, hold on a second, y'all. Let me check the settings of it. Transform. Center to screen. Okay, but that's not what I wanted. Hold on, y'all. I want to move it to the right, so just give me 1 moment. Where can I move it to the right? Okay, it's not moving. Okay, so what we're gonna do then, let's switch gears. I'm going to play it and then pause it. But I want it to go to the right, so just give me 1 second, y'all. Oh, okay, there we go. Move top, bottom. Okay. Now you can't probably see it, but just give me 1 second. I'm gonna redo it. Hold on. Yeah, y'all keep chatting in there. Keep chatting. Actually, let me answer some questions while I'm doing this. I hope Nick decides to move into his own apartment in LA. Now he should have his own space. Yeah, he said that. I think last I heard is that he's still trying to figure that out. But y'all gotta remember, he's used to that life. I don't know. It looks like his family does all the moving around stuff. So I don't know what's going on with that. I guess we're just gonna play it like this, y'all. I'll just have to cover my face because I don't know why this is not moving. And that's okay. I just don't want to waste time. So let me just figure this out a little bit more. If it doesn't move, then I'm just going to probably just leave it like this for now. If that's okay with you guys. I can probably fit to screen, which is what I did here. But I want to make it smaller. Let me see if I can still make it smaller. Yeah, now it's not letting me do it at all. All right, just 1 second. Let me just reset this and then we're going to start. Oh, another thing I want you guys to realize as well is that, hold on. I think Nick and Alandria are done with Shelly and Ace. I have a reason for what I'm saying, but let me not get too ahead of myself. But what I will say is that, yeah, there's a lot of fakeness going on in this post-Villa world, and we gotta call it what it is. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, whatever. We're gonna leave it like that. Okay. So now I can't even find it. Wait a minute. Okay, y'all. Y'all know I'm an auntie. Okay, y'all know I'm an auntie. And by auntie, I don't mean because I'm old. I mean because of techie stuff. Okay, so we have it here, but my problem is now I can't even find it. Where did it go? Where did it go? This is what I don't like about my internet. Is that... Okay, there it is. I found it. All right. Here we go. All right, we're going to just center it to the screen. I really don't know why it's not playing properly. And the problem is if I don't have my face here, Love Island is going to ding me. So that's why I'm trying to like make it like stay like where I'm at. I don't know why it's just focused here. It's like not moving at all. Let me see if there's something that I did to it. Just give me 1 second. Did I lock it? I didn't even lock it. Okay, whatever. Anyways, we're gonna watch it, y'all. I'm wasting time. Okay, so let's do this. Let's just center it to the screen. It's just not moving. Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, it looks good for you guys, but you can't even really see her head though. Hold on, let me see what it looks like on YouTube. If it looks good on YouTube, then I'm gonna just do it because on my screen it's just not showing properly. So let me see what it looks like for y'all. And if I can see what it looks like, then if it looks fine, then it's okay. Hold on, let me go fast forward. Hold on a second, y'all. Sorry, these are just okay, it looks good. Okay, because you know what? It doesn't show up like that for me. So I'm so sorry. Then I wasted time. My bad, y'all. All right, let's play it. So first, let's go through the Love Island journey. I'm going to pause it a lot because I really want you guys to see what I'm seeing and what was really going on. Y'all gonna determine it yourselves, okay? All right, so let's start. Let me know if you cannot hear anything, okay? Okay, I don't know why the music's playing. Let's fast forward a little bit. Okay, so what we're doing is we're gonna start first with a whole Huda Jeremiah situation. I didn't show too much of that because y'all already know what happened, but I want to show Nick's actions because a lot of people are saying Nick was grimy in the villa and he was two-timing Bella and Sierra. He was playing games, and a lot of people were saying that what else were they saying? They were saying Taylor did the same thing and Ace did the same thing. So we're gonna see what the truth really is. Let me know if you cannot hear anything, okay?
Now that Nick is coupled up with Sierra, a certain someone is pulling out all the stops. You could say she's bringing her ballet game.
Definitely. Me? Yeah. I want to go to the fireplace.
Yeah, let's go to the fireplace.
So what's up?
Oh, I don't really have an agenda here. And just...
Oh, you just like want to talk to me?
Yeah, hey.
Oh, damn, really?
Yeah. So let's see how you're doing.
I'm good. Like, the game was fun to like learn more about everyone.
Yeah.
I was kind of shocked. Actually, you specifically,
Yeah.
that's not really surprising me.
Yeah.
One boyfriend, and I kind of like, my thought process on that is like, you know, that I have like there's a bar to me.
Okay, let's stop it here. So, first thing we see here is that Nick already has a line with him and Bella because y'all know Bella was more of like the I know some people thought she was faking it, but she seems very reserved. And actually she reminds me of Alandria. Her and Alandria have a lot in common, more than you guys think, right? So her and Alandria are extremely reserved, but Bella's on the extreme end, right? So she actually didn't want to kiss men outside of challenges, and she was actually a bit you know what they call it, like they say prudish, but I don't like to call it prude. I think she just has a certain standard of the type of men that she wants to kiss, and she's, you know, more of like that type of woman. And I'm pretty sure it comes from her cultural background. She is half Filipina, so it looks like she probably grew up in a very strict household. That's what it looks like, right? Now, the thing is, notice how he said that he doesn't know how to meet her bar. There's a bar to meet. And he does not feel worthy of that bar, because I have the impression, based on me going back to the episodes, I went right back and I watched it, that Nick was not in the villa to be serious at that time. His main focus for the villa and Love Island was probably just to go there, have some fun, come out, and gain some more like opportunities. I'm gonna be honest. That's what it looks like to me. It doesn't look like he was actually very serious about what was going on in the villa. How do I know that? Because of how he moved. He just wanted to smash and dash and then move on with his life. And that's the reason why towards the end, when he and Alandria had that conversation, he said, I didn't expect to be here this long. The man only packed 4 t-shirts. So that should let you know everything you need to know. That was his intention. So he went into it with that mindset. Just keep that in mind. All right, let's continue.
Empire's high.
Empire's
Scary high.
It's a little high. A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah.
How you feeling?
I'm physically bothered. Like that bothers me.
little love triangle going
I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Okay, red flag. This is a red flag for Sierra. Sierra just got there. What I didn't show you guys is that she just got there like an episode ago. It hasn't even been a week. And she's already being bothered. Even though Love Island is there for you to find your person. So you're supposed to connect with different people. You are supposed to do that. And she already had her eyes fixed on one person. She already had a strategy, y'all, from there. Look at her. She wasn't having it. She didn't try to talk to any of the other guys. So she already went there with what? An agenda. She had a strategy. I don't care what anyone says, because the way she's moving lets me know that. She had her eyes fixed on one person. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have your eyes fixed on one person, but it's the way that she's getting territorial. And she just got there. That's an issue. This is different from Huda and Jeremiah. They had time to have a lot of conversations within the week. Because remember, when you start as an OG, you have way more time. You have a head start. Not only that, but Jeremiah and Huda, they had a lot of conversations. They had already decided, okay, we're going to take this a little bit more seriously. Whereas Sierra came in as a bombshell. But she already had her eyes set on Nick. Even though Bella should be the one talking like her. To be quite honest with you, Bella should be the one saying that she's uncomfortable. Because she had more time with Nick than Sierra did. But yeah, Sierra just got there. And she already trying to call the shots. That lets me know that she had a plan. She already had a strategy, y'all, from before. Let's continue.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to clarify. Like, I don't want to terrify you earlier.
At the dogs?
Yeah.
No.
Did you love it?
Especially when you started like flirting with me a bit.
Yeah. You're a flirt. You're trouble. Yeah, you're keeping you out the corner of my eye.
I peep you.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
What do you be peeping?
You know, your little like swim skirt things.
Red flag, see? Nick wasn't about who she is. All he talking about is flirty. Notice the conversation. You know, you got a little flirty. You know, I've been noticing you in your swimsuit. That could only mean one thing. He's trying to smash. He been trying to smash. But now he feels like, oh, because she started kissing. I don't know what happened, but I guess she was a little bit more open and overt. She was starting to, because, you know, Sierra came in. So she's like, oh, I have competition. So I have to start doing things and making him see that I'm interested. And so now he's gauging her interest like, oh, you really going to get down for me? Because that's what I want. And notice, everything he's talking about her or with her is all flirty. It's nothing physical, nothing emotional, y'all. I have not heard them talk about anything other than physical.
I love the jump scares.
Yeah. Were there any of the answers from the girls that you guys were like, whoa, I didn't expect that?
Bella, the one.
Only ever been with one body,
Yeah, that freaked me out.
I think some guys can find that very attractive. Like, for
yeah,
example,
but-
I had the highest body count of the group, and she had the lowest. So it's like, I don't know. A person could have a preference. You just never know. I think that when you were...
Y'all want to hear what Sierra was saying? She's insecure. That's all it is. Because now she's like, well, I don't know if Nick wants a girl like me who's more open-minded or a girl like Bella who's more reserved. So she's trying to suss out the competition. Y'all already know that. Let's continue. Because the reason we're going over this, I know some people are like, why are we going over the show? Because people are forgetting what happened. All of a sudden, the I don't know, cognitive dissonance is happening. So we're going to see what we saw. So that way it's all in one stream. And so when we get to Ace's interview, we're going to see what really happened. Because some people seem to forget. And so I'm here to let y'all remember. Let's continue.
Snatched away. I think it kind of made me realize a little bit. I'm like, oh shoot, maybe I do kind of like this guy.
What?
What?
Really?
Yeah.
When I left you for Sierra, that's when you
I
were
mean,
kind of like, damn. Like, hey.
well, can I steal you?
Wow.
To be continued.
Y'all heard that? Wow, that was me. Because I was rewatching it and I was like, yo, I didn't remember this. Look at that. She's already scheming. So, number one schemer, y'all write it down. Sierra. Number one schemer. Number one scammer. Sierra. We already see that. Y'all gonna see more of that, but I'm just letting y'all know what's to come. Wow, I didn't even see that part.
I shouldn't.
That hoe.
I think they're just more complicated now. Like, we just, like, kind of naturally gravitate towards each other, even when we're trying to, like, avoid each other. And then things just get, like, a little fun and flirty, and then it's like, ugh, like, what are we doing here? What are you doing? Why are you playing? Come get me back. I feel like I'm in this uncomfortable spot of, like, really enjoying where we're at, but also taking into an account, like, that you're also exploring other connections.
It's been 1 day, Sierra, maybe 2 at the most. 2 days, y'all. 2 days.
And I don't know, it's just tough.
It's because of maybe another islander.
Yeah, it is. Like, I just feel like I like you. I'm really comfortable around you, and, like, when I'm not around you in the villa, I feel like I'm just thinking about, like, where you are, what you're doing. I don't know, I just find myself, like, missing you throughout the day.
Missing you. Missing you, and it's been 2 days at the most. 3. So she's already setting it up where she's telling him she's coming on strongly. That's number 1. Number 2, she's trying to make him change his mind on Bella. Why? Because she has a plan. And he needs to be involved in this plan for her to take it all the way. Because remember, this is a competition. It's not just about finding love. So she definitely has a strategy. Already, the way she's talking, the way she's acting, she has her eyes set on one person.
I think that, like, we're such in an early stage
Of course,
everything.
of course. I'm not trying to rush you. I think I am nervous that I maybe like him more than he likes me. And that's a really uncomfortable feeling because I feel like I maybe shut all of the other guys out on accident.
On accident, Sierra? See? Notice. I may have shut the other guys out on accident. But this is Love Island, right? He didn't even choose her yet. He's still coupled up with Bella. And she still has time to connect with other guys. She was just talking to Charlie and Austin. Why didn't she pull one of them to the side and be like, you know what? I see he's still on some Bella stuff. Let me go and do me, because the objective is for me to find love, or so she wants. That's what she said, right? But no, she still has her eyes and her target laser focus on Nick, because she has an idea of where she wants to go with him. And she knows that if she chooses Nick, he's going to fit right into her social media lifestyle that she already had. She already had her eyes on him. And I'm not saying, this is the thing. She likes him. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that she doesn't like him. What I'm trying to say is she had a motive. She already had a motive. And so this becomes more than just liking someone. This is an obsession, guys. She's obsessed.
Maybe having all of my eggs in his basket, thinking that he had most of his in mine, only to find out that he's got the dozen split in half. I fully respect that you guys have a connection. I think that you should see it all the way through, as long as it's done respectfully. And
see, look at that. Wait, what did she say? As long as it's done respectfully. They're not even together, y'all. She's already putting demands on him. They're not even together, y'all. Red flag. How do you get to call the shots on how he moves and operates when you're not even exclusive? That's one. Number two, he hasn't even chosen you yet. And you already talking about you better do it respectfully. Yeah. She's demanding already. She's possessive, y'all, and obsessed. She is not much different from Huda. Her and Huda are very similar. Very similar. But at least Huda is outright with it. She's overt. That's one thing I will say about Huda, is that she has a shitty personality, but at least you'll know it. You'll see it. Sierra is an undercover. She's a covert. So what they were saying about Huda is the same thing we could say about her.
I think, like, come to a decision sooner than later, I would hope.
Yeah. Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Cool.
Fucking hell. These two girls are so opposite. I'm still attracted to Bella. I'm attracted to Sierra. And it feels confusing again.
Now that Huda's told Jeremiah she's a mum.
And you want to know why he was confused? Because he's a people pleaser. That's number one. And number two, he didn't know what he wants. He doesn't know what he wants. So somebody who's confused, that means they haven't made their mind up yet and they don't know what they want. So a part of him wants to choose Bella because she's actually a person of substance. However, he knows that he just wants to smash. I've told y'all that's what it looks like. That was his objective. So if he chooses Bella, he knows that her feelings will really be hurt. So he's not going to choose Bella. His conscience was starting to get to him. And so he chose a Sierra. Why? Because it was easier. I've been told y'all that. He wouldn't feel guilty. Look at how he moved outside the villa. When I tell you the way, you can already see he didn't care about the girl from the beginning. Because if he did, he wouldn't move the way that he's moving right now. He has not even cared one lick about contacting her, about getting in contact, like trying to reach out to her, nothing. And it's because he never intended for her to be that girl for him. It was about him smashing from the beginning. That's what it was. And I really wish people would be honest about it, because people are acting like he has such a strong relationship with Sierra. No, that was a connection. And even he will tell you it was not a relationship. It was a connection. And he doesn't even describe what type of connection it was, but I'm going to tell you what connection it was. Sexual. Physical. From the beginning.
Can be from a thing.
Is this Bella? Hello? Bella, that's you?
Okay, so now Bella's going crazy now. Bella's going crazy because she's trying to get Nick to choose her. Okay, I might not be able to show all this because it's a little much, but I want to show you how Taylor is kissing her. Okay, so she kissed Nick. Hold on. She kissed Taylor first. Oh, I hope I caught that. Let's see if I caught it. Okay, here.
Submit nice to us. And then you know, I saw him by accident. And I was like, that's okay, baby. You know, keep going. You know, it ain't nothing.
And she showed them why the fuck she gatekeep. Go, Bella!
Look at that. Look at that.
Holy shit. This is a whole new side of Bella that I had never even seen.
And then look at who's saying, "I'm so proud of you, babe." Was that not? Did y'all not hear Alandria saying that? Even though she's kissing Taylor. So Alandria was fine with him finding another connection. She was right. She said, "I'm so happy." She's even clapping. So it was never about her trying to be territorial over Taylor. From the beginning, you could see that she didn't mind the challenges. She didn't care about that. Because she knew that, hey, okay, if you find somebody else that you like, cool. I'm good with that. You could see it by her what? Actions. Look at how she's clapping for Bella. I don't see nothing in her eyes like, you know, that little hateful clap like, She was okay with it. Because she's there for the right reasons. And she knows that, hey, if that means that he's connected with Bella and maybe he likes her, then you know what? I'm going to be a little hurt, but that's okay because at least that'll give me room to find somebody else. Look at how she's clapping for Bella kissing Taylor. Tongue kiss, tonguing him down. And she was still clapping. And now look at him. Okay. So now, Mr. I'm not affectionate. I'm a slow burner. Look at how he's kissing her. Okay.
This Bella is feeling very empowered right now. And I'm here for it. She feels a little dangerous. I don't know, it's kind of fun.
Okay, I gotta fast forward. These people are a little freaked out. Hold on, let's fast forward a little bit. But look at Sierra. I want y'all to see Sierra's face. Hold on, let me fast forward a little bit. They was doing a little too much, like Alandria's mom said. But look at that. Look at her face. Hold on. I'm gonna try to catch a moment. They was just kissing too much. Okay. Okay. We gotta fast forward a little bit. Oh. Okay. Look. You see? Look at y'all. Tell me y'all don't see the difference between how she was clapping and how Alandria was clapping. Alandria was genuinely happy for Bella, and then look at her. Look at this one. She not happy. That's a fake ass clap right there. Hold on. Let's go back. Hold up. He did that. They was just doing too much here, but okay, let me pause it a little bit. Y'all, I'm not trying to get flagged here. That's why I'm doing that. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm just doing a little bit. Okay. I went too fast. Okay. Here we go. You see? Look at that face. Look at that face. Notice the difference between Alandria again and her. And y'all want to tell me she didn't have a strategy? She already catching feelings. It's been like 2-3 days, not even. Come on now. Let's be for real. Continuing.
I think the kiss was good. It was high, and I don't know. I would also really love to redeem that one. I was having a challenge.
Ultimately, the game makes very little sense, but everyone seems to be having a lovely time.
Okay, let's fast forward.
Married.
He's married.
I don't see your ring.
There's no one else I want. Who is so like I got to know everybody else.
Okay, so in this scene, please pay attention to Ace's face. I think that's the scene. Okay, we're gonna see. We're gonna pay attention.
I was trying to still play the game with y'all, like, do everything, but still be respectful.
So everyone's like coupled up right now, like officially?
Nah, I'm single. I'm single. I'm still just trying to figure out what I want, and like definitely open.
Hi, Mom You guys want to come for a little chat?
And then look at the face Huda gave. Doesn't that look familiar? We just saw that face a few seconds ago. I told y'all, Sierra, let me tell y'all is what I mean to say. Sierra and Huda are not much different. They're the same person. Throw Amaya in there too. But at least Amaya, she's likable. Sierra and Huda are unlikable.
Sorry to steal them away. I'll get them back.
So guys, enjoy it. Just that really nice meeting you.
Okay, so now Nick is still trying to make up his mind. I clipped it. So y'all gonna see a lot of clips here.
Round even.
Oh my gosh, that's back to where we at.
Yeah, so like, and I just wanted to say that I'm like opening up like that.
Obviously, that was a big step out for me to just even be in that challenge because never have I kissed 4 guys in one day. That's crazy work to me.
You kissed 2 guys in one day?
No.
Yeah.
Only one. Like, obviously, I'm like this innocent little thing.
It would have been dope to be your first kiss, but
You were banking on being my first kiss here after you've been feeling dirty.
nah, exactly. Like I didn't deserve that.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
I did want it to be you.
Okay.
I mean, I like that it's you and me in soul ties together. That's special.
Yeah, it's feeling like 4th base right now.
I know.
So what's his mind focus on, y'all? Is it getting to know her, connecting with her? No, he's focused. Listen, oh, I didn't know you could do it like that. I didn't know your body could move like that. I didn't know you could kiss that many guys. I wish I was the first kiss, you know. I get it, though. But, you know, we're in soul ties. Well, she said, we're in soul ties now. He's like, yeah, it feels like 4th base. That's what's on his mind, y'all.
So funny. Say what I'm tired of here. 'Cause I'm tired of hear you. Tell me I'm that new thing. Tell me that I'm relevant.
Okay, wait, I gotta fast forward. Ooh, they do a lot. Okay, now it's Hannah and Charlie, but I skipped through it, so I'm pretty sure I skipped through this part to get to this part. Okay, let's go here. So Charlie and Hannah, they getting it in. All right, next.
Nick put in some chat, and I was like, sorry about that, because usually I'm the one throwing in the chat. Yes. And we just ended up kissing a lot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you wanna go get drinks at the speakeasy?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna stop it right here, and I want to mention something before we continue, because a lot of people are trying to say that, oh, Alandra and Nick had a chance to be together in the house and in the villa, and they chose not to pursue their connection in the beginning. And then we're gonna get to the whole soul tie situation and Casa more, but look at what's going on. You really think Alandra is gonna take this boy seriously, or this man seriously? This man is juggling 2 women. One of them just came to her and said, oh, he just kissed me, and yeah, we just had a great time in soul tie. So you really think that she's going to look at him as anything more than just a villa friend? Okay, let's continue now. So whatever, even if she thought, oh, Nick was cute, or maybe I have something for him, that's dead right here. Because I know I wouldn't. And I know Alandra is looking like, oh, no, okay, this is a done for me. So now she's not even going to consider him. He's not even in the running. Let's just put it that way.
What he said or how he really is, but basically like, oh, you know, ask if he can run it back. And so we ran it back. And how was it? It was good. It was good. I know that's right. I know that's right. It's crazy that I love you on Serial down, and I'm going to continue to support the hell out of y'all. People like, this bitch Alandra. I'm like, bitch, I like both girls. Dead ass serious. I love both of y'all. Yeah. How we feeling? Oh my gosh. I hate this man.
So this is when Alandra officially became a supportive friend. Right here. is when she was like, you know what? I'm going to bow out. Even though I didn't show you guys the blindfold kiss. Y'all already know that. They kissed in the first challenge. She said, come here, Cream. She chose him to kiss. And then she eventually picked Taylor because Bella picked Nick. All right, remember that. Then they had the blindfold challenge, and then Ariana had asked if anyone wants to kiss someone other than their partner, they're free to do so. Nick chose Alandria. Now, this is all after that. So whatever she had in her mind, even if she was like, you know what, I want to explore Taylor, but maybe I want to explore different people, Nick was not going to be an option. She X'd him out right away here.
Nah, he like gives and takes. It's so freaking confusing. Cheers.
This is to a fun day of baseball and our second night as a couple.
Cheers.
Mind you, he had just kissed Bella not even 5 minutes earlier. Oh, wait, sorry, I made a mistake. He did choose Sierra. I forgot. He chose her because she came in as a bombshell. I forgot about that part. But he didn't choose her at the fire pit, so that's why I mistakenly said that. He did choose her by default. But at the same time, wait. Y'all, wait. My memory serves me right. Sierra came in as a bombshell, and then I think he wanted to continue to explore. But they're not official yet, is what I meant to say. So she was making a lot of demands out of somebody that she just met, probably the night before. I don't even think it had been 2 or 3 days. But now look at here. He just kissed Bella not even a few minutes ago. And then now look at how he's talking to Sierra. Y'all want to tell me he took either of them seriously? I think not.
What did you think of my baseball experience? It was so much fun.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm on a high from that. Like, what? Why are you looking at me like that?
I thought it was so hot.
Wait. 100 on the live. Hold up. Hey, sis. Hi, all of y'all. I didn't get to say hi to everyone. I'm sorry. I'm so focused on this, but 100 on the live. Okay. Well, I guess y'all, maybe Saturdays are it. I might stream on Saturdays and Sundays from now on. All right. Let me continue because I know some people probably like, you talking too much. Let's watch.
Not kidding. You put on a damn show.
Thank you. I put on many shows. Imagine what they look like in private, actually.
Red flag. I'm putting on many shows. Imagine what it's like in private. So already she's leading with her sexuality because she knows Bella is not that girl. So she's already painting a picture from like, if you choose me, we gonna get freaky beneath or underneath the sheets. You ain't gotta worry about soul ties with me. You ain't gotta worry about none of that. I'm gonna let you have it all privately. This is when he made up his mind on her. Right here. That right here.
Maybe you'll see him. You're lucky. You're cute.
Friend, you've been selling the good girl image. We get it. You're great. I think you opening up in the challenge tag made him realize I could be that fun, quirky girl that you want. I can be her. I just want you to respect me first.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You opened up today seemed like a good ass idea.
I guess so. I'm glad we had a good day today, even if not together. It was just like fun. And I'm glad I got to kiss you today. I like wanted more.
Okay, sorry, I gotta fast forward a little bit. They singing. I don't like when they singing. All right, look at this. All right, so they end up kissing. I'm sorry, I have to fast forward. Look at how she mounted him. Look at this. So, yep, she got on top of him, and then that was it. He made up his mind from that moment on. Sorry, I can't show y'all because I'm not trying to get flagged. All right, here. So, Sierra won here. All right, let's fast forward a little bit. Oh, Huda and Jeremiah skip. I don't want to see all that. Hannah, okay. All right, here we go. Now is the decision time.
Ourselves. Plenty of ups and downs.
Well, I'm still surprised the hell out of me.
Nah, for sure.
Oh, Lord, it's these two. Okay. All right, let's look. Here, red flag. Y'all want to know what's going on here? Taylor's getting intel from Alandria. And Alandria doesn't realize it because she really is trying to connect with Taylor on like a romantic level. But he is, one, not only using her to stay in the villa. That's number one. But number two, he also is trying to get intel from what's going on with the girls. Oh, yeah, we going in today. Y'all think I'm lying? We're going to see. And I know a lot of you guys watched it already, but I just want to replay it so you can see what really happened. So he's getting intel from Alandria. Why are they talking about Bella and Sierra? That's not part of their relationship. Why are they focused on what's going on with Bella and Sierra and not talking about them? And you want to know who probably brought up the conversation? I have a feeling it was Tulak Shakur. Ain't that what his new name is? He has a lot of nicknames. Why is Alandria telling him about what's going on between Bella and Sierra? That is none of their business. To be quite honest with you, I understand the conversation she had with Bella. That was in confidence. But why is she talking to Taylor about it? I don't know. But what I do know is that this intel is going back to somebody. This is intelligence briefing right here. This is a post brief. Oh, what happened at the meeting? Y'all know when y'all have meetings in corporate and you have meetings like a meeting with executives, and then after that your homegirl or homeboy calls you, your work friend calls you like, yo, what happened? Oh yeah, I heard that person did this. That's this. Or when you're talking to a friend, you call your friend, you chopping it up, and then all of a sudden you hang up, and then another friend calls and is like, hey, you talk to that person? Yeah, what they talking about? That's this. Intel is being shared, y'all. I know why y'all not talking about much, because he's not interested, but sis, it's okay. You know that now. But not only that, but he's using you. He's using you for not only information, but also using your presence. Your body is keeping him warm until he finds who he really wants to find in the villa. That's why. So his intention was never pure. So I don't care what he says in interviews. This doesn't lie. The receipts don't lie. And I know some people will be like, well, production can only do so much. Production can only do so much. I'm telling y'all, as a YouTuber, I'm letting you know right now, there's only so much I can do unless I'm doing a fake script, unless this is a scripted show and we just didn't know it. And in that case, it wouldn't make any sense because people are mad and upset if it's scripted. They're way more upset than they should be. It's not scripted, it's reality. Producers can influence and producers can make and recreate scenarios, but they can't fake the actions. That's you. Unless you're the best actor in the world. But hell, they can't act for anything because I've seen their commercials. They're terrible actors. So that lets me know that this is who they are. This is their character. And we're going to see how it connects to outside the villa. But then they want you to think, oh, production producers. Oh, we were told to do this. Oh, no. You were told. But you still did it anyways. Your personality is your personality. You can't change it. You can't fake it.
Ace come to me.
I knew you was the go-to person.
Nick come to me. Charlie.
This is a very important part. I'm going to rewind it, y'all. We're going to pay attention to this part. This is very important. Sorry. Red flag, red flag, red flag. Why is Taylor on his way to chat with Ace about Nick? Why? Why is he on his way to chat with Ace about Nick? What in the Benedict Arnold is going on? Why are they discussing a relationship that has nothing to do with them? See, if Nick was part of it with Taylor, Taylor and Nick go to Ace to talk about Nick's relationship, then yes. Why are they confiding in each other and doing these little side conversations? I told you, post briefs and debriefs for people that they're not in a relationship with. And notice how it's not in the presence of everyone else. It's always in the bedroom. Y'all gonna see a lot of conversations happen in the rooms. Y'all gonna see what's going on here. Oh yeah, we laying it all out today. If you just joined, welcome. Because I'm tired. And this is gonna be my last live stream about Love Island. Unless there's updates. Because I'm tired. People have revisionist history. Cognitive dissonance. Oh, we gonna talk about it today. I don't care how long I stay on stream. Let's continue. Red flag. Nick, she asked you if you were on the outside what your date would look like, and the first thing you said was there'd be a cabin. So you'd be indoors. He's basically saying Netflix and chill in a nicer way. I'm just gonna smash. That's all that was in his mind, I'm telling y'all. His answers just prove it. He didn't say, oh, I would take you out, I make reservations to the best restaurant in town. We gonna go this place. Like, I really want to take you to these type of places. He's taking her to a cabin. Probably in the middle of nowhere. So he could just smash with a charcuterie board. That's what he came up with, y'all. First date on the outside. What would it look like? And Ciara talking about date on the outside. She already has plans. I told y'all. He would fit into her social media empire. What she's trying to do. Have, her man, because she knows couples channels get a lot of views. Come on now. Let's be for real, guys. She knows that. So she's going to do whatever it takes. She went on Love Island for what opportunity? All of them did. So let's not fake it. Yeah, love comes with it. But there's also opportunities career-wise. She knew that. He knew that as well. But notice, he's only talking about physical stuff with her. He didn't say anything about, hey, like, I would love to take you to my favorite place, my favorite spot. I always go there all the time, and I would want the person that I'm with to... None of that! He talking about a cabin. In a charcuterie board.
Okay,
Some fruit.
how does that night end?
Use your imagination.
My imagination's good.
Yo, I can't even. Okay, let's keep watching this, y'all. I'm proving a point here. And y'all want to tell me that he cares so much about... Oh, he cared so much about Ciara. He flipped so easily. Everyone was like, oh, he really cared about her. Oh, he's such a snake. He really cared about what? Cared about what? He cared about smashing. That's it. Nothing about these conversations lets me know that he really was invested in what was going on the outside of the villa. He just wanted to smash. And even in the conversations of when they go outside, he talking about a cabin and charcuterie board and what we gonna do at night. And this is supposed to be a serious relationship that was broken up by Alandria. She's so evil for taking him away from her. Come on now. Plan. She said she don't want to rush the process with him. Whatever, girl.
Push him into that decision because at the end of the day, I want him to be 100,000 trillion% confident that it's me in the end and not have any questions about it.
I just really appreciate that you've been letting me do it on my own time, and feel like a lot of people would not be able to give that amount of forgiveness.
Yeah, of course. Told you, just don't wander too far.
See, she's lying. Red flag. So she's like, oh yeah, I want him to choose and make 100% decision. But inside, that's not how she really feels. She wants him to make a choice. And even he clocked it. He was like, oh, a lot of people wouldn't be able to forgive me for being a dirtbag. But thank you for being so easy and cheap. And I'm not talking about cheap because she wants to give it up. I'm talking about cheap as in her personality. Like, she's just so easy. Oh yeah, it's okay. I forgive you. It's okay. You can do whatever you want. She just wanted him. So she was going to do whatever it takes. She didn't want to stand up for herself or stand up to herself, set boundaries, because she just wants him. She wants a man. And she wants that man. Trust and believe me, y'all. She had a plan for him. She already had a plan in mind. He just didn't know about it because he was so... The problem with Nick is he was thinking too much with his lustful ways. And this is what a lustful man looks like. Because she's just falling into his trap. And he didn't even know it. I mean, he's just falling into her trap. And he didn't even know it. Because he's thinking with his second member. His wee-wee. And then we're going to see when stuff gets real for him. Just wait and see. Let's continue. And y'all see Shelly's disappointed. Now, people thought that Austin looked like that because he wanted to choose Amaya. Well, he only wanted to choose Amaya because he saw that Shelly and Ace were getting along so well. So he's like, well, I might as well take myself out of the equation. So he was getting ready to choose Amaya. And notice Jeremiah's face like, what's going on here? Because everybody in the villa, and even we, as the viewers, saw that he was more into Shelly than Amaya. He even said Shelly has Like, basically, he said that he has challenging conversations with Shelly, and then all of a sudden, he chose Amaya. And y'all telling me that he wasn't scheming? So far, we got 3 schemers in the house. We have Ciara started us off very strong in her scheming and scamming ways. Her PR scamming. Then we have the second one, which is Taylor, because he was scheming this whole time, trying to get intel from Elandria, trying to see where she is and where her head's at and where everybody else's head is at, to run that back by who? Ace. And now Ace is scheming because he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna choose Amaya and make it seem like, you know, I'm exploring, because remember, he's the explorer. So then that way, once he's done with her, he's going to discard her like nothing. And then he's going to get back to Shelly. Now, for those of you who said Nick is the scammer, I don't see that here at all. He chose the option of least resistance. And the reason why, and it's not because I'm a Nick Elandrian fan. I love Nick and Elandria, don't get me wrong, and I love what they have going on. But best believe I did not like him at this point in time. I just think that he just has a hard time controlling his lustful ways. And I do not like a lustful man. I think that lustful men, they're the ones who are the weakest. To me, a lustful man is a weak man. If he doesn't know how to control his member, then he can't control himself. I don't like men who lack discipline and self-control. Let's be clear about that. But I have to tell the truth where it is. I do not see him scamming and scheming. I just see a man who wants to smash somebody. And he's just choosing whoever is going to give him the easiest option. That was it. I don't think he was even thinking about the 100K. Because if he was really thinking about that, he would have chosen Bella. Bella looks better than Ciara. Let's be clear. I'm not trying to be mean or trying to be like, oh yeah, like pretty, whatever. But if we're going by just looks and if we're going by options, Bella would have been a better option to secure the win, in my opinion. Ciara was too much of a risk, being that she's very extremely like, you know, flirtatious, all that stuff. But if we're thinking about how America would perceive the girls, it would be Bella who would be a better spot for him to win. Like, she's a better person as far as who America would want him to be with. Let's just put it that way. But he chose Ciara because he wanted to smash. All he was thinking about was, ooh, I want to smash, I want to smash, I want to smash. That's it, like a puppy. Untrained puppy. That's what he is at this moment. But Ace was a scammer, y'all. He's a schemer. Let's continue.
How does it feel to be in your first couple with Ace? It feels amazing. Speaking to Ace is so natural, organic. It's like talking to my best friend. And the more I get to know him, the more my heart grows. So I'm excited.
All right. Stop it here. Y'all saw Shelly's face. Let's rewind a little bit. Like I said, we're going to take time today. If you can't say it's okay, you're going to catch the replay because this is very important, because this is going to make sense later, because this is what people forget. Shelly's face right here. She's upset. She didn't know she wasn't part of this plan. So whoever's saying that her and Ace schemed and scammed, no. Ace did it, not her. She was very disappointed. She doesn't look like somebody who knew what was going on. And as confused as Shelly always is, she's not a good actress. None of them are. None of them. They're not great actors. So she didn't know that he wasn't going to choose her. She really thought that he was going to choose her based on the conversations they had. But even he scammed her in that part. She wasn't. They didn't scheme and scam to get on the show together. They might have known each other a little bit. But I don't think that she thought that he was going to do what he just did. She said, good job. Red flag. You just saw him hurt somebody and you said, good job. Let me tell y'all, this woman has no type of, look at how smug she looks. So far we see smugness from two main people. Y'all let me know who in the chat. We already know, Ace and Ciara. They're on the same type of time. Taylor too. But Taylor just looks like an informant. He's the snitch, the neighborhood snitch. But I don't think he could plan anything. He doesn't look like a planner. Look at her face, y'all. And then look at him. And y'all telling me this wasn't... Whew. All right. The scheming. And the thing is, people saw it. The audience saw it. And then they're trying to gaslight us into thinking, oh no, it's just production. All right. Look at that. Production could make her do this? Production can make her do this?
Do you use any of those? Umbrella. Okay, that's me done. I promise.
Okay, so remember, he just evicted Bella. Okay, now let's hear her conversation. Now she's going into full effect. Her scheming. Now is plan. You know how in project management we have phases? Let me get into my corporate voice. In project management, we have a lot of phases. So we have phase 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. So she has a whole project charter. And phase 1 is already completed. She got rid of Bella. Now she's on to phase 2. Get him to seal the deal. And then that's going to let her get that 100K. She got that on her mind. Red flag. That mindset is an immature mindset. His age is showing here. So telling her no makes her like you more. That's not what he wanted, y'all. He knows what he's doing. He's just saying it in front of them to be like, oh yeah, I'm just saying no, I'm not cuddling her so she could want me more. He don't want her to want him, period. This was a strategy. But unfortunately, he thought he was bigger than the program. Sir, I hope you know, and I think Love Island producers, that's one thing I think they did right, is they expose all this game plan on purpose, because they're trying to let you know the house always wins. If you've ever played at a casino, you already know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, you're going to win a few times, and yeah, they're going to give you some money, but they know that you're going to come back, and guess what? All that money's going to be gone. They're going to wipe it. They're going to take their money back. Basically, the house always wins. Love Island is like a casino. You're going to test your luck, and maybe you will find love, and you're going to go. And some of y'all who go on the show, just know that all this game plan is not going to work. Producers always have something up their sleeve. So he thinking, okay, I'm going to get back to Shelly. And then after that, we're going to be in such a great relationship. And then we're going to make it to the end. Nick is with Sierra, but we know he doesn't really like her like that. So he knew that Nick and Sierra were not going to be competition for him. And then Taylor and Alandria, he thought they were going to be together too. But he felt like he and Shelly had the best bet to win. But now he's dragging his feet. Why? So it could look realistic. Because he already had a plan. So in his mind you, this man has never been in a relationship. So he's reading what relationships are like, but he's never been in one. He doesn't understand that you can't control humans. He thinks he can control everything. And that everyone won't see through him. Because, oh, I'm genuine. I kept it real with her. I told her from the start I wasn't into her. But what he doesn't get is that you cannot fake authenticity. And this is where people like him and Sierra, they go wrong. They think that just being performative is enough. But no, people can sense if you're keeping it real or not, if you're a real person or not. They can sense it. They know if you're lying. They know if you live by that law that you set. And he doesn't. He's just making up rules as he goes because he wants people to fail so that he can be at the top. He's a manipulator. Sierra's the same. You see the same personality. Huda is too, but Huda's an emotional manipulator because she wants her relationship. I don't think she cared about the $100,000, to be honest with you. She just wanted a man. Just wanted Jeremiah. But she wasn't wanting it to be like, oh, I'm going to be a star. I never had ulterior motives from her. That's just who she is. She's just manipulative, period. But it wasn't on some game playing type stuff. Sierra and Ace, game players. Master manipulators. He's on the wrong show.
Ace is a flirt. Yeah, he's a flirt. He's very easy to talk to.
So this is why I'm going to give her the red flag. You told him he could explore Bella to see whose connection was stronger, yours or hers. You said that. And you could replay the stream. And now, You are upset because he did it. And now you're like, oh, this could be a character flaw. Baby, he done been had a character flaw when he told you could be in the cabin with the charcuterie board. But you were so hot bongy to have your plan all figured out of how you're going to get him. You were scheming so hard that you didn't even see that character flaw. He's been had it. He's been juggling you and her. So I'm to be honest with you, I still don't understand what she's upset about. I don't get it. Because it's not that they were not exclusive. They weren't even really partnered up like that. And she's upset because he didn't tell her he kissed Bella in the Soul Ties place. As if she didn't even tell him to do it because she said you can fully explore. Oh, but she thought that Bella wasn't going to do it. That's what it was. She's trying to control him. I'm telling y'all, her and Ace have the same character. They want to control people and what people do. You can't say to somebody, oh, like you have free reign to do. You could come to my house. Okay, I'm going to give y'all an example. You can come to my house. You can eat what you want. Do whatever you want. No problem. And then as soon as somebody opens the fridge, oh, but you're not supposed to touch that. That's mine. When did you say that, though? How you going to offer me something? You say, hey, I have free reign to do what I want. And then after that, you're putting conditions after. If she really didn't want him to explore, she should have said it. Hey, I don't want you to kiss her. I don't want you to be with her like that. That would have been different. But she made it seem like, I'm cool. You could do what you want. You know, explore the opportunity as much as possible because then I know you're going to be 100% about me. And then he doesn't and she's crying.
Out from other people is just never the way I want to hear it. I'm not making excuses for him. I just feel like it was just a lot going on. And, you know, he...
Okay, hold on a second. Somebody wrote something else. Yes. I think she's upset because she asked him if there's anything he did or said that gave Bella false hope. And he didn't mention that they kissed. Hold on. Let's go back. Because you know what? Let's go back to what they actually said. Let's go back. We need to run this conversation once again. Because I want to make sure I heard correctly. So we're going to see if I misheard it. Or if you guys are correct that he did omit. Because I heard something different. So let me go back to, so was it here? Yeah, this is it. Okay, let's hear what she said. We going right back. Let's clear this right up.
It was the hardest decision.
Do you guys want to take one last photo in the photo booth?
So here, that whole conversation, listen to what he said. He said there's something off in this mother effer. And that she seems more into him than he is into her. So he's going to make it his mission to break them up because of that. There's a pattern, y'all. Because doesn't that sound familiar to what happened a few days ago? Okay. All right. Pattern number 1. In this conversation, at least. Alandria was like, hey, they seem real. And then notice her mind changed once he said something. And we're going to notice this pattern in the reunion because the same thing happened when they were voting Hannah off. I don't have that clip. Unfortunately, it got deleted. But if you watch the reunion, Hannah getting voted off, they played the extended clip. Shelly was the one who initiated the seeds of discord. Because in the beginning of that conversation, Alandria was like, hey, I feel like Pippa and Hannah have a good thing going on. And then who interrupted? Shelly. She was like, oh yeah, but Hannah hasn't really explored and I feel like she's playing too much and she's always clinging to the first person. And guess what? She was with Ace at that time, I believe. So we already see he was starting to get her to believe in this whole exploring BS stuff that was going on. He started to infiltrate her mindset. Because remember, in the beginning, she was very carefree, very open, very understanding. Then all of a sudden, when she got with Ace, she started the scheming with him. So it wasn't before. They didn't know each other before. I believe that. I know they knew of each other. But I do not believe that they actually planned this whole thing out from before. I think it started getting planned once she got with him. And she's a people pleaser. We already talked about that. And she also gives me male-identified vibes. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. I love Shelly Down, but I gotta tell y'all. That's what I see. She just wants a man. Or she wants somebody with her. I don't know. When she likes you, she's gonna do whatever she wants with you. Then, on top of that, in that conversation, once Shelly started saying, hey, Hannah is all up on Pippin, Charlie, maybe it's best for her to be with Charlie on the outside, then Alandria changed her mind, just like in this conversation. Red flag. It's a pattern. She starts to doubt herself, and then she just goes with whatever anyone else says. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily something that she does all the time, but it's a pattern that I have picked up just in this TV show, and I hope that she learns how to undo that, because she's going to make a lot of mistakes if she go out here listening to people, especially people like Ace. So now we're going to hear Alandria, because remember, she said, I don't think that they're fake. They had a plan in mind, and that person had to follow, and they have a controlling issue. They are control freaks and manipulative on top of it. He wanted her to fall in line because he's like, look, I'm trying to get with Shelly, and I don't want her to think that there's even anything going on between us, because you're just supposed to be a ploy right now so that I can get to Shelly. Because remember, by his logic, a girl, if you reject her enough times, she's going to want you. No, Shelly's not that type of girl. She was going to move on. He didn't want that. So he wanted to create as much distance as he could between him and Amaya, so then he could come in and get the girl he really wanted to take it to the 100K. He was scheming. And unfortunately, our sis Shelly fell for it. Shelly, I'm going to say something in Creole right now. Shelly, see what got this side? See who got this side, please. S'il te plaît. Quittez Michel. Quittez-le. Please. Quittez-le. Please leave him. That's what I'm telling her. Man, I feel so bad for Shelly, y'all. And when I tell y'all, like, this is when the shift happened. When she got with Ace, people started to turn on her because of him. He's her liability. And I've said it on so many streams. Your man could be your asset or your liability. Your greatest asset or your greatest liability. Unfortunately, sis couldn't see it, and she still can't. I hope she wakes up. He's not a good man. I'm sorry, he's not. He doesn't have a good... Like, one thing I will say is, yes, he can be. Because I've seen how he has integrity when it comes to what he stands for. I see it in him. I see the potential in him to be a good man. But unfortunately, he's using his best skills. He's a very effective leader. If he used his skills and knowledge for something positive, I'm telling y'all, he would be a force to be reckoned with. Sierra, too. But unfortunately, they're using their skills and abilities to manipulate people and for the negative. It's evil. They're using it for evil, not for good. And this is why I can't stand behind that. Let's continue.
Okay, great. I will respect your boundaries and won't hold your hand or call you babe. I'll call you by your name. Is there anything else you would like to say to me?
This is too much. You should have walked away. Imagine, she said all this. These are his demands, y'all. Y'all would have stayed with a man like this? And they're not even exclusive yet. I'm good. Nah, go to Austin. I don't like Austin either. He's also a fuckboy. But hey, man, it's better than this. This man is trying to control her.
I feel like being very passive aggressive right now.
Okay, that's fine. We'll talk, babe. Oh, sir.
Look how he's angry, and she did it as a joke.
It's natural. It just came out.
Doesn't that sound like Ace to you? I'm gonna tell you what it is with me. And I'm not saying you're not supposed to have those type of conversations, but she's saying it as if she is the ruler of everything. This is not a team. I'm the leader. You're a follower. You're my minion. You're my man. You just gonna sit and do whatever I want you to do. Control. She's a control freak, I'm telling y'all. And this is the reason why when people try to cancel her, she's like, no, you're not canceling me. I'm gonna keep posting. She likes to be in control of everything.
He's got these big green eyes and this soft smile. It really is hard to be stern with the boy.
You see, it really is hard to be stern with the boy. Doesn't that sound like a parent? This is a parental relationship. Don't do this, do that, do that. Ace is the reverse. do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that. You really think that somebody's going to feel wanted in this type of dynamic where they don't even have an opinion or they're being told what to do and you just follow it? This is not an equal relationship. This is not even a relationship. This is a dictatorship. It's my relationship. You just in it. Act your part. Be my man. Look good. And then we can have what we got going on. She wants somebody who she can lead. And that has no opinions. And she has to be the dominating one. She's a dominator.
The past few days have been really high pressure for him. And I feel like I can see both sides. And as long as he knows that this isn't something that should happen again, and I won't be as forgiving.
You see? As long as he knows that this is something that should never happen again and he won't be forgiven. I won't be so forgiving. Who does that sound like? Does that not sound like Huda? They're not even closed off, guys. She just picked her. They're not even closed off. They're not boyfriend and girlfriend. I want to make it very clear. He is open to explore whoever he wants, and she's trying to stop him from doing it. And then you think that Alandria was going to be able to infiltrate that relationship the way she's talking? She already had her plan, y'all.
And I'm okay with leaving yesterday and moving forward and giving him a chance to maybe prove to me that he can do better. I mean, I think I feel like pretty clear now.
It's very crystal.
I don't need to tell you to do X, Y, and Z. Just move a little smarter, maybe. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate your call.
You see? Here.
I'm not gonna...
When he said, I'm sorry, he started to feel. His senses, notice his face. He's like, I'm sorry. He's
Still flip a coin. If it lands on the lips, they'll give that person a kiss. But if it lands on the pie, they'll give that person a pie to the face.
Oh my god, no. Don't do the what? Let's get crazy. Let's get crazy.
Had to do it. I think she got a little pissed off at me.
Yeah, you gotta sit in your nose.
Which Islander do you think would...
I think Iris would be great.
okay. So now remember, after that whole parent-child, mother-child, you better not do this. These are the rules. I laid down the groundwork for our relationship. This is when he started seeking other people. So first it was Alandria. Then in this one, it's Iris. I might have to fast forward because she's doing a lot of whatever they're doing here. This was a freaky cast. All right, so I'm going to fast forward. Because he got into like a seesaw with Iris. And then notice what Ace said here. Hold on. Let me listen to what Ace says first.
Oh my god, no.
Oh, wait. Let's fast forward. Sorry. I went too far. Okay, so Taylor and Sierra went in the cabin. They didn't do anything. So look at this.
Oh, shit! Oh my god, Taylor! Look at Nick's face.
100% I'm trying to find Nick. I'm trying to get the Nick a little nervous.
Okay, Nick, it's your turn.
Which boy is actually pining for someone else? Target acquired.
Okay, so the question was, which boy is pining for somebody else? So remember, Ace was coupled up with Amaya. So even everybody knew that he wanted to be with Shelly. Just keep that in mind.
My boy Nick, he been seeming to be a little excited with, Iris coming into the villa.
He was excited when who came into the villa? Iris. Because he wanted to explore his options. He wasn't thinking about nothing serious, y'all. Even though Sierra was doing all that gyrating, they didn't even have sex at that point. So this is when she started plotting like, oh yeah, you know what? I may have to take it a step further to get this man to want me. And he still didn't after that. Just, spoiler alert. So now look at her face. She doesn't want him to explore, even though he hasn't even closed it off with other people. She's very possessive, y'all.
I think Iris would be great, wouldn't it?
And then you see Ace knows. Why? Because he's all in everybody's mix. Oh, he's been excited since Iris came in the villa. He's trying to break up. Now, remember, he broke up Bella and Nick because he knew that Nick and Bella, if they were to make it to the end, they probably would have a high chance of winning. So that's broken up. Now he got him with Sierra. Now he's trying to break up Sierra and Nick. Just watch that. And then now he's trying to pin it as if he's more excited to be with Iris, which he is. But that's none of your business, sir. But he's making it known. Like, hey, he's excited to be with Iris. Yay! And then look at Sierra. Looking foolish. Now, this is the part that y'all got to pay attention to. Remember, when Taylor chose Sierra, they was knocking on the door, banging. Now look what he does with the first opportunity he gets with a girl to go into the cabin.
Okay, would you like to pick a beaver from my basket?
I need y'all's help.
Number 3, my lord.
Alandria!
This girl, God bless her. I know her lips are tired. Off to your girlfriend. You know what? Taste the rainbow. They're actually...
See? She said they're actually kissing. You know why? Because everybody else was playing it safe. And Nick was like, no, I'm not going to play it safe. Even though I know you want me, Sierra, and you keep acting like you want me, but I don't want you like that. I just want to smash. But I'm going to talk to all the other girls until I find the connection I want, because it ain't you.
I think she's beautiful, and I do enjoy kissing her. I think she's super sexy, to say the least.
Oh, yeah, bro. This shit is not good.
Well, not too much. Speaking of you kissing everyone's man, were you surprised at her?
Red flag! Ma'am, wasn't it a challenge? Why are you so jealous? Look at that. Let's go back. See, the possessiveness, the controlling. You're not supposed to talk to and kiss other girls, even though we're not exclusive and closed off. But you're not supposed to do that, even though we're on Love Island. She's treating that man like he's her man, like he's her boyfriend. Run it back. You ever feel like, every time when you were a kid and you were trying to go out with your friends or do something or say something, and there'd be that one person, your parent would just be there eavesdropping, just always everywhere. You feel uncomfortable when you with your friend in the room or you talking or whatever. But your parents just over there creeping and you just feel the presence and you're like, you can't really be who you want to be. You can't say what you want to say. That's what was going on. The same way that she was accusing Bella of being, that way she turned out to be the same way. So when would they have had the opportunity to talk? Sierra was always monitoring. So now he's like, damn, I got the opportunity of a lifetime. Like I said, the bro code was done. It was over with. From this moment on, there was no more loyalty between him, Taylor, and Ace as far as Alandria goes. He was going to go full throttle because he knew that was his last chance. Just remember that. Now, let's get to Soul Ties.
What is going on?
On first date, yeah.
Oh my god, Nick. What the fuck?
Extra, look at all this. He did it on purpose. He knew he wanted to be with her. All right, let's go.
That's scarier, though.
His leg is shaking like a stripper.
I really like you. And I really value you and our connection. And even though you have someone else right now, I still want to continue to nurture it.
So if you really gone, there's nothing left to say.
Because, yeah, like it is right now, but...
I'm so sorry. I had to cut it here. Alandria crying is very vulnerable, y'all. She was hurt. She was extremely hurt. And you can tell that it was starting to get to her. I feel so bad for her here. Like, I wish I could just hug her in this moment. Because you can tell that she was extremely hurt. She really didn't expect this type of situation to happen. And now let's listen to 3 Dreads. Tulak Shakur. Somebody call him the Loch Ness Monster. Whatever y'all gonna call him.
I don't know.
I'm still gonna be exploring you two and,
Yeah.
and her at the same time and try to both.
Yeah.
And be as transparent as I can, both of y'all. Like, if I have a conversation with her or whatever,
Yeah.
good ass convo, I can't really shoot, so
I don't know. This is tough.
Yeah, and you know,
It's very tough.
we built something strong
Yeah.
for so long, so
Red flag. He's lying to her. He just doesn't want. Again, he's keeping his options open in case Clark and him don't work out, so he could have her as the fallback. That's all that was. And also, he's trying to keep playing the game because the plan was for him to on Ace. Ace was 1. Sierra was the second one. And then Huda's crazy ass was just somewhere in the mix. They were the ones who ruined this season of Love Island. So when you watch it back, just remember it was those people, them 3. But majority, Ace and Sierra. They ruined it for everyone. So now, Alandria. And she's beautiful. Oh my God, look at that face card. My goodness. She looks like a lioness here. Just gorgeous. Oh my God. Anyway, let's not talk about that right now because she's out of this world. Her beauty, her and Shelly, out of this world. That's outwardly beauty right there. But now, Nick, this is where his two-timeness comes from. The playing two sides. He's used to it. That's what he does. He started from the beginning with Bella and Sierra. Now he's doing it between Ace and Taylor and Alandria. He's playing both sides. Because remember, he is still buddy-buddy with them, but in the background, he's trying to get with her. He's trying to get with her.
ping pong in between both.
Ping ponging.
Oh, y'all might have to, you know, because like, you know.
Sure. The way that Clark and Taylor's connection started off and the way that me and Taylor's connection started off is totally different. Me and Taylor have a better foundation. We were friends first, which is why we were able to navigate through these obstacles the way that we do, because we were friends first. I got hope for us, regardless of what's going on right now.
Okay, wait, I missed a part. Hold on. Oh, I had to go back, y'all. Hold on, let me fast forward. I was upset. Hold on. All right, next part is here when Nick tries to press her again. So remember, at the dinner, he said what he had to say, and then he said, just in case you missed the memo, I really want this. Okay, wait, I missed a part. Hold on.
Nikki Poo. But we're gonna navigate this thing, regardless of what we got going on. I get, you know what I'm saying, you got Sierra in the back of your mind. I always got my boy Tay in the back of mine, but we gotta embark on this new journey as well, you know?
How do you feel about me? Because I feel like I've told you I'm attracted to you.
No, you haven't.
I feel like I've said.
No, you keep picking me for challenges. I just assume you were. We
Maybe.
never had that chat.
Maybe I've never
really
said that
pulled
to your
chat.
face.
Yeah.
Actually, you're right. That's the reason I kept picking on the challenges. Because
Really?
I think, like, the first kiss we had, I thought was, like, super hot.
No way.
Yeah.
So here, he is saying his attraction to her, but it's still physical, y'all. Listen, we got to keep it real. All he's thinking about is, hey, I have a connection with you. I don't know what that is, but it's physical first, so we going to go with that. The kiss we had was explosive. I want to explore that part more. So physically, they are there already. Now, fast forward, let's get to the emotional part, because we're going to see when things started to shift with him and his mindset. Because remember, he's a lust demon. He's a lustful demon. He's just thinking about smashing at this point. But he's like, damn, she's too rigid. There's something about her I like, but he actually does like her as a human. Don't get me wrong. He does. But he's still thinking with his sexual mindset. However, he does like her as a human, so he respects her a little bit more than he did with Sierra and Bella. Notice he's talking about kiss and not swimsuit and cabin and charcuterie.
As a couple, like, I want to show you the side to me that
Aww.
maybe Sierra sees that,
Yeah.
that you don't see.
Yeah.
You know, like, you call me Nikki Poo, but I want to also you to know Nick.
Right.
And
Right.
I just want to show you, like,
Looking friends, and Sierra is my girl. So it's just like, I feel awkward. I'm gonna try to explore it as much as I can, but it's just like, I don't know.
Notice, she didn't say I don't like him. She didn't say, if she had said, you know, it's hard because I don't really see him in that way. And he's very immature. He's just not my style. She didn't say that. She said it's because of his friendship with Taylor and my friendship with Sierra. So she was all for it. And we already know this man was all for it. He been waiting to leave Sierra's ass. So let's continue.
This is gonna be.
oh, ski.
We gotta top it up. Like,
We do. You know, we a pot.
right now, okay? I can't.
She's eating. Can I do that after she-
So now this is where the shift happened. Because now he's trying to be like, hey, ease up on Alandria. She's a good girl. That's the sound of it. And you need to let her know what's really going on. Now this is where his mature side, he's like, okay, protective Nick came out in this part. This is when he started to be very protective over Alandria. And he never stopped. He has not stopped till now. This is when it shifted, y'all. So he, again, even though he's a lust demon, he knew what he wanted. And he was like, his protectiveness came out with her. And we haven't seen that type of protectiveness with Sierra or Bella. He didn't give a damn, to be quite honest with you. He's just like, oh, well, I'm sorry. Even with Bella, he hugged her, but then that was it. And with Sierra, he really was trying to escape. He was trying to run away like a kid. You know when a kid trying to run away from home? He was trying to do that, packing up all his bag. He was getting ready to leave.
Or like give her more fuel, more anger.
I just talked to her, bro. She just wants you to be truthful, tell her everything, and make her feel reassured.
And that's the hard part. I have more of a connection with Clark off for 24 hours than I did with the first 24 hours of Alandria.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now y'all got me in a damn love triangle.
Nobody got you in that. You put yourself in that because you wanted to feel like you were the prize. Alandria would have gladly left that triangle if you had been clear with her, but you weren't because you're a little boy. Red flag. He's such a loser, y'all. Oh, I can't stand Taylor's character.
Bermuda Triangle shit. People go to the Bermuda Triangle and don't come back. So hopefully I come back from this, this little triangle we got going here.
Should I have more our popcorn?
This ain't no damn drive-in movies.
I don't need to.
There was a conversation I forgot to clip here between Ace and Nick, where Ace was asking Nick what he thought about Taylor and Clark. And Nick was like, well, I think that, honestly, Clark is better for Taylor because Taylor seems like more her speed. Alandria is more of a woman. And he said it because he connection between Nick and Alandria until y'all gonna see after the Soul Ties kiss what made him realize some things.
Yeah. You got it?
Oui.
Not just sitting on the pillows.
Is that weird?
A little bit.
Haven't been here too often. I don't know how it
Oh, no,
works.
you are way familiar with this
What?
list.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
So how'd you feel during that challenge?
No, I felt a little weird.
In what way?
I was like, on our own thing. It's not like I was cheering against them.
But how do you feel with us doing the game?
We always have chemistry during every challenge. There's no... Everyone knows that. I think everyone can see that. Just because
I'm like flushed right now.
Oh, shit.
A little bit.
Well, I make you nervous or something?
A little bit. But
No
I like
way.
it. No, but it's not like a normal nervous. It's like, I really like your strong personality.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of like, I don't know, makes me feel,
Make you
I
feel
don't know, I
what?
kind of like it.
What?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It makes me intrigued, for sure.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's spicy.
That was, we showed up. I feel like that would feel like physical connection between Alandria and I. She's one of the most attractive women I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Okay. So he said the physical attraction is there. She's one of the most attractive people she's seen in his lifetime. Sierra doesn't make the cut, y'all. She never did. He's never said that about Sierra. Ever. He just said she's divine. She's beautiful. He said she's one of the most attractive women he's seen in his lifetime. He called her queen, kissed her hand. He's ready to risk it all for her. Even his friendship with Taylor. The ball was on Alandria's court. Or in Alandria's court. Whatever it says. I don't know what the middle one is. The ball is in your court. Yeah, the ball was in Alandria's court. But we're going to see what happens after.
A lot of stuff, don't you? Noted.
Noted.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see if there's anything outside of the challenges.
Oh. Nikki.
Baby, it's only one different. I could just
I think I don't know. I still feel like my head is all over the place. And
Girl,
I don't
bye.
want to rush into anything.
She knew what she wanted. She wanted Nick.
Is that okay?
Her head is all over. She's trying to control what he's doing. And the whole time she was crying all over Casa trying to control what he was doing. That's all that was. It's control, y'all.
You okay?
Okay. I kind of shot him down. Like, it was kind of awkward having to set that boundary. But at the end of the day, like, I'm really pushing myself to try to explore a connection to the fullest without kissing outside of challenges.
She's
without
lying.
cuddling in bed.
She wasn't exploring that much. She knew she was going to go back to Nick. Girl, bye. Let's continue.
Doing that over there in the villa, I'll be really upset.
It's only one way to find out.
So this is the moment that changed the whole trajectory of the game. Because now he is protective of her. He was as a friend. And now as something more.
My makeup is all over your face.
I love it. Just keep it there.
You're so spicy. Nick.
Nick. And then.
I'm gonna miss saying Nicky Poo.
It's Nick for now.
Look at that. Look how he was blushing, y'all. Okay. Now, pay attention. Pay attention to his words. Imagine, remember, people are like, oh, Sierra, this, Sierra. Oh, he really loves Sierra. Okay. Pay attention.
In Soul Ties, it's a combo that feels so wrong but also so right. Like Ed Sheeran acting in Game of Thrones or Sabrina Carpenter appearing in Fortnite.
Let me see. My whole lip combo is gone. Get my lip combo.
Is mine good?
No, you got chocolate on your face.
I love that.
This is so crazy. Sierra's gonna freak out.
Seeing you here?
That.
I
You knowing that you
wait.
was gone.
I can't wait. I can't wait. She says Sierra, now her guilty conscience is kicking in. She's like, oh, Sierra's going to freak out seeing you. And he's like, what? Seeing me here or seeing you here? He's like, yeah, I can't wait. Hold on. Let's go back.
Sierra's gonna freak out.
Seeing you here?
That.
I
You
can't
knowing that
wait.
you was gone. And on the way a new couple. What the...
Look at that. He don't care. He does not care one bit. That's like I told you, a kid who goes outside and has free reign, and now he's like, yeah. And then once mommy comes home, then he's like, damn, mom's home. He's happy. He loves his freedom.
Me and Nick did kissing Soul Ties. Internally, I am going fucking crazy, but on the outside, I'm gonna smile through it. We're in a couple. We decided to explore, and that's just that. But I don't trust these girls. I don't know them. And the boys, it's like, they cool and shit, but it's like, that's not... I don't want to tell them that. So it's just like, damn, I got to sit on all this new information until my girl show back up.
Pay attention to the game playing here. Pay attention. Pay attention to Taylor and Ace. Just pay attention and look at where Ace was before and where he is after Nick gives her the shirt. Just remember that. I'm going to let y'all watch it.
Right. Something that starts with a soul and then with time.
No. It was at the Davids.
Worry about your business.
Your business. Thank you. It's so cold. Aw. Thanks. Where'd y'all's clothes go?
Keeping Alandria warm.
Ooh. We gotta get you a handshake now that you did for now, right?
You'd have been initiated.
We don't even have a
Did y'all notice that? Let's rewind one time. I'm gonna slow it down. Slow motion.
I don't trust these girls. I don't know them. And the boys, it's like, they cool and shit, but it's like, that's not, I don't want to tell them that. So it's just like, damn, I got to sit on all this new information until my girl show back up.
Where y'all were at? Something that starts with a soul and then...
Red flag, TJ, it's none of your damn business. You see, because you exposed them, now Ace went around the corner. It's like, what's going on? And so what happened? What's happening? Not under my watch. What's happening in my army? He thinks he's the general. He's like, hold up. There's something going on here. It wasn't part of the whole master plan. Hold on. What's going on here? Notice how he went and scurried over to Nick's side trying to block. Just watch this. Now, TJ, you done messed up. You too nosy. None of your damn business where they were. You were the one he was the one who made it. You see? He was focused on Coco. He was so focused on Coco that he lost track of his little plan. And then as soon as TJ started talking, then he's like, oh, shoot. Back to reality. Back to the plan. Ooh, I'm losing focus. Just wait.
No. Who's at the daybed?
So Alandria already is like, dang, if I say soul ties, it's a wrap. Even though she has every right to be in soul ties with him. Because they're a couple, 1, 2, nobody's closed off. So they actually are able to do this. But because of Friendship Island, this is what's going on. Loyalty to people who don't even need to be trusted. Look at Sierra and Nick, mommy and daddy. Let's continue.
Worry about your business.
That's that Florida that came out of him. That's that Florida right there. Worry about your business. Your business. Yeah, he was so happy. There you go. All right, continue. Let's watch. I'm doing this in slow motion for a reason. Who's there? Who's there? Hark, who's there? Who's there?
It's so cold.
Hold on, let's go back a little bit more. Notice when he said, worry about your business. Who came from the trenches? He was next to Coco. Look who made their way around.
Your business.
Look at that. Look at that. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's continue.
Thank you.
Made his way right there. Now his presence is known.
Oh.
He's trying to see what's going on. Okay, you see? She's cold. Instinctively, he took his t-shirt off. He likes her. Now, it could just be lust, but there's something more than that. He actually values her friendship. He took the shirt off his back. He would never do that for Sierra or 404, whatever y'all. I know y'all calling her 404 in the chat. And then look at him looking at her and looking at Nick. And then see what happens when 3 Dreads gets into the conversation.
Aw. Thanks. Where's y'all's clothes?
Clark says, where's y'all's clothes? So she's talking about Nick.
Keeping Alandria warm.
Keeping Alandria warm. And then look at what 3 Dreads does. Even though he's in a whole new couple, probably came from kissing Clark in the speakeasy. Who knows? But look at what he does just to mark his territory, to remind Nick that that's mine.
Ooh. We gotta get you a handshake now that you...
Since when was he this affectionate with her?
You'd have been initiated.
Since
We don't
when?
have a handshake. Ain't that something? Me? I don't got a handshake with nobody.
Maybe you just not like
Maybe.
Red flag, you're just not liked. Projecting that onto this beautiful young woman. You loser. Let's continue. I want to finish this right up. We're almost done. Let's get to Ace's interview after.
So I didn't ask you last night, but our little...
We had to go all the way back to get to where we are now. Now Nick is asking her, where is your head at? Because I like you. And I want you to say what I want. I really want you to say you want to pursue a connection with me. But you're never going to do that because you're too loyal to Taylor and Sierra. And it's pissing me off. But damn it, I got to go back to mama's house now. I got to go back to mommy.
In soul ties, I just wanted to gauge where you were at.
I want
with
to.
that.
Why does it have to be me first?
I could go first.
Oh, yeah, you go first.
This feels weird for me, like to be in a couple with
Pursuing,
you in a way,
right.
because like I really enjoyed like talking to you actually, and not just being around you.
Yeah.
So I really wanted to discover if there was like a romantic thing between us. Curtain calls and last words, never showing it. But I think like last night for me, that kiss outside of the challenge was probably the truest test to that.
Agreed.
But at the same time, I felt like my mind was wandering while it was happening. And I was thinking about like Taylor, I was thinking about
Literally.
Sierra.
Same.
He said Taylor first. He was thinking about Taylor before Sierra. Just remember that. He just said Sierra for extra. And he was thinking about them. Thinking about how he's going to tell them that him and Alandria are together. But now she done flipped the script on him. So he's like playing it off like they ain't okay. Yeah, we're just going to be friends. He didn't want that. He wanted something else. Because remember, after she kissed him, he's like, what do you work? Like, he was ready. He didn't have anything to hide. But she was the one. And he was like, you know what? I really respect her. I really like her. So I'm just going to fall back. And you know how I know? Because I remember when I watched this episode, I was like, what is going on here? And then something clicked for me. And I'm going to tell you what clicked for me when it comes up. Just wait. Just you wait.
Okay.
I'm glad it's just not me.
Just another happy ending of that all.
Like, after we kissed, but immediately I'm like, okay, this was fun.
Yeah.
But just like, I just don't think romantically, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think we're better off just, you know, how we were. So, you know what I
I'm on
mean?
the same page.
Look at his face. He was waiting for her to say, no, actually, I felt something. But she kept saying, no, no, no. And then look at how disappointed he looks, y'all. Hold on. Go back. Look at his face. He cannot hide his emotions. Look at this.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think
Look at that. Look at that. That doesn't seem like somebody's like, oh, thank you for telling me. Because remember, when he talked to Sierra about what does outside look like, as soon as she told him, he's like, oh, yeah, I'm on the same page. You could tell that he was like, relieved. Here, he doesn't look relieved. He looks upset. But he can't show it. Look at his face.
just, you know, how we were. So, you know what I mean?
I'm on the same page, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's not real. He's hiding. He's masking.
I think going into that conversation, it was mutual. You know, I think Taylor has always been the one for Alandria, and she knows how I feel about Sierra.
I think Taylor's always been the one for Alandria, and she knows how I feel about Sierra. How do you feel about Sierra, Nick? Cabin and charcuteries? We ain't hear one thing of substance of these two. Remember, she said you guys have funny, giddy conversations. Elan is more serious. So how would she know how you feel about Sierra? Oh, it's a funny, giddy feeling? Y'all don't talk about nothing. There you go.
So I think it's just better that we're friends, and, you know, in the challenges, we like to go hard together, and I think it's fine to just stay with that.
Yeah,
What is your thoughts about
he's okay with them being friends because at least he gets to see her and be with her as a friend. He's okay with that because he respects her. He really respects her a lot, y'all. If there's anything that we can take away from this whole situation I've shown you guys on this stream, this whole, like, recap of what happened on Love Island, is that Nick respects her. 100%. He has always respected her and had high regard for her, and you will see it play out.
Obviously, it's hard to see. We really not in the couple no more. That shit just hit me hard.
It's crazy. You don't really realize it till it's gone,
Bro.
kind of thing. It's just kind of ironic because I felt like I was the one who came to Sierra and was like, we need these tests in our relationship.
And now you're like, no, we don't.
Now I'm like the butt of the test. But that's what this is.
Mhm.
Like, you can't just be one-sided. It has to be tested all the time.
I am so happy that we both have the same realization. Like, you know what? I like the way we were, but we don't have to take it that far.
Yeah.
But it's just like, damn, like, obviously, like, seeing Taylor with Clark puts a knot in my throat.
Yeah.
I don't...
Okay, now, this is where and when I knew that Nick really loved her, or liked her. I don't know about love, but now it's probably love, but he liked her. I'm going to tell you guys why before we play it. Remember, they decided to just be friends. He had no incentive to keep Alandria in the house. Actually, matter of fact, if he really loved Sierra and really cared about Sierra, he would want Alandria out the house because he wouldn't want her to find out that they kissed in soul ties. He would have cared more about her feelings. But he kept Alandria in there knowing that Sierra would eventually find out about their kiss in soul ties, and he did not care. This is when I knew that he actually valued her as a person. Because people will skip this part. He had no incentive to keep Alandria in the house. Matter of fact, he had the most reason to get her up out of there. Because she would have messed up him and Sierra's relationship. Imagine all that nagging he would have to deal with after. And he did eventually have to deal with it. But I'm saying, like, when you're thinking about strategy, imagine you kissed another girl, your current connection finds out about it, knowing how she is, you would want to get rid of them. And then that way, hey, I don't have to hide this anymore. Yeah, you know we kissed, but she gone, she out the house. You don't got to worry about her no more. Nope. He kept her in the house. He had no reason to keep her there unless he was interested. Just remember that. Let's continue.
Alandria. Yes. I'm afraid you didn't get a match with Taylor. How are you feeling? I'm a little disappointed regarding me stepping outside of my comfort zone to make sure Taylor got whatever he needed out of this connection, and even going as far as asking him, what else can I do to make you feel like I'm doing enough for you? Disappointed but not surprised. It hurts, but it's okay. I'm in pieces and parts. Taylor, do you have anything to say?
Being in this position, you know, you got two girls to choose from. It's a terrible, terrible position. It's not a position no one wants to be in. Something that I did not want to do. But, you know,
look at his face. Nick is upset.
Something in my head said something different.
Y'all want to know why Nick is upset? Because he gave Alandria up for Taylor. That whole friendship conversation they had, we could just stay friends. He agreed to it because he thought that Taylor was going to choose Alandria. So then he was like, okay, being in the background. But once he found out that Taylor really chose Clark, then he realized, damn, she's really going to leave. And so this is when I realized that, okay, he's real. This is real. This is real. And remember the live stream I showed you guys. When a man loves a woman, he's going to go against everybody for that woman. Against friends, family, whoever it is. This is when you can test if somebody loves you, is when they don't have a benefit in anything. He had no reason to keep her in the house. There was no benefit at all. He was still with Sierra. He had no benefit. I think what he wanted was to wait and see what would happen. If there was an opportunity for him to get back with her. We don't know what could have happened. But let's continue.
Clark, are you okay? Yeah, a little surprised because I know they did have a strong connection. Obviously, I am happy. I think me and Taylor have a great connection. I'm excited to continue to explore that. Well, Alandria, you are now single and vulnerable.
No reason to keep her there, y'all. No reason at all. And it could possibly be that maybe he kept her there. He said for Taylor, but I don't agree. I don't think that's why he kept her there. Maybe he really wanted her to find love. And he was like, you know what? It may not be me, but at least I want her to be happy. That's how you know somebody loves you. He wants her to be happy.
Islanders, Casa Amor is now over.
Yup. Who said that? Yup, sis. Any other man would have voted her off for low-key rejecting him. Exactly. That's what I said. There's no incentive. She rejected him. She also kissed him during the in Soul Ties. It could get back to Sierra, who he's partnered with and who he could possibly win the 100K with. He put that 100K on the line by getting with Alandria, because we don't know how Sierra would have acted. And I think he was probably hoping that she would dump him, to be quite honest with you, after she found out he kissed Alandria, but she didn't. And he was like, damn, I gotta work on another plan. Because that's what I feel like, for real. I feel like he was itching to leave that girl. But then when Elan came in the picture, he's like, I don't even have Alandria. I don't have anybody. And he's a man, so he's possessive for no reason. That don't mean he really like her, y'all. He just was possessive. Yeah, you have my toy now. I want it. I want to play with it. That's all that was. It was a power move. Ego. His ego got the best of him with Elan. But trust and believe, this is him real. This is him as a person. This is who he is. He will put it all on the line for somebody he really cares for. He had no reason to choose Alandria at all. Not even one. If anything, it would have been easier for her to be up out of there. Get up out of here by good riddance. But he still kept her there.
The recoupling is complete.
And then look at this fool.
We now have 9 couples. And we have 6 islanders that are single and vulnerable.
Shaden, would you like to start?
I don't know, it's tough.
So this is when they're deliberating over who to choose. Pay attention to Ace and Taylor. Pay attention.
I think it really just comes down to who wants to explore a connection. I want Coco to have a fair shot.
So also with Coco, I feel she deserves a chance to explore and get to know everybody throughout our whole entire connection. Not once did she make me feel like it's gonna make me or Shelly. Did she pull you for a conversation with Coco? No. She didn't pull me for one either. But my thing is, no offense, Clark, y'all have only known each other for 3 days. And if Taylor decides to change his mind, like, in a couple days. So,
You know why he said that? So notice, Ace wanted Coco. Why? For his ego. Because he wanted to stick it to Shelly as well. Triangulate her once again. Remember he did it with Amaya now? Watch. He would have chosen Coco and did what? Oh, you can't call me bae. You can't hug me. Yeah, know your place. Make sure you stay over there so I could get Shelly to chase me. That's all that was. It wasn't for Coco's best benefit. It was to make his master plan a reality. And then Nick chimed in and said, well, and he proved the point. He's like, did Coco pull anyone else for a chat? So he was basically saying she's only there for Ace. Next. And then, no offense, Clark, but he only known you for like not even 24 hours. Not even one business day. And this is what he would use in order for TJ and the rest to agree with him. Because he couldn't come out and say, hey, I want to keep Alandria for myself. Because then at that point, they would be like, oh, well, actually, I don't think Pepe would have a problem with it, to be quite honest with you. But TJ might have swayed a little bit and be like, well, that's not the purpose. She's supposed to want to explore. So he used the excuse of like, hey, she's actually trying. And Taylor, like, you know, he backstabbed her. So let's keep her in. We know her. We know that she's going to be able to explore. She looks like she really wants love. That was his plea. And this is when he showed Ace that he's the one with the power. Because Ace was playing them little mind games. But in this conversation, he's like, okay, guess what? You only have Taylor and me. But I got the whole house. And I could sway any vote. Pepe immediately agreed and said, yeah. Let's go back. Who agreed with him? And then look at his face. He was mad that Nick dared to speak against him. Look at him.
throughout our whole entire connection, not once did she make me feel like it's gonna make me or Shelly. Did she pull you for a conversation with Coco? No. She didn't pull me for one either. But my thing is, no offense, Clark, y'all have only known each other for 3 days. And if Taylor decides to change his mind, like, in a couple days. So.
You see? Yeah. Pepe agreed. He was like, look, whatever you talking about, Nick, I'm cool with you, so I'm gonna agree with wherever you go. I'm cool with that. And TJ, we already know he was gonna ride for Nick anyways. There you go. And Austin doesn't like Ace either. So then Austin was gonna go and be like, you know what? And he loves Alandria. He's actually remember, Alandria was the one who stood behind him when no one else did. So he obviously had a loyalty to Alandria. So we already got all the guys voting with Nick. This is when Ace realized he's not the head honcho like he thought he was. And then let's hear what No Lock Holmes had to say.
I
I believe that we should save Eli.
This could be the last mistake. If this is what you want, then wash it.
The girl we are saving is.
Hold on, I made a mistake. So we're gonna see Taylor's conversation in the deliberation. I kind of missed it at this part, but it comes after this. So let's see what happens here.
I will always be the chance you wasted. I'm the catch you're gonna keep on chasing.
Landria.
See? No incentive, y'all.
Congratulations.
This little action that he did showed me that he was selfless, and he did it without any hesitation, y'all. He put himself on the line. He put his friendships on the line. He put his relationship on the line, or whatever situationship that was in the villa. Everybody could have hated him for it, and he still put everything on the line for her. And y'all want to tell me he doesn't like this woman and only sees a physical connection? Please! Come on now. Let's be for real. Seriously. Let's continue, because, hold on. Yeah, I want to continue this, because I want to get to Ace's interview expeditiously after this. We got a lot of things to iron out tonight.
Delandria, you can go and join the other Islanders.
Oh my god, I think it was fun.
Look at that. This was, and mind you, this was before Sierra knew that they was tonguing down in soul ties. Just remember that. And then look at what happened. And Pip is looking back at them too. And then you see he's happy. He's happy that he protected her.
How are you feeling right
So this is where his protectiveness came from her. He couldn't express it. He probably did it. Honestly, y'all, I don't think he did it consciously. I think he did it subconsciously. But it just shows you how instinctive it is. He just knew what he had to do and he did it. Subconsciously. And y'all want to tell me this man is just with her just for fun? Oh, he's trying to get clout? He didn't even know Alandria was going to be part of Nicolandria. Didn't even know it at this time. Nothing. And he still rode for her when she was at the bottom. This is why she's loyal to him. Just remember that.
I'm just so blessed to be here and people to think like...
Not people, Nick! Not people, Nick. Nick, Pippin, and TJ, and Austin. Okay, here. So this is where Taylor's contribution in the chat. Sorry, it was out of order. Listen to what he says. And remember, one interview, he acted like, oh, I voted for Alandria to stay. As if we didn't see this. I wish they played this at the reunion. This is what they should have played, but they want to sit here playing games. This is what they should have played. Look at Nick's face. Hold on. You look at Nick's face. After I picked Clark, she took shots at me. As if, you see, no remorse, no accountability. None whatsoever. Look at Nick's face. One more time. We're going to rewind a little bit. Look at Nick's face. Look at him. He's pissed. Look at him blinking. Hold up. Let's go here. Fast forward. Hold on. Sorry, I went back too far. All right. Pippin, da-da-da-da. They chose her. Okay. Let's go to No Lock Holmes now. Let's see how insidious he is. He was trying to get her up out of there. This was during the deliberation. Just remember that. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Okay, here we go.
But that choice has never happened. Finish, Doctor. I'm together.
Okay, so what happened is I fast forwarded because I didn't have enough time. So everything that happened in between then, a lot of people got eliminated. Bye. See you later. And then eventually Sierra got kicked out for being the racist that she is. Bye. See you later. Sayonara. Then Nick and Alandria got paired up again. Well, this time Alandria chose Nick. Of course she did. Of course she did. Because now she has free reign to explore the connection even more. So remember, she chose Nick the night before. And he was still trying to process everything, trying to figure everything out. And now Ace is realizing what's happening between Alandria and Nick. Just remember this. All right, let's play this. This is the conversation that Ace was referring to when he went on Speedy's podcast talking This is what happens when a man doesn't think just with his wee. He's actually seeing her as a human. Because in the past he was like, okay, I know we have a strong physical connection. That's undeniable. But I need to see what else is there. Because I wasn't intentionally trying to get serious with anyone in this villa. I just happened to be with you. I don't know what's going on, but I like it. And I want to continue it at the pace that you're comfortable with because I respect you. Now, this is where Shelly lost me, y'all. And this is when I realized that our sister was gone. Where's my tissue? Our sister Shelly was gone at this point. Because I noticed. Y'all, when I tell you, this was the part where I was like, oh yeah, Shelly's gone, man. Spencer done got her. Spencer got her. Spencer/Ace. He got to her. She's Heidi now. She's no longer Shelly. She's somebody else because now she's playing games just like her man. Look at how she looks with Alandria. She looks very uncomfortable at a certain point. And she keeps looking back at Ace. Now she's part of the game. Yo, that was fake as hell. That's not... Look at her face. And at first I thought it was because she was close to Sierra. So that's why I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I was like, you know what? She lost Sierra. She's trying to see this whole connection with Nick because it came out of nowhere for her. So maybe she's just feeling nervous. That's when I watched it. But now seeing how everything unfolded, she didn't expect for them to come. So she knew that, damn. Because remember, Taylor and Clark got kicked off. And now it's Nick and Alandria, Ace and Shelly, Huda, Chris, Iris, and Pepe. So she knows that something's going on here. They don't know about this whole Nick Alandria thing, but they're about to find out very soon.
I actually want to.
Look at that. That's that beauty pageant smile. Like, yeah. She's not really feeling this relationship, y'all. She's not. And I couldn't pinpoint it when I watched it. Before this all unfolded, I really thought it was because of Sierra. I thought it was because her loyalty was with Sierra, and maybe it was with that. But I feel like there's something deeper than that. He got to her, y'all. He got to her. I already could see it.
Outside of a challenge.
Now, here is when she snaps back, and she's like, okay, I gotta be a friend now. So let's do this.
The cookies crumbled. I honestly am. Yeah. The shit was shitty at first. I'm not gonna lie, sister girl. I truly feel like I feel different in this connection. Truly. Okay. I feel like he reassures me in ways that I just wasn't reassured before. It's hard to say.
I can't wait to hear about a kiss.
You know why she can't wait to hear about a kiss? Because she gonna go tell her man, her daddy. That's why she's saying that, y'all. Because she has to run back and tell Ace. Because now Taylor's gone. He doesn't have his little, his snitch. He doesn't have y'all ever seen the show Recess? Randall from Recess. Miss Finster and Randall. He doesn't have a Randall. So now she's his new snitch. Yeah, let me know, girl, when you kiss him so I can go tell my man so we could plot some more. So he can get this whole game plan going. Listen, that's just what I see, guys. She was getting intel so she could run it back and tell Ace, hey, they're more serious than you think they are. We got to be on guard. They might take us up out of here.
Good. I got you.
Yes.
Now the dinner. This was the biggest one. All right. Let's keep going. This is when after family, after they met each other's families and everything, after family day, okay? So just remember that. Get me a copyright, but that's okay. I'm doing this. This is free labor for y'all because I want y'all to really pay attention to who's happy for them. And look how Shelly is sitting. Not even congratulating her, nothing. And notice who did.
Congratulations. You made it to the finale.
Who's happy for them? Huda. Lord knows I hate defending Huda, but damn. She really, up until that point, her and Alandria actually had a pretty good relationship until she decided to listen to her crazy fans. But even then, Huda is not somebody to be trusted. We obviously know that. But at least in this moment, she was actually genuinely happy for her. Amaya was just like, whatever. To be quite honest with you, I think she was just like, okay. But look at her bestie. Look at that. Look at that smile. Look at her. Didn't say congratulations. Didn't even hug her. Like, oh my God, you guys made it with us. Nothing. I don't know if they were allowed to hug though. Maybe not. But look at that smile here. But they were allowed to touch because then we're going to see Alandria, what she did. Let's see. So Shelly, but Shelly didn't even touch her once. Ace didn't touch Nick. Shelly didn't touch Alandria. Not even like a, hey girl, like, you know, like, hey, I'm so happy for you. Let me see what's going on with me. Nothing. Nothing at all. Huda, let's slow it down. Pepe and Ace. She's the one who's reassuring Shelly. But Shelly didn't extend it to her. Just remember that. And I also people were like, well, she was nervous. Come on, man. That's supposed to be your best homegirl. Y'all telling me y'all wouldn't be happy for your friend? You wouldn't even say, oh my God, yo, like, even if you feel bad, you'd be happy that your friend made it. Like, we're going to make it together. Maybe we're going to make it together. No, she's just focused on her man. Look at her looking at Ace. That's what she was focused on. And then she held her man's hand, but not her friend's hand. Red flag. This is how you can tell who's a friend that is more male identified. I'm sorry. I told you I was going to keep it real in this live stream. This is when the disconnect happened right here. She was more worried about Ace and her. That's all she was worried about. Let's continue. And I know some people are going to be like, well, maybe production cut it that way. Maybe, but let's see what happens afterwards because we're going to see what really went on. You see? Alandria had to say, I love y'all. Alandria said it. She didn't even say congratulations to them, nothing. Huda did. Huda held her hand, touched her, and said, oh my God, I'm so happy. And she said, I love you. Huda! Huda, y'all! Huda! And like I said, I'm not a Huda defender at all. Matter of fact, I think I dragged her during the reunion. She has not changed one bit. She's just as vile. But at least in this moment, I gotta give her her ones here. She was actually happy for Alandria. Sorry, y'all, my chair is squeaking. But Shelly wasn't, y'all. Y'all saw him blink like, what the? He was shocked. Now, let's stop it right here quickly. Because they're mad at Nick and Alandria now. Or Aces, at least. Shelly hasn't said anything. I don't think she really is. I think she actually did love Alandria as a friend, but now that she's with Ace, she gotta ride with him. Whatever he does, she gotta ride with it. So she's taking all of that, but that's not the point I'm making right now. They should actually be mad at Iris and Pippi. Iris and Pippi took their spot. It wasn't Nick and Alandria. It was Iris and Pippi. Are Iris and Pippi still together now? But yet, who's getting the fake couple claims? They should be mad. He should have more vitriol for Iris and Pippi. They took their spot, not Nick and Alandria. Nick and Alandria did not take Ace and Shelly's spot. Nick and Alandria took Taylor and Clark's spot. And even then, we don't even know because, you know, they kind of skew the votes. So we don't even know who was at the bottom. But if we're going according to this video, the bottom two, they should be mad at Iris and Pippi. Because I actually think that it did go in that order. Nick and Alandria were at least top 2. But then they put Huda and Chris. But I feel like it actually went Amaya, Brian, Nick and Alandria, then Huda, Chris, then Iris, Pippa, then Ace and Shelly. So they should have been mad at them. But no, all of that hate and spew, all of that vitriol is towards Nick and Alandria. We're going to find out why. Because he went against the program that Ace set up. Just remember that. And another thing I have to mention is that Amaya and Brian, they were last minute, just went up. Because remember, Amaya was supposed to be with Zach. Whoever Amaya was paired up with, it didn't even matter. She could have been with JD. She would have been at the top. And I feel the same about Alandria. Uh-oh! What they don't understand is that Amaya and Alandria, it didn't matter who they were paired up with. Even if she chose Zach instead of Nick, she would have still been at the top, and they cannot understand that. Because they're thinking that, oh, it's because they got into the couple last minute. No, it was always going to be Alandria no matter what, because people like her. They think she's genuine. They know she's genuine, I should say. Same thing with Amaya. Even though Amaya is annoying sometimes, she is genuine. Huda, we could say all that we want about her, but she has a strong fan base, and they find her to be genuine. I find her to be genuinely insane. But at least she's real about it. Iris, too. Iris has a strong fan base, y'all. And to be honest, she was one of the least problematic girls in the house, her and Alandria. That's why they made the top. But unfortunately, ever since Shelly decided to be with your behind, then she got knocked to the bottom. It's because of you, Ace. You. You were the reason Shelly was at the bottom, not because of her. You. Let's continue.
So how do you Ace, y'all have a place in my heart always.
Okay, let's hear their goodbyes. Let's hear their final word.
Switch up on none of y'all, so thank you.
Oh, you ain't never gonna do what, Ace? This is your family. This is how you treat your family. Red flag. Let's continue. Hold on, let's go back. What he said? What did he say?
Yeah, for sure.
Regardless if I left day 2 or day 200, I'm thankful for every experience in here.
Oh.
And I ain't never gonna switch up on none of y'all, so thank you.
You sure? Okay, so now we're at the final. Oh, thank goodness, because I really want to play the Ace and Speedy interview. So now, this is After Sun, y'all, right before the finale. And I watched it, and I was shook. I was like, what? I was like, this is when I started to know something was going on. But again, I was trying to be like, hey, maybe, feelings are intense. But this is when I noticed that the jealousy was there. I just couldn't pinpoint it. I just couldn't see it because it wasn't overt. It's really difficult to catch people when they're being covert. You need all the evidence because you can't just pinpoint one moment. Just like Huda. When we saw Huda's behavior, people were starting to raise the flags. But again, you couldn't really pinpoint it. Some people caught it quickly. But others, they needed time. They need the evidence. We need the whole case. That's why I do case studies. I don't want to just pick and cherry pick one video because that could just be a bad day. But in order to see a pattern, you need to see more evidence. We see a pattern here. Let's continue. After Sun, right before the finale. Let's listen to what they had to say. Y'all, people found a screen capture. They found them. They FaceTimed each other before. So they knew each other. Now, I don't know the extent of how they knew each other. I don't think they scammed and schemed to get on the show together. That I believe them on. But I do believe that once she decided, or once he chose her, and he wanted to, once he chose her as his connection in the villa, that's when the scamming started with her. That's when she got initiated into this crew with him and Taylor. Bestie, remember that's what she called them, right? That's when. And she looked like, let me tell y'all, she gives me For My Man vibes. Y'all ever watch a TV show For My Man? You have good girls who were just really nice, really great, like Heidi. Like I told you, Heidi and Spencer from the Hills. Then as soon as they get with somebody, a villainous character, they turn into that person. A mastermind, master manipulator behind the scenes. That's what you were. And yes, you're right. You're a leader. And I actually even gave you props for that. I said, you look like a man who has integrity and you're a leader. But guess what? You're using it for evil. So those traits don't matter anymore. See, you could have been a good, outside of the villa, he could have transformed everything. But he's so focused on the negative. He's so focused on him losing that he couldn't even be positive enough to be like, you know what, maybe it didn't work out that way, but I want to proceed and I'm just gonna, let the villa be the villa. This man is outside the villa still thinking he can control things like he's in the villa. Red flag. Let's continue because I'm tired of him. Let's expose him right now. I know 4 hours later, that's what y'all been waiting on. We getting there. Last final words. Y'all gonna notice something real quick here. This is the last part.
Yeah. The Islanders chose you guys to spend a night in the hideaway. I have to ask, can you sing the song for us? Back in tomorrow in the finale. We start with you, Taylor.
So here, I skipped that part because I didn't want to hear them eat the kitty in the hideaway. I'm tired of that song. So here, Taylor and Clark joined them. And Mara, I think that's her name, asked them, who would you like to win in the finale? So listen to No Lock Holmes and crew.
Nick or Alandria or Amaya and Brian?
Here we go. So we see that Taylor is still friends with Nick. And he still has some semblance of loyalty to Nick. So he's like, you know what? It's okay if it's Nick and Alandria. I don't really care. And if it's Amaya or Brian, I don't really care. But he said Nick and Alandria first. So he sees Nick as a friend. An actual friend. Even if Nick went after Alandria. But he didn't really care about Alandria. That's why he could say it so freely. Now he got Clark. Him and Nick or whatever, they're cool. So we could see that they have a semblance of a friendship here. But let's continue down the line. Let's go. Red flag! Alandria didn't. But she's just going to go with whatever her man says. Listen, let me tell y'all something. Okay, let me tell you guys something about my culture. If you're Haitian in the chat, you're going to let me know. There are a lot of Shellys in our culture. They are bred to be like that. I'm an outlier. You want to know why? Because I saw it and I said, hell no. Hell no. I'm not doing that. And there are a few of us outliers out there where we went rogue. But this is expected in Haitian culture. I'm telling y'all. Shelly is just a Haitian woman. And I know some people are like, you can't generalize all Haitians. Listen, I come from the culture. I'm telling you, there are a lot of Shellys in our community. You just go with what your man says. Whatever he says is law. That's it. You don't speak up. You don't have an opinion. You follow his way. Notice he said Amaya and Brian, she immediately, she didn't have a hesitation. She could have been like, you know what? Alandria's my friend. So it's going to be Alandria for me and Nick, whoever she's with. I'm happy with it. Nope. She went with what her man said. And then she talking about, Amaya had a hard time. So did Alandria. But that's supposed to be your sister. Alandria calls her soul sister. That's not a soul sister, y'all. I'm being honest. Look at that. Look at him.
Definitely said Maya.
Why do you say that?
Because she's super hilarious. Like me and
Since when?
Beef and chopped it up.
Since when?
So I definitely think her and Brian got something special.
Amaya, she went through a roller coaster with the guys that she met, and Brian was someone that really truly seen her, like the moment he came in here, and has stood behind her even when they were just friends. So the fact that they ended up having like a relationship.
And Nick didn't do that with Alandria. Wow, this is I'm telling y'all, we exposing everybody today.
And their families loved each other too. It was just like, damn, like I can't deny what I'm seeing. So it really is tough though. It really is tough, but between those two for sure.
You've all.
Okay, that's the end of this, y'all. Okay, let's end this. Next, the Speedy and Ace interview. The moment we've all been waiting for. I have not watched that interview, y'all. Let me read a few comments before I continue. I'm not Haitian, but I used to have a friend, and it always pissed me off how boy crazy she was. Yeah, because this is the thing. This is how our culture is. Like, once you get a man, you follow behind him. He's the leader. You do whatever you want for your man. There are a lot of Shellys in my family, y'all. They want you to be a rider. This is why I do case studies the way I do them. Because I don't want y'all to fall for those pitfalls, too. Like, seriously. All seriousness aside, this is not a good look. Now, it's one thing to respect your man for being a leader, but there's another thing of having an opinion of your own. Now, everything that she says is going to parrot her man. She's not going to have her own opinion. She's going to just follow up behind him. That's control, y'all. And we saw it from before. Ciara tried to do it with Nick, but he was like, I don't want that. So that's why he no longer talks to her. Man made it out the villa, didn't even say one word to the girl. Hasn't. And he's acting like, oh yeah, I just might. No, you're not. You're not. You don't like her. You never did. Because she brings out that part of you. You don't like that side of her, the controlling side. Let's continue to Ace and Speedy, y'all. Now, let's get to the reunion. I'm not going to show clips because this stream is long enough. We're just going to get straight to Ace and Speedy. But in case you didn't watch the reunion, I don't have the clips, unfortunately. I'm going to see if I could probably find a few. But after Ace and Shelly got together, that's when she started this whole exploring conversation. That's when she started being just as manipulative as he is. And not only that, but during the reunion, he tried to, Jeremiah actually spoke up for himself and gave us the true definition of love bombing. That's number one. And Jeremiah also made Ace look foolish. Because while he's trying to control everybody's relationships, he should be focused on his own relationship. And Huda even said it. She said to Shelly, why are you so focused on what I got going on? You need to focus on you and Ace. That's a few things that happened. Another thing we found out is that we saw the heart rate challenge and we saw how excited he was to fill up on Huda's booty. And mind you, this Ace and Speedy interview happened after he got backlash for that. So, in the process of him trying to save himself and make himself look like the good guy, this is what he ends up doing the first chance that he gets outside of the villa. And not only that, but think about it this way. You had all of this stuff happen in the villa. People saw you being manipulative and a mastermind. Why not come outside the villa and just, do interviews like everyone else, talk to people? But he didn't do it. And at that time, I thought it was because he wanted to save his words for the reunion. So I respected that. I was like, look, he's standing on business. Nope. You know what he was doing? He was building up enough time to watch everyone else's reactions. And he was building up time to see who was the real relationship, fake relationship, to see everybody, how everybody was moving. That's what he did. But you want to know what sealed it for Nick? This is what sealed it for Nick. I wish I could show the clip. I'm going to see if I can find it. In the reunion, when they got to Jeremiah and they were like, okay, we're going to get to Jeremiah when he got booted off the island. Nick spoke up before they even played the clip. And he said, hey, I want Jeremiah to see it because I wasn't one of them that voted against him. He practically said that. And you could see Ace pissed off because he didn't expect for them to play the extended version of that vote. And when you heard what Nick said, he was like, hey, Jeremiah deserves a chance to grow. Andreina might be that person for him. He was actually doing it out of a sense of being like, hey, you know what? Like, we should give him a chance. That doesn't sound like a game player to me. If anything, he should have wanted to boot Jeremiah off because he's a strong contender. Andreina is beautiful. So if Jeremiah and Andreina made it to the finals, that would have given Nick and Ciara less of a chance. But he didn't care about that. He actually cared about Jeremiah as a friend. I'm telling y'all. So, based on his patterns, yeah, we could call him a lust demon. We could call him whatever we want to call him. But one thing I will say about it is he is a loyal friend when that loyalty is extended to him. And even outside of the villa, he still was loyal to Ace and Taylor. He never threw them under the bus. But in that moment, he was seeking to reconcile with Jeremiah. He said, hey, it wasn't me. I wasn't the one who voted you off. And instead of seeing that as a good quality, Ace got mad. Why? Because it made him look crazy. Because it made him look like the schemer and scammer that he is. And then he had them glasses on. I knew something was wrong with him when he came up there looking like Louis Farrakhan. Trying to be all like he was selling some Bibles or something. I knew it. But I still was like, no, maybe he's just trying him to keep up the good image. But the moment where things started clicking for me at the reunion, and I wish I still had that live stream. But remember, if you guys watched it, when Shelly was the vocal one to kick Hannah off, I knew it. I was like, oh, this is not good. And notice, in the beginning, Alandria was for Hannah until Shelly started sowing the seeds of discord in her mind. And then she was like, oh, okay, you know what? Let's sway. She swayed all the girls to vote for Hannah to get off. And Ace was definitely part of the problem of why Jeremiah got voted off. He wasn't the whole, though, because Taylor also played a part as well. They was scamming, y'all. Scheming. And now they're big mad because people still see Nick and Landria as the top couple. So what are they going to do? Try to tear them down. Not focused on Iris and Pepe, who just broke up. Not focused on Amaya and Brian, who also broke up after the reunion. No. You want to target your ex-friends. Because you're jealous. This is what jealousy looks like, y'all. This is what jealousy looks like. So now let's get to Ace and Speedy's interview. I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh yeah, selling bean pies. Who said that? They look like they were selling bean pies. Yup. That's what he looked like. He wanted to put up that image so bad. He cares about his image, yo. That's one thing about hey, I know y'all heard, I hate the word. That's one thing about a narky. Listen, I can't diagnose. Listen, I got in trouble one time for saying somebody had some narcissism tendencies, but I'm telling y'all right now, he does. He has narky traits. He has big narc traits. All right, let's get to Speedy and Ace and Speedy. Let me see if I can find the full interview. All right, and I'm gonna share my page just in 1 second. Hold on. Okay. So wait, let me just pull it up here. I'm gonna share the screen. Just 1 second, y'all. I gotta capture it here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. And yes, keep cooking in the comments. I can't read everything because I have to keep up with the time. It's already 4 hours. This live stream is gonna probably be the longest one I've ever done. But we gotta get through this. We're gonna get through Ace and Nicolandria. All right. Oh, wait. Why does it look like this? Hold on. Can y'all see it properly? Let me go on my YouTube and see if you guys can see it properly. Oh, I don't think you can. Okay, here we go. Okay, now you can see it properly. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is, okay, I'm gonna do this. All right, there we go. Now I can see it. Why are Gohan and Saros on my screen? Lord. Okay, oops. Hold on, y'all. We just getting through. Okay, let me know if you guys can see the Crown Royal. I don't know why I call him Royale. Let me know if y'all can see the Crown Royal thing. Icon. I think you guys can see it. All right, I'm gonna start playing it. Let me know if you guys have any noise issues. All right, let's start. So they were sponsored by Crown Royal, a liquor brand. Y'all gonna pay attention. All right, so this was sponsored interview. That's the only way Ace was gonna show up, is if it was sponsored, cause y'all know he's very important and whatnot. Oh, before we start with Ace, let's go to the Today Show. After the reunion, I'm not gonna play the full clip, but I want you guys to notice something. This is when I noticed something was off. After the reunion, not when it was aired, but after the reunion. Y'all gonna notice something. Notice how Ace is not part of the post. He's part of no press. Nothing. Alright? Just remember that. And y'all gonna see who's sitting by herself? Let's go here. Who's there? Who's there? Let's play a little bit of this, because this is going to be very important to lead to the Ace interview. I forgot about this interview. All right, let's play a little bit.
Reality TV series grew to dominate the summer.
Yeah, let me know if it's too loud.
This is Love Island USA!
Summer heated up when the cast of season 7 Love Island USA danced onto the dating scene.
What? Oh, that's loud. Okay.
Aired on
Thank you.
NBC's Peacock, young singles spent their summer in a villa in Fiji.
Yeah, it's very loud. That's why I was wondering if it's just loud for me, but it's loud for y'all too. Okay, good. All right, that's even better because then that means my volume's working perfectly. All right, cool. Now it should be fine.
Find love, putting their romantic connections to the test amidst challenges and challengers.
What was the date? It was just like sitting down, like on the beach. My dream date. Cute.
Or risk being voted off the island.
With the least amount of votes from your fellow islanders, you have all been dumped and will be leaving the island tonight.
The show, filled with cringy moments like this.
I'm a mommy.
Mommy?
I'm a mom.
Mamacita.
Had fans fall in love at first sight.
Give me Hollywood's top best writers and they could never recreate what we just saw.
With nearly 50% of this season's viewers new to the reality TV
Let me know if it's too loud, okay?
18 billion minutes streamed, social media flooded with posts, memes, and imitations of the show's characters.
I'm a mom.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
Sports bars around the country filled with watch parties. In the end, it was Amaya Espinal and Brian Arenales who captured America's hearts and the $100,000 cash prize.
I feel like I'm flying in the sky right now.
The couple appearing on Today after the finale. Is this the real thing? Is this love?
We've been like this since we sat on these chairs, so I don't think you could really fake that. Honestly, I'm so happy to be here with her, and yeah, trust me, it's real.
Oh, it's real, and they're right here now. Let's welcome in some of the stars of Love Island USA here for their first live interview since the finale. We've got Amaya and Brian, Olandria, and Nick, collectively known as Nick Olandria. We got Shelly, Taylor, and Clark all here. Good morning to all of you. Good morning.
All right. So people were trying to say, excuse me, oh, they're not real because they're not holding hands. Look at who's holding hands and look who broke up. Performance. Performative. Just because people are not holding hands and all hugged up, cuddled up, loved up, doesn't mean that they're not in love with each other. Because a lot of people are trying to say, oh, they're fake because they can't even hold hands. And look at the ones holding hands. Look how quickly they folded. And now let's see Shelly. Shelly's by herself, y'all. All right, let's get to the Crown Royal. Let's get to our main topic of discussion right here, because this is going to be very important. Let me play it.
What's up, y'all? Good morning. It's a new day. I'm excited because today.
Hold on, it's very loud. 1 second.
With Ace from Love Island.
The volume?
Was yesterday here we go. Too, so like, we're gonna get his real, raw, authentic thoughts. I'm excited. They tell me he's already there, so I gotta run. But we're on the way, Ace. So let's do it. Shout out to my good brother Ace for giving me a ride.
Let me know if you guys can hear it properly.
I ain't gonna lie though, I am tired. Like, woke up and had to pop it. Damn, I gotta stop for that, baby.
Okay, we don't need to hear all this, Speedy. Let's fast forward. I don't need to hear all this. Hold on, fast forward. Okay, that's great. All right. Oh, Lord, he talked too much. All right, here we go.
What's going on, guys? I'm Speedy, and today I am joined by the ringleader himself.
Man, what's up, y'all?
No, I haven't.
Man, I'm feeling great, man.
I have not seen this interview, y'all. I just saw the clip where he was talking about Nick Olandria. I have not seen this, so I'm gonna just play it, and then I'll stop it when I need to. I did it on purpose because I wanted to react live to it.
Finally decided I could do some interviews of my own. You know, I know a lot of people have been popping it, and I'm excited to really get to the bottom of shit around here. So.
I feel like you haven't done an interview yet. Like, I've seen you do, like, little one-off things, right? Like, you did, like, a Vanity Fair with a bunch of Islanders. You did, like, some GQ shit. And when you came out the villa, you and Shelly did, like, some Zoom stuff.
Yeah.
But you haven't yet, like, sat down with somebody and spoke. Why? Why is that the case?
For me, it was important that I didn't do another interview before coming to you. I know a lot of people had a lot to say instead of seeing through a lot for what was shown.
Thank you, Winnie Mary. Thank you so much, sis.
Take my time, come out the villa, enjoy my time with family because I haven't seen them for a while. Spend time with friends and obviously spend time with Shelly because for me, going on to the show was about finding love, not finding clout.
Red flag. Red flag. Let's rewind. Oh, we in for a long one. I hope if you're from the United States or Canada, y'all know we got a long weekend. So I'm gonna be up here for a long time until we finish all of this up. Let's go back. Listen to what he's saying. Listen.
Vanity Fair with a bunch of Islanders. You did like some GQ shit. And when you came out to Villa, you and Shelly did like some Zoom stuff.
Yeah.
But you haven't yet like sat down with somebody and spoke. Why? Why is that the case?
For me, it was important that I didn't do another interview before coming to you. I know a lot of people had a lot to say instead of seeing through a lot for what was shown. You know what I mean? So I really wanted to take my time, come out the Villa, enjoy my time with family because I haven't seen them for a while, spend time with friends, and obviously spend time with Shelly because for me, going on to the show was about finding love, not finding clout.
Red flag. So he's trying to, again, this is the performance. So, okay, I'm not going to do what everybody else did. I'm going to just lay low, spend time with family and friends and with Shelly so people could perceive me as being really in love. And it worked. It actually did work. Because we were like, oh, all these people, all these other islanders are clout chasers. As if going on Love Island wasn't going to give anybody clout. Let's be for real. I'm a YouTuber. I know it's going to bring extra income. You think I'm stupid? Of course, that's not going to be the main reason why I'm doing YouTube. Obviously, y'all know that because, hell, this is going to get copyright strike up and down, y'all. Before I could probably check my email right now. Your video's been blocked. Or copyright strike. I understand that. But I know that, hey, the things that I'm doing, I'm educating people, the money will come with it. Doesn't matter. But I'm really intentionally doing it. Do I have to say to you guys, well, you guys know this video isn't being sponsored. That's how much I care about y'all. Do I ever say that to y'all? Or this case study, just know I'm not making no coins from this. Because I'm real YouTuber. I'm not like those fake YouTubers. You don't need to say it. People know. That's the problem with him and Sierra. They always want to puff up their chest and act like they're running shit. Ain't running nothing. We know who a real leader is. And yeah, we may have been fooled because you didn't give us enough evidence to go by. So of course we're going to be like, hey, maybe they are really in love. But now we could see that it was part of the plan. He had a master plan. This man is still in the villa. His mindset is still in the villa. But that's what happens to people who are controlling. They look crazy. Oh, because he did all that? Oh, we're real and the others are cloutish. And yeah, maybe they did go for clout. Who cares? That's not your business. Why are we talking about other couples? Ain't this supposed to be about your couple? Why are you still acting like you can control and run shit? Can't even run nothing, you little man. You can't. Hell, my husband's a short king too, but at least he doesn't have that complex. You, sir. You have a little mindset. He's very immature. His age is showing here. So again, a person who's never been in a relationship can tell you who's in for clout and who's not. And I'm not saying that people that are not in relationships can't do that. My point is he's judging other people as if his shit don't stink. That's my problem. He's on this high moral horse, moral high ground, as if he's better than all the other islanders when he's just one and the same. You're no better. Why are you acting like you're better? That's my issue. He could have kept it as me and Shelly went for the right reasons. Why do you have to throw people under the bus? Others went for clout. You see, we're real. I'm keeping the others. You ain't had to do all that. Now I know whatever's coming out of your mouth is some garbage, and we're gonna prove it. Continue.
Like a lot of people, when they came out, it was about taking advantage of their 15 minutes of fame.
And so if it was, what is it to you? And so what? And so what? Who was it hurting? Now, if he said they came out for 15 minutes of fame, and I know some of them are blindsided and they didn't know, no. They knew. Amaya and Brian definitely had some type of situation contract going on. Like, hey, after the show, we gonna break up. I'm gonna do me, you do you. Iris and Pip is same type of time. Nick and Alandria, who knows? And to be honest with you, I don't care. Scam me if you want to. They scam me real good. I'll come back and be like, damn, they were fake. They scam me real good. They have the formula down to a science. Matter of fact, if they're scammers, they need to get up. They need to do something different. They're in the wrong industry. If Nick and Alandra are scamming, please. They fooled me. And I'm a really good judge of character. I'm very perceptive. They fooled all of us. And that's okay if they did. Hell, they're in on it. All right, scam everybody. We don't care, Ace. Because it only matters to you. Why? Because you're jealous and you lost. You look like a crybaby. You're a sore loser. You're sore loser. They were, let me tell y'all, they only have a little bit of time to get their brands and their names known because season 7 just ended. Social media is very fickle. Y'all already know TikTok, 1 minute you're there, next minute you're gone. The next viral moment is every day. Of course they're going to take advantage of their opportunities. They're not dumb. They're not stupid. They will do that. I would actually encourage them to do that because they can probably change their generation by doing that. Why would they do what you're doing? The first time that people get to hear you talk and you're being negative within the first 2 minutes. And you're telling me he's a good judge of character and he has a great character. Within the first 2 minutes, he's already acting crazy, being negative. If he had just focused on the positive instead of the negative, him and Shelly they would have gotten more brands because the tides would have turned. Look at how people are already turning and swaying towards Sierra. Sierra was able to not be canceled. I'll give her props for that. She knew how to get it going. Now she's in Houston. She got her little audience. People were starting to change their perception of her. But you, sir, you just made people realize how conniving you really are. The perception is still there. You're unlikable. Let's continue.
Respectfully, I ain't show up for that.
I like that. I mean, look, I think you were definitely a little more intentional with your rollout post-show, right? Like, we saw content on your own terms. Like, you dropped, like, a little vlog thing at an amusement park. You dropped, like, a little freestyle. You dropped, but it was, like, here and there. Whereas it seemed like a lot of people were on live every night. A lot of people were, like, on every podcast.
So what? So what? So what? Let me tell y'all something. Y'all know why I do red flag videos? It's for you not to get into those type of red flags relationships. It's not to judge and assassinate anyone's character. It's just to show you, hey, this is something you should look out for. If they're happy, I'm happy for them. This right here, he's trying to make it seem as if the people who did that are less than him. I will never, ever tolerate that. Nobody is less than anyone. Why are they so focused on other people's bags and what they got going on? Because he ain't got nothing going on. I'm sorry, I gotta say it. He's jealous. He could have had that too. But he's trying to make it seem like, oh, I'm real and they're fake. And so what if they're fake? What about it? That ain't got nothing to do with you. But you see, he's already drawing the line and making you feel like they're fake and he's real because he didn't do what they did. Just like in the villa. I'm real because I explored all my options before I got with Shelly, not knowing that all of that performance is not authentic. People can sniff when you're not real. You ain't real. What is this? 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Do we even need to play this? Lord.
I'm excited about it. And so I do respect the way you went about it, and I'm honored that you would come here.
Nah, man, I'm honored, man. Like, you've been a real model for me, even just, before the villa. I used to watch your content, man, and you really get to the nitty-gritty of questions, and I respect your journalism, for real.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate those words. Yeah. But now you're here, and now we're about to do it.
Sure, man, let's get into it.
Yeah, let's do it. I think it's funny because you and I knew that we were doing this, but we ran into each other at a concert. Yeah. And like somebody, some way, somehow caught a picture of us. Yeah. And then it kind of hit Twitter, and I won't say it went crazy, but you know, it kind of made some rounds.
Yeah.
Did you see that picture?
Yeah. It's funny because like usually I'm not used to that. Like going to a place and somebody's taking a little sneak picture behind the scenes and stuff like that. But
you're not used to it? Okay, you know what? Let's stop it here. TikTok. Where my TikTok at? Hold on, I gotta make sure ain't nothing crazy, because sometimes they be doing some weird stuff on my For You page. Again, Nick and Alandria, this was research. I don't know how to delete that. I'm not obsessed. Even though I am. I love them. Alright, so next, it was Ace Disneyland. Ace Green. Let's go to his page, y'all. He said he's not used to it, right? Okay. He's not used to it, right? Okay, where's the Disneyland? Here we go. Oh, then, we're not trying to get copyright striked. All right, look, this man had a whole security, had everybody there. Nick and Alandria were there too, Taylor, because he was the big dog. He got the whole camera crew going for this vlog. Yeah, this is what he talking about. He's not used to it, right? Look at this. Look at this. He's not used to it, right? This was right after Love Island. Right after everybody got out of the villa. Had a whole camera crew. Whole camera crew, y'all. Security everywhere. Who's sitting next to them? Oh, interesting. Interesting. All right. This is what we're here for, y'all, to debunk all of that stuff. Let's pause it here. Continuing.
I think it just alluded to the fact that we was going to be on this couch some point in time.
And it happened.
Yeah.
They didn't know it was going to happen. We knew.
Yeah.
But it was just funny, like, that it happened in that way.
Yeah.
Before we talk about the show specifically and your time on it, I want to talk about who you are.
Yeah.
So, your name is Ace, but you also have your own name tatted on your back.
Yeah.
Like, when I was watching the show, I was like, why does he have his own name tatted? What?
Yeah, man. So Ace has always been a lifelong nickname.
Oh, it's a nickname. Okay.
It's a nickname, and my mom was going to name me that at birth, but things happen, and for me, it holds sentimental value. I go by Ace, and I make sure that's important for people to know. It's Ace.
Ace is what your name is.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people knew you prior to Love Island because of your large presence on social media. What was it like to come into the show already having a community behind you? Because when they dropped it, here's the Love Island cast.
Yeah.
Honestly and transparently, the only face that was familiar to me was yours.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Honestly, bro, what I'm grateful for is the community that I've built and God has helped me build throughout this entire time in my journey. With the dancing and teaching people how to dance. Like, people would think I'm just some sort of dance teacher, which is surface level. But for me, I just use my gifts to spread love and spread positivity. And
you do?
I built my following off.
Do you really? Do you, Ace? Because he did before, but now you started this interview negative as hell, and now you're trying to say I'm spreading positivity. This is really who I am. And yet you threw mad shots in the first 2 minutes of the interview. Everybody getting blasted. But I'm the good guy.
It's just, spreading peace. Because that's what I stand for.
Peace?
You came into the villa with such a big following already. Do you think there's a world in which your intentions were different from other people's intentions going into the show?
Oh, Lord. Yeah, for sure. Like, going into this villa, my intentions was to get to know someone through and through for them. I didn't want to ask nobody about no social media aspect of it. And when I felt like going into this villa and people were asking me, yo, what is your following? What's your following this? And what do you think is going to be outside of this? I don't feel people are there for genuine intentions, respectfully. And, coming from a person who has all the things, has the quote unquote, following, has the, I'm doing well for myself. And so I'm not pressed over a prize. But when I'm hearing people in those conversations, it doesn't seem genuine to me, especially.
Ace, you're full of yourself. Let me tell you something. Okay, why would you go on Love Island to find real love, y'all? I'm not saying that you can't, because obviously we have a lot of examples. But have y'all ever watched all of the seasons of Love Island, including UK, Australia? How many couples made it to the end as far as like stayed together? Y'all let me know. As far as I know, reality TV is not where you can find genuine love for real, for real. You'll get lucky if you do. There's only few far in between. We have Lauren and Cameron, Love is Blind. We have Tiffany and, oh my God, what's her husband's name? Tiffany and, oh, I forgot his name. I like him, Brett. Genuine couples. But then look at Love Island. I'm sorry, Love is Blind and all of the other couples who didn't make it. There are more couples who don't make it than who do. And you're telling me that you think and you believe that everyone on there should be there for genuine love, and if they aren't, then there's something wrong on reality TV? And also, I might mention that. I also want to mention and highlight that kudos to you for building your following from the ground up. I actually commend him for that. But don't be mad at other people who want to have an opportunity to make it out. You don't know what people are going through. Do not compare your journey to other people's journey. Yes, good for you. You were able to get 1 million. But don't shoot the next person just because they want to get to 1 million too. And yes, they are on a show for love, but guess what? There were a whole bunch of social media influencers on that show. You really think that they're going to really go there for that? Come on now. Nick was just in there talking about swimsuits and what Bella was wearing. And you telling me that you were, like, you're the only one who was genuine. Everybody else was fake. A lot of people go there for genuine reasons and some don't. That's it. That's all. But he's trying again. He's already setting up a narrative that he's real and everyone else is fake when he's just as fake as the others. He was the one master manipulating. I showed y'all the clips. So if you ask me if anyone was fake, it was you. Because you're the one who set everything up for everyone to break apart. They couldn't get to genuine relationships because you set the environment that way. You started talking in people's ears. This is why you didn't see any genuine relationships, or so he says, on Love Island. This is how you get into Maya and O'Brien. You kept her in there, by the way, because you chose her instead of choosing Shelly. Just remember that, sir. It was you. Do you not remember that? Brian was able to get in there because you kept Amaya there. You were the one. And then you got mad at the girls because they chose Hannah instead of Amaya. Oh, that wasn't part of your plan? You wanted to break apart Charlie and Hannah. No one was able to form a genuine relationship until they got outside of the villa. Let's talk about Nick and Landria afterwards. You set it up. You and your homegirl Sierra blocking everybody from connecting. That's why it ended up being Friendship Island, because of you.
Especially when, again, I have those things, so that's not my main focus in this one.
The reunion came out yesterday. Yeah. When they see this, it'll probably be 2 days ago. But what are your thoughts on the reunion? Just surface level. Were you excited to go do it? Did you not want to do it? What were your thoughts on how you were portrayed throughout it?
Honestly, I didn't want to do the reunion, you know. But the only thing I wanted to do was, you know, look at people in their face and tell them my issues I have with them, clear some things up, and really stand on business. Throughout the entire time at the reunion, I feel like things still didn't, you know, make the cut of, you know, certain conversations that I had, clarification, and that is what it is. But honestly, bro, just
let's stop it here. And thank you. Hold on. Sorry, I saw someone here. Pomegranate Priestess. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, let me tell you something about him. He talking about, oh, you know, there's a lot of things that they didn't show. Okay, then go on your live stream. Why do you see, this is what I don't like. It's like not taking, when people don't take accountability, it pisses me off. It's everyone's fault but his fault. Oh, the reunion, they didn't show scenes of that. Then talk about it. Go on your live stream. You had a month. Y'all, the show ended in July. They had the reunion in August. End of August at that. We waited almost a month for this nonsense. You had a month to speak your piece. And even then, if you were under contractual obligation or NDA, okay, post-reunion, you can say whatever you want to say. Go on a live stream, just like the clout chasers you talking about. At least we know their side. We're way ahead in Nick and Landria. This is why people believe in Nick and Landria, because they had a chance to get to know us. We had a chance to get to know them too. They were very open. They told us what it was. So it was no surprise. But you sitting out here still acting like you in the villa, like you playing chess moves. As if YouTube isn't for free. You have a whole TikTok account. Get your ass up there and say and speak your truth. Why are you blaming producers for not showing a clip at the reunion when it's their show? You think you run the program. Red flag. You don't run nothing. Continue. He's pissing me off because I hate guys like him. And he's a Leo. Damn. And trust me, I have a brother who's a Leo. Thank God he's not as bad as him. He's an evolved Leo. But Lord Jesus, he was just as annoying when we were younger.
Being at the reunion, it was a little bit hard for me because, you know, I face, you know, anxiety, you know, especially being out there inside the villa, and, you know, people are like, oh, why is his voice a little shaky? Because honestly, bro, it's hard, like, dealing with it. Like, I've felt some sort of depression, like, coming out, because I'm such a positive person. I'm such a happy, you know, loving person that I'm trying to spread that to everybody else, and to see that I was portrayed as something, as the opposite of who I am as a person, is tough to deal with, you know? And
Ace, I understand that, and I do not condone anyone going through a lot of mental health stress. So I'm sorry you had to go through that. My sympathy, I really empathize with him on that. Just on that. However, you had a chance to change the narrative. In this interview, you could have done that, and you're not doing that. Again, this is what happens when you have a lack of accountability. He's never gonna get it, y'all. He's gonna always operate as if it's everyone else's fault. Oh, production portrayed me like this. Whole time we saw him scheming and scamming. Actions speak louder than words. Every action, everything that came out of your mouth was scam, 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 scam. And you had the opportunity, because one thing about it is, I believe people love redemption stories. They love an underdog. They love a bully turned into a nice person. They love that. Naturally, humans want to believe the good in people. We do. You could have literally came out of the villa and you could have changed your whole entire character storyline. Sierra did it, so there's no excuse. And she was at the bottom. She actually said a slur. And people still up taking arms for her. I know some people don't like her, but she was able to build her. That Sierra still has over, I think, 800 something thousand followers on Instagram and TikTok. She gained them right back. Why? Because people started to see the humanness in her, even if I still don't like her character. But guess what? Some people do. They got to know who she was as a person. No one got to know you. All we see is scheming and scamming. And in this interview, you're still scheming and scamming. Red flag. You're just a scammer. You're selfish. Let's continue.
And that was my only fear going into this villa was, please just don't make me look like I'm just some evil ass nigga, respectfully. And
do you feel like that's exactly what happened?
Honestly, yeah, you know, and it's okay, because at the end of the day, I know who I was, and the Islanders who were there knew who I was too. And then to come home and see I was called everything but the child of God, it's a little tough, you know? Sure. But for me, I said the things I needed to say to certain people while everybody was in one room at the reunion. That's what I cared about. It wasn't for how the reunion was going to be portrayed. Here is where I really get my shit off, and really what I say is what I say, and what I meant is what I meant, and ain't gonna be no chopped and screw shit around here.
Well, here's your opportunity to be real. Let's talk about your time in the villa.
Right.
Day one of the show, if I'm remembering correctly, you walk in with Nick, you wearing a suit, like you was like tailored up. What do you remember about day one walking into the villa? Were you nervous, excited?
Going into this villa, you know, I'm seeing a bunch of beautiful women here. I'm like, okay, you know, these women are here for a reason. I'm here for a reason. Let's truly get to know somebody for them. You know, regardless if 1,000 cameras are looking at us, I want to get to know somebody. So that's what mine.
Regardless of if 1,000 cameras are looking at us, how did you have time to count? See, he was already, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can dissect this conversation so many ways. So, first thing he noticed, he was doing good up until he said, well, you know, even though there was cameras watching us, but you see, I was just there to find love. You noticed the cameras. You were very aware of them. You noticed, you probably were trying to pinpoint where they were in the house so you can have your little private conspiracy conversations. You know what's so crazy? No one else has talked about the cameras being there that I can remember. Y'all let me know in the chat. I've watched tons of interview post Villa. And the only time they mentioned it was when people were like, well, with the cameras there, were you nervous? That's it. But usually the interviewer brought it up. He brought it up himself. He loves the attention, y'all.
Intent was going into this villa and really just deep dive into people, because I'm a people person. Like, I love getting to know people and why they were raised the way they were raised, the trauma that they had in 5th grade. I want to know it all.
And so you walk out.
Red flag. He wants to know the trauma they had in 5th grade, everything. He's not knowing it for to make you feel better and for you to connect with him. He's knowing it so he can know how to use it against you. Where are we? 8 minutes in. He's already showing manipulation all throughout. Trying to get you to notice. He's using specific words and phrases. Y'all, this is worse than I thought. 8 minutes in. I thought we was going to get at least 20 minutes in. He's already talking garbage, y'all. Garbage. He knows everything about everyone so he could use it against them.
For the very first time. You guys kind of cleared it up on the reunion, but you guys knew each other kind of in passing. Like, you may have met once or twice and then exchanged each other on social media, but you never really knew each other for real.
Right. So basically, I'm going to explain the story with that. It's like, we had met through social media type of thing, but don't nobody really know anybody through social media. So boom, she's outside the club. I recognize her from social media. I'm like, yo, what's up? Like, how you feeling? Like, you know what I mean? I'm chopping up with her real quick. And, you know, I got the number, or not the number, but I got the Instagram and
Oh, he got the number, not the number. I got her Instagram. But I thought you said you knew each other on social media. Let's run this back, y'all. Am I hearing things? Let's run it back.
Nervous, excited?
Going into this villa, you know, I'm seeing a bunch of beautiful women here. I'm like, okay, you know, these women are here for a reason. I'm here for a reason. Let's truly get to know somebody for them. You know, regardless if 1,000 cameras are looking at us, I want to get to know somebody. So that's what my intent was, going into this villa and really just deep dive into people, because I'm a people person. Like, I love getting to know people and why they were raised the way they were raised, the trauma that they had in 5th grade. I want to know it all.
And so you walk out, you see Shelly for the very first time. You guys kind of cleared it up on the reunion, but you guys knew each other kind of in passing. Like, you may have met once or twice and then exchanged each other on social media, but you never really knew each other for real.
Right. So basically, I'm going to explain the story with that. It's like, we had met through social media type of thing, but don't nobody really know anybody through social media. So boom,
we had met on social media, but don't nobody really know nobody on social media. Write that down. We met each other on where? Social media.
Outside the club, I recognize her from social media. I'm like, yo, what's up? Like,
I recognized her from social media. We met outside the club.
How you feeling? Like, you know what I mean? I'm chopping up with her real quick. And, you know, I got the number, or not the number, but I got the Instagram and shit like that. It was like, yo, nice to meet you. Hope to see you again.
Okay, he got her Instagram. So where on social media did y'all meet? See, this is not making sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't know if it's just me. Maybe I'm hearing it wrong. You met on social media. Where else would they have met? I know it's not Facebook. So it had to be Twitter or Snapchat or TikTok or Instagram. Definitely not YouTube. YouTube is not the platform for that. So now, he met her outside the club. So they knew each other on social media in passing. So I'm assuming that either he didn't follow her, but that doesn't make sense. I don't know. Something's weird. Maybe he saw her face and maybe he recognized her. Then she gave him his Instagram. That's all that could make sense to me, because it doesn't make sense to me. I don't know. He didn't clear that up. So we'll just have to leave it at that. Take it at face value.
Everything, boom, time goes on, you know, she'll post a picture, I'll slide up on the story with a hard eyes, you know, she'll post something, I'll comment on it, or just...
You guys FaceTime together. There's proof of that.
It'd be funny, I'll go comment on something from 2-3 years ago, some shit like that, just to, you know, fake flirt. But obviously it wasn't gonna work. She was in Florida, I was, or New York, whatever she was.
You know why he slid in I hard eyed something from 2-3 years ago? Because remember at the reunion, Andy Cohen clocked it. He said, well, how did you know each other? Some people saying you hearded stuff from 2022. And then he was like, well, I don't know. And then Andy said, oh, maybe it was because you went in the past and then you liked some stuff. And he's like, yeah, that's it. Andy gave him an alley-oop. So now he's using it in the interview. Remember, this interview was after the reunion.
I was in LA. It is what it is, you know, so just to walk in there and see her, I was like, yo, this is crazy. Like, we here at the same time. Like, and it's crazy because we done both went through a bunch of interviews. We done went through the Zoom calls, all that shit. Like, being that that's the case, I know for a fact when I see her, I was like, oh, I already know the internet gonna have something to say. Like, outside of shit. Like, oh, I already follow her. I already know I'm on all of her comments and shit like that. I'm like, I already know how Love Island fans get, like, being super adamant on trying to, you know, FBI some shit.
How did you know, Ace, unless you studied us? You studied us with season 6. Is that what you're saying? Because it wasn't popping until season 6. Let's be for real. I mean, I do love some prior seasons, but season 6 is really catapulted Love Island. USA, I should say, not UK. UK's been on. So I know how Love Island fans get. Yeah, and somehow you were in there for the right reasons, right? You talking about cameras, fans. All right, let's continue.
I was ready for it.
In the beginning, the first couple of days, what did you notice about the interactions that the guys were having with the girls? Were they pulling girls for chats, or was it kind of like reserved? Like, what was the energy?
For me, I was in there hoping, respectfully. Like, I was up there putting numbers, getting to know everybody, and the girls were complaining to me. They came up to me talking about some, yo, Ace, the guys ain't pulling us for chats, the guys ain't, you know, stepping it up and shit like that. And that's when I had encouraged all the dudes, like, yo, get to know everybody, explore. Like, the girls are saying, like, y'all ain't doing enough. Like, y'all need to step it up. And then...
Red flag. Since when, Ace? What? They went to Ace. They went to Ace and said, oh, yeah, the guys are not pulling us up for chat. So, him and Taylor on the same type of time. They like to think that they're bigger than they really are. So you're telling me that all these men were scared? We saw Huda and Jeremiah hugged up, loved up, cuddled up since episode 1. How is it even possible? Bella was all over Nick. Y'all saw the footage. And yet, no one was talking to others. What it sounds like is that you went to all the girls and was trying to infiltrate and see who they were interested in, so you could see, okay, which one I'm going to have to look out for. Because Huda and Jeremiah already debunk what you're saying. They've been, since day one, they were already like this.
And, you know, I remember when I was the person who kissed the most sons at the front.
I can't stand whoever said that. Okay, wait. That girl from Jazz and Dan. Ace thinks he's Hitch. I'm done, yo. Hey, at the girl from yonder. Hey, sis. Yo, all of y'all hate everybody. Yo, not him thinking he's Hitch, for real. He think he a matchmaker or something. Yo, for real. That's really what he thinks.
First round, they was like, yo, all the fellas was like, yo, Ace, you group leader this, group leader that. And I'm like, yo, chill, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, this man is a Leo for real, yo. When I tell you, yo, all the Leos I know, the male Leos, they are like this. Let's run this back, yo. We're gonna be here for a minute. You know what? I don't know if I have time to play the Nicolandria one. We already here. It's 5. Okay, we're gonna see how long my mic can last. Yo, I'm crying. I might play the. You know what? I'm gonna save Nicolandria for tomorrow's live stream with Adrian Houghton. Let's finish this up. Ace's interview is gonna take us another hour or so, y'all. We gotta dissect this for real.
Just getting to know everybody. And the girls were complaining to me. They came up to me talking about something, yo, Ace, the guys ain't pulling us for chats, the guys ain't, stepping it up and shit like that. And that's when I encouraged all the dudes, like, yo, get to know everybody, explore. Like, the girls are saying, like, y'all ain't doing enough. Like, y'all need to step it up. And then, I remember when I was the person to be kissed the most at the first one, they was like, yo, all the fellas was like, yo, Ace, you group leader this, group leader that. And I'm like, yo, shit.
He was the person who was kissed the most. Do y'all remember that? Yo, you group leader this, you group leader that. Him and Sierra, they're one and the same. I promise you. And nobody ain't saying none of that. Red flag, you group leader. So basically he's saying that they were groupies to him. He's the main character. So we already see he has main character syndrome here. Let's continue. Oh, what time tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm going to be on time for real. 11 a.m. I'm going to be on stream from early because I want to play everything. It's a long weekend, y'all. I got time this weekend. So, yeah. So, tomorrow 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which will be 2 o'clock. Y'all know I can't count. 2 o'clock Eastern Time. And I'm going earlier because, it's Sunday. So, I want to go a little earlier to let other people catch the live.
It's like, okay, I understand the whole group leadership, but it's like, it's not that. Like, I want everybody to get this full experience throughout this, entire time in the villa. So when the girls told me that, that's when I, implemented the whole explore thing and get everybody going.
Gotcha. So it's really thanks to you that, like, the men started kind of getting in there with the ladies. Yeah. Before that, it was...
Yeah. Yo, this man is full of so much shit. So thanks to him, the guys got the courage to go chase after the girls, even though this was Love Island. And so he's the reason why they wanted to explore, because he's the one who came up with it. He should be group leader, yeah. And he's talking about he's talking about Taylor, Nick, Jeremiah, Austin. That's what he talking about. He said they scared. They was scary. So he had to, be the leader. Yeah, I'm the big dog. Yeah, because of me. I'm the one who knows how to treat women and be with women. Mind you, he's never been in a relationship before. Just remember that. But I'm the one who knows more than y'all. You see, y'all gonna follow me. They made me the unofficial group leader.
Interesting. Yeah. So then you couple up with Amaya. One of the first conversations you have after that is like, hey, just to let you know, transparently, I'm still going to explore my other connections. I encourage you to do the same. Yeah. Amaya's initial reaction was like, yo, you could have said that to me tomorrow. It's giving player vibes.
Yeah.
What did you feel when she said that?
First things first, let me just say I love Amaya, and I see that she wears her emotions on her sleeve. What a lot of people didn't get to see within our very first conversation, she had expressed some of the traumatic experiences she's dealt within relationships. And of course I want to be there for her and lend my shoulder to her to, cry. Obviously she's a sensitive gangster and everybody loves her being a sensitive gangster, but it's a lot for me to take on at once.
Red flag, remember, just a few moments ago, didn't he say, what did he say? He said, I love to talk to people. I'm a people person. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because he's so full of shit, y'all. That's why I'm laughing. I'm not laughing because this is funny. It's very sad that he used it against her. Look at how he treated her after she told him her childhood trauma. That's very sad. I'm so sorry, Amaya, that you had to go through that. Now I can see why she was so paranoid. And I could see why she was starving for attention in the villa. I could see. But remember, he said, I'm a people person. You know, I ask people about their childhood experiences, their trauma, everything. And then now he said, well, she talked about her trauma and it was too much for me. So we know who the initiator was. You were. You said it out of your damn mouth. Red flag. You said it. So he's the one. Remember when he asked her, so what type of partner are you looking? No, what he said, what do you call your partner? He's the one who leads with the questions. Amaya doesn't do that. And it's not her MO to lead with questions like that. She's not a serious talker, I'm being honest. She's very giggly and flirty. She's like, yeah, she'll twirl her hair. That's it. She's not going to ask him, oh, what's your child? She would have never offered up her childhood trauma story unless someone asked her. I can say that for sure. She's not a deep talker. She never has been. Look at how she was talking to Zach, Brian, Austin, even Ace. All she did was just laugh and flirt. Oh my God, yeah. You know, I make other things clap. She never talked about, oh, my childhood trauma. She never said that. She didn't even talk about it with the ladies. She just said how hurt she was that guys didn't like her. He's the one who asked her. And then he used it against her. Y'all, this man is worse than I thought. He's the worst type of Leo.
That's because at the end of the day, I'm still trying to find love. I'm still trying to find a romantic partner. And I'm looking at a person who's going through the healing process of putting herself out there as well. So being that that's the case, you know, I just wanted to make things clear to her because we were about to sleep in a bed together, respectfully. Right. You know what I mean? Like, Love Island is Love Island, but to me, I'm going to be Ace until the day I die. So I don't care if we're on Love Island. I want to make sure ground rules are set so that way you don't cross a boundary and I don't cross your boundary, so we don't even go down that route. And, you know, what they didn't get to see is the conversation that we talked about regarding those traumatic experiences. Every time she's cried through our conversations, they copied and pasted, you know, the clip of her crying to me telling her about my boundaries. It wasn't about the conversation that we did have. And it sucks that people didn't get to see that because, you know, I really was trying to get to understand where she was coming from. And, you know, for me, opening up...
That makes it even worse. I don't think he's realizing how bad he sounds. So he's saying that they clipped it to make it seem like she was crying when she was talking about her childhood experience. And look at how he was responding to her. Giving her all these demands. Saying, you can't touch me. You can't be with me. So this all happened within the conversation. It was a long conversation, it sounds like. And she's just telling him, hey, these things, I can be a little too much, but this is what happened to me. He was leading with that. So that makes it even worse that you even rejected her after all of that. You weren't even friendly with her. And then on the stand on business challenge, you didn't even try to be like, hey guys, you know what? She's been through a lot. Y'all chill. You dog piled on her. When they started talking about the emotions and, oh, she's too much or she's too affectionate. You all dogpiled on her. This is troubling, y'all. This man is something else. That ego.
Hard. And so I wanted to, express how the emotional trauma I went through, you know what I mean? But it takes me a little bit to get there.
Sure.
So that was the whole thing regarding that.
You said, you kind of didn't feel comfortable with her calling you babe and affectionate terms like that so early. Were you the only one in the villa that had concerns about her using those terms of endearment, or maybe did other people in the villa also feel the same?
Regarding the terms of endearment thing, I grew up in LA, so everybody, calls each other babe or what's up, and half of my family is Mexican, so like I grew up in Latin culture, so the whole idea of babe wasn't a problem for me. I feel like it was her trying to mark territory at that moment in time to be like, oh, this is my babe type of thing. So I'm able to tell the difference. I feel like with other people, they felt the exact same way, that she was coming on a little bit strong amongst getting to know her. And, for me, I was very apparent on making it clear to her, this is my boundary and this is how I feel. Other people didn't do the same.
Got it.
And
so that's why I felt the same, but they just didn't express.
Okay, so he is correct here. Amaya, you could tell that she gets affectionate very quickly. And yes, he's right. Other people did not tell her like he did. However, it's the way you say it. You were not gentle at all. You weren't showing gentleness, kindness, positivity, as you always say. I didn't see none of that. I just saw a man who was annoyed and frustrated. And you're preaching all of this, you know, I'm holier than thou, I'm not like them, but you're just you're even worse. You're worse. Because the way you talk to her, that didn't show me that you were being gentle or kind, knowing that she had those traumas. You just used it against her. And now, again, he knows her trauma, her trigger points, and he knows that, okay, she's very serious. So that lets me know that Amaya was there for the right reasons. Because if he felt like she was getting attached and emotional too quickly, that means that she was looking for somebody to love. But isn't that what you were on Love Island for, too? So you could understand that. Maybe she wasn't your cup of tea, but you could understand that. But no, you weren't. You didn't like it because you didn't want other people to know. AKA Shelly. You wanted to use her. That's what that was. We already debunked it.
Didn't voice that. You know what I mean? And to me, I feel like that's fake as hell. Like, if you gonna feel some type of way, you gonna tell all the fellas that you not...
Oh, wait. Taylor was injured in a rodeo? He was. I wish him a safe and healthy recovery. That doesn't change how I feel about him. I wish him a speedy recovery. I heard I saw the pictures. It was a bad fall, but guess what? He was in the hospital, and then he put on his caption, oh, can't wait for the next rodeo. You want me to feel sorry for somebody like that? He already knows what he's getting himself into, but I do wish him the best. I would never wish harm on somebody. But yes, he was harmed during the rodeo. I guess he rode the horse too badly. I'm glad he's okay, and he's able to tell us that he's going to go on the next rodeo. That's Clark's problem to deal with. That man is a big red flag. But I'm just thankful that he's alive and well, so that we can continue dragging him. Because then if if something bad happened to him, then I would have to just stop. We couldn't drag him anymore.
I'm feeling this, and you're not rocking with this, and this is just not your cup of tea, but she's out here trying to put her best foot forward and get to know you, and you're not doing the same. I can't respect that. You know what I mean? So I love Amaya, and all power to her for pushing through amongst all the relationships that she's explored throughout the villa. It's just, it sucks that, you know, dudes don't have the heart to just be honest with a woman.
Sure.
You know?
It seemed on the show, and you kind of addressed it, that one of the people that you felt was like that was Austin.
For sure.
That, like, he would express to the fellas, like, yo, I'm not really rocking with her like that.
Yeah.
But then to her, wouldn't hold that same energy. Is that the case?
Like, see, my issue with Austin is like, he doesn't just be real about his answers and what he's feeling. And for me, as a man, I can respect that. And it's funny because, you know, people are like, yo, Ace, do you have beef with Austin, yada, yada, yada. In the villa, it wasn't no quote-unquote beef, because after every interaction that we would have, and it wasn't a positive one, he would come up to me, yo, I just want to say, bro, I respect you, we all good, like, just, it's never that deep, it's never yada, yada, yada. But then, you know, you sneak dissing on the internet, you know, like a bitch. Like, that shit that's not me. I'm not an internet ass nigga. I'm not gonna go back.
Bookmark this. Bookmark this, okay? Just bookmark this. Because I have a feeling that this is gonna come back.
Forth with you on the internet. So I'm gonna see you in person, and let's see if you keep the same energy. At the reunion, it was not the same energy.
Did you see...
You did the same thing with Jeremiah. Let's continue.
Some, like, sneak comments on the internet?
Yeah.
Was he saying things, or what was the...
Yeah, and even at the villa, like, it would be a conversation, and it's the most funniest thing in the world. Like, we go back and forth, and he's talking about some, yo, Ace, how do you feel? So-and-so's coming back, and he's 6'8", and he's 6'5", or yada, yada, yada. So that's when the whole stand on business comment, we had talked earlier in that day about the whole height thing, and that's what I had told him. I was like, yo, like, you 6'5", and I'm 5'10", how you just don't have the big enough heart to just say what you want to say? Like,
so that's what, so there was, okay, because that...
that's where your height insecurity came from. Red flag. We already could see he has a complex about his height. He does.
We'll talk about that moment later, but that's a prime example of a moment to me feeling like, why is Ace talking about his height right now?
Yeah.
Is he trying to, like, maybe he's insecure about his height, or is he asserting some sort of dominance?
He is.
It felt like out the blue, you say, I'm 5'10".
Right,
So, like, but there was some context behind it.
It was some context behind that. You know what I mean? And again, not everything gets shown. Why everything don't get shown? I don't understand, but you know, that's TV at the end of the day.
Yeah. Okay, we'll talk more about the Stand Up Business Challenge in a bit, but I want to finish up with the Amaya stuff for a sec.
Yeah.
People honestly felt like you bullied Amaya. When you came out of the villa and saw that, also having gone through the interactions that you went with her in real life, was it weird to you to feel like, wait, bullying her, like that didn't match up at all to what our actual experience was? Or do you feel like you were bullying her?
See, coming out the villa and watching the show for the very first time, I could see how that can get misconstrued of me being bullying. But if you watch it for actually what it is, I've never once raised my voice with Amaya. I was very clear and concise on how I was feeling. And me just stating my boundary, I don't see how that can be taken as me bullying. Now, quote unquote,
he still doesn't get it. Red flag. He still doesn't get it. It's not because you're calm and you were talking to her really nicely and that means that you didn't bully her. And I don't believe he bullied her. That's not the word for it. But what you did is you used her. That's what that was. And people don't like that. We could see it. You didn't like her. Why did you choose her? Y'all saw the little outburst Austin was having. Why the fuck is he choosing her? I'm tired of this. He was angry. He was starting to get mad. He's like, you ruining my experience now because I would have chosen Amaya. I thought you was going to choose Shelly and now I'm back with Shelly again. And now he's like, oh, but I was calm with her. I stated my boundaries. Yeah, but at the same time, you chose her and you knew how she was. Manipulation. Again. You had no reason to choose her. What you did is you chose her just to bring her down. And she even said, she was like, I was on cloud 9 and then you brought me down. She was your punching bag. Just for that 1 or 2 days. So yes, that was very mean-spirited. And you did do some form of emotional manipulation. That's emotional. I don't want to say the abuse word, but hell. You didn't do it overtly, but covertly you did. You knew you didn't want that girl. So why did you choose her just to punch her down? You're mean-spirited. That's why.
I've seen some of the clips to where they're taking out of context and copy and pasting into different parts to where it can make it seem like I'm talking about her. That's not the case. Like, and I've been very clear with Amaya, and it sucks that people didn't get to see a friendship that we built, because after maybe about 6-7 days after the whole Babe incident, we were cool. Like, we didn't both apologized to each other and both said, look, I'm sorry for the way I came off because this wasn't my intent. She was like, look, I'm sorry for the way this came off because that wasn't my intent. When we were able to build up a great friendship and to come out the villa and see her, you know, taking part of, you know, pushing the narrative that we weren't cool or like, you know, taking part of the quote unquote bullying, like, don't get me wrong.
She didn't do that, y'all. I watched her interview. She didn't. They just asked her questions and she said how she felt. That was it. Just like you're saying how you feel. And again, you had a month to clear it up. Why are you not talking? I hate when people do that. They want to stay and sulk in the background. Oh, they saying this about me. Then talk. Mr. Big Shot. You have a platform. Matter of fact, you should have been the first one on your TikTok. But nope, you rather cry in the corner and scheme. That's your natural tendency. You could have debunked everything she said. Matter of fact, you could have did a reaction video like I'm doing right now and been like, actually, this didn't happen. You know, all love to Amaya, but I feel you could have defended yourself. But now you want to cry on the internet.
I don't like to go back and forth with women. Like, that's, for me, that's sassy as hell. But I will state my piece, you know what I mean, at the end of the day, you know? And I seen that day, I was like...
Yeah, we still here. I told y'all this was a long live. I prefaced it and said this going to be a long one. Oh, we going to be here probably until maybe 1 more hour. Give me 1 more hour. We going to go through this whole thing and then we wrapping it right up. I'm going to save Nicolandria for tomorrow.
Yo, I just seen you the day prior to you making this video, and it was cool. Like, it was no problems. So just to come out and see that it hurt my feelings because, you know, I look at her as like a sister and we're neutral now. Like, there's no beef and it's still never going to be no beef on my end. And I know it's not on her end because we chopped it up already, but it just hurt my feelings just to see that, you know?
As the story goes, you guys have this pucker or pie challenge.
Yeah.
Sierra, I thought was interesting, was asked, like, who is here for clout over love? And she said, Ace.
That's rich coming from her, respectfully.
Why?
I skipped that part, my bad. I forgot about that. You know why she chose Ace? It takes one to know one. That's all I'm going to say. She could sense it. Of course, remember, the whole time I'm comparing them two. They're the same. So she knew it. She was like, yeah, he coming here for clout. She went there for clout too. Let's be real. They all did to a certain extent. If you want to call opportunity clout, then all of them did. They all knew it would open doors. Let's keep it real. Everyone did. They knew it. But now he mad because she called him out. Now he big mad. Now Sierra's on his mind. Let's see what he has to say about her. Because remember, she done made it to his shit list. He got a whole list.
Why do you say that?
Because it's like, I feel like ever since she came out the villa, it's always been a quick little chirp of having to say something and, you know, speak on other people's relationships and speak on other people's situations, you know, coming out, and I get it.
Isn't that what you doing right now? Let's rewind. Isn't that what you're doing right now?
Prior to you making this video, and it was cool, like it was no problems. So just to come out and see that, it hurt my feelings because, you know, I look at her as like a sister and we're neutral now. Like, there's no beef and it's still never going to be no beef on my end. And I know it's not on her end because we chopped it up already, but it just hurt my feelings just to see that, you know?
As the story goes, you guys have this pucker or pie challenge.
Yeah.
Sierra, I thought was interesting, was asked, like, who is here for clout over love? And she said, Ace.
That's rich coming from her, respectfully.
Why do you say that?
Because it's like, I feel like ever since she came out the villa, it's always been a quick little chirp of having to say something and, you know, speak on other people's relationships and speak on other people's situations, you know, coming out. And I get it, like, the way she was dragged out is not...
Red flag! Red flag! You did the same thing inside the villa, and now you're doing it on this interview. One and the same. Him and Sierra the same side of the coin. Where the coin at? Do I have a coin? They're on the same coin. He's on one side, she's on another side. They're the same person. I don't know how they didn't end up together. They would have been a great couple, great power couple, the couple of evil. But of course they don't like that. They need a supply. You know, they always love a supply. They love a vulnerable, empathetic person. That's who they get their hands on. He's doing the same exact thing he's accusing Sierra of doing. And yeah, he can't even see it for himself. Why? Because he's very unaware. He doesn't understand that while he's talking, people are taking notes like me. And we're dissecting everything that he's saying. And people like y'all too. This man is full of shit.
Throughout this whole entire experience, so I can sympathize with that. But it's like, for you to say, I came in there for clout, respectively, you didn't know who I was, like, before coming into this. Like, I've been on, you know, TV shows.
Doesn't matter.
Jennifer Hudson. I've been on Good Morning.
Doesn't matter, Ace. That's like you saying that a millionaire doesn't want more money. Oh, I have $1 million, so I'm going to just stop here. I have all the millions I need, so I don't need any more millions. That sounds stupid, doesn't it? Just because you have 1 million followers or whatever doesn't mean that you don't want more. Isn't the goal to build a brand? So you're going to just stop at the lower level? You're not going to try to reach greater heights? How do we have billionaires in the world then? How do you go from a $50,000 salary to $100,000? Because anybody with money could be like, well, I got money. I'm comfortable. I could just live how I live. Doesn't matter. Everyone's goals are different. And then he's acting like, oh, because he has 1 million followers, that doesn't mean that he doesn't want clout. Well, maybe you want 1 million more. We don't know. But that doesn't mean anything. But again, he's immature. He's a 22-year-old. And I'm not saying all 22-year-olds are immature. I'm just saying he is a 22-year-old immature man. He thinks that, oh, yeah, two things can't be true at once. Yeah, you could have 1 million followers and you could still want more. Who cares? That doesn't mean anything.
Like, everybody screamed before, so I had all that shit. So for you to say, Ace is looking for clout, honestly, that just speaks to my character being in there, because not once did I mention what I had before the. So for you to just think I was there to up my following another million on top of the million I already had, cool.
What I just said, y'all, I promise I did not watch this interview. I promise on everything. But you see, he's trying to say, oh, well, I didn't want clout because it was calculating. He's just like Ciara, so she called him out properly. It takes one to know him, but she should have put herself in the card too. Both of them. They knew it. He knew it. That's why he made sure not to say his millions of followers, because then, it's going to look cloutish in the camera, so I can't say that. If anyone is more socially and PR trained, it would be him and Ciara. Ciara, because she worked at a PR company and she also had a following beforehand. A large one at that. And Ace. They know what to say. They know how to look good in front of the cameras. And the others, they're very untrained. Very extremely untrained. All of them. The rest of them.
The inclination at that time that maybe she was in there for clout over love?
For me, I didn't spend time with her like that every single day. But I did feel like, when she spoke, it was just very, I don't want to say rehearsed, but it's just, that's what it was to me. And,
like you?
I knew she was, really feeling Nick, and I know Nick was feeling her, and all I could do was just support that. But for me, it wasn't that.
A lot of other Islanders have been.
So he knew Nick was feeling her. So we already see that he confirmed that Nick was feeling Ciara. Okay. Just remember that. Bookmark this.
Expressed that they felt like her maybe pattern of speech or the things she was saying was like kind of pre-rehearsed or calculated.
Yeah, PR.
So it's interesting.
Like you.
Yeah. No, I definitely feel like that. But again, that could just be her personality, and I can't fault her for that. But to me, it's just not my cup of tea.
In that same challenge, I believe, Huda was asked which one of the Islanders is like waiting for someone else to come in. And she said you.
Yeah.
Essentially, she told you one story.
Yeah.
She told Amaya another story.
Yeah.
Did you find that Huda was dishonest throughout her time?
Oh, no, that was on brand, for sure. Like, when that came to be, I'm just like, okay, like, it is what it is. And it wasn't just me feeling like that. And I hate that it's going to be the, Ace was talking about that girl. I don't even say the name respectfully, but, like, it's never been that with her. Like, I feel like I've never gotten an honest answer out of her when it comes to a lot of shit. And I feel like a lot of sneak comments being made, I wasn't fucking with. So at the moment, what you're talking about with the pie or cream or whatever, that was crazy. That was crazy. Pucker or pie? Pucker or pie? Whatever. But when it came to the pucker or pie situation, I feel like when she was making this little slick comments the night before about, yo, Ace, I know you don't like to be touched, so give me a high five, like right before bed, knowing that me and Amaya have been arguing all day, it's not adding, any type of help to the situation that I got going on right now. So boom, where her
Huda was being messy. That's all that was. She was sticking up for Amaya because Amaya was her confidant. And remember, when Amaya was crying about him not being affectionate, she ran to Huda and was crying. So she was being messy. That's all that was.
Her, making that comment of, it was I'd rather kiss you than Amaya and all that. Respectfully, it's like that ship has already been sailed. I've been over that whole situation. So the fact that you still trying to insert yourself in.
Really? The way you was touching her behind didn't let me know that at all. You didn't have to go the extra mile. Yeah. Notice the pucker and pie challenge was like early episode. The heart rate challenge was towards the end. And if you watched the reunion, you saw the extended clip when he was juggling her behind like this. And then now he's acting like all holier than thou. Oh yeah, I wasn't on you anyways. Yeah, all right.
And everybody else's issues is pissing me off. You know what I mean? Like, even Austin had felt some type of way because Huda had took his words about Shelly and transformed it into something else than it was. And it's been multiple occurrences with that, and you just gotta take that on the chin and just watch back the tapes.
People felt like Taylor led Olandria on. As someone who was there firsthand, did you feel that same sentiment? My dog's squirming. What's up?
Because he about to lie. He's about to lie.
Shit.
He's about to lie.
See, the thing is with that situation is, you know, Taylor had faced a lot of influences to have to be in that situation since day one. So I could understand where he was, you know, coming from. As far as Alandria, that's my dog. And I definitely can feel for her and I understand.
Red flag. Okay, so he said Taylor faced a lot of outside influences to be with her since day one. Who were those outside influences, Ace? So people are saying it's production. Okay, let's say that your account is true, Ace, that it was production. Then that means that Sierra and Nick were also a production. Because they were together since day 2. And remember, he was with Bella, right? So you're telling me that of all the guys, Austin didn't even have a girl. He just chose Shelly. But you're telling me that Taylor was the only one that production wanted to see with Alandria. Now, some people are saying that, oh, it's because they wanted to humiliate a black woman. But if what Ace is saying is true, and Taylor was forced against his will to be with Alandria, then we're going to see what role he played in that, because we saw him giving and coaxing Taylor and giving him help and tips on how to make breakfast for her and do all that stuff, right? We saw him being daddy to Taylor. And then we saw Nick also, you know, schooling Taylor on how to treat Alandria. So he's trying to say that production set all this up for her and Taylor to be together. And Taylor couldn't leave Alandria. Remember that. Let's continue.
Where she was coming from, and you know, I always found myself having to, you know, help out Taylor when it comes to like putting his best foot forward to try and get to know Alandria in different ways. And as far as Alandria, I understood everything she said. She was valid for feeling everything that she felt in that villa. And for me, I was stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to help out both of my closest friends at the time. So.
Oh, you helped her out, right? You were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Red flag, sir. Again, the lack of accountability. He could have taken ownership and been like, you know what? I just wanted to see Taylor win. And I knew that Alandria really liked him. And so that's why I put them together. I thought it was a good look. For black love. But no, he's not saying that. He's deflecting. Oh, I was torn between 2 good friends. No, you weren't. You knew what you was doing. And if producers influenced it, then you were part of the scheme. Because you're scheming. You're a scammer. That's what that is. Now let's get to Alandria and Jalen, because she did have a chance to exit out of this situation. This little harem that Taylor tried to get her into. But remember, that's when he started increasing the pressure to get her to choose him instead of Jalen. So production influenced that too? Okay. The real truth of the matter is Taylor didn't have anyone that he was interested in or that was interested in him until Clark came. That's the truth. But again, he's going to deflect and blame everybody for his troubles. This man has not taken any type of accountability whatsoever. He did at the reunion. Why? Because Jeremiah pressed him and he couldn't get out of it. And then also Nick, when they showed the extended clip, it showed that Nick was on Jeremiah's side. And so it made him and Taylor look bad. So he was forced to issue a public apology on that alone. That is it. No accountability whatsoever.
Because, if I'm understanding correctly, Alandria is your good friend. Taylor's also your
She's
good friend.
not.
You know how much Alandria...
Oh, that's my dog. And I'm tired of them calling her a dog. Like, I understand that's what people say. Oh, that's my dog. But she's a woman. She's your friend. Notice how he said, I treat Amaya like a sister. I see her like a sister. But with Alandria, oh, that's my dog. And people are going to be like, oh, because they're close together. That doesn't matter. How did he say sister for Amaya but dog for Alandria? Clock it!
Is interested in Taylor, and you know how much something or someone or whatever is influencing Taylor to want to be with Alandria. Is that, am I interpreting that correctly?
Yeah, definitely. And I know Alandria definitely really was trying to get to know someone for them. And it sucks that she had to deal with that and get the shit in the stick of that whole entire equation. But, you know, again, Taylor had reached some influences amongst that situation to where he had no other choice.
Did other people, or were other people aware of those influences, or kind of were you only aware of it because he told you? Like, did Alandria know about those influences?
Alandria did know about those influences, and it sucks because I couldn't tell Alandria about those influences, at that moment in time because...
Okay, so notice how he deflected from answering the question. Speedy asked a very good question. He said, did other people know about the influences? Like, was it only you? And then he said, Alandria didn't know. And it sucks that I couldn't tell her. Who else knew, Ace, except for you? Because in your mind, it's a warped reality. So only Taylor. Also, Taylor was the only one handpicked by production. Taylor, y'all seen Taylor. Y'all look at him. He was handpicked by production. Him. To be with Alandria from day one. Him. He's the only one. So by his logic, then I'm going to say that it's safe to assume Nick and Sierra were also set up by production. Is that what he's trying to tell us? That every couple you saw in the beginning was set up by production? Alandria didn't know that Taylor was two-timing her and was scheming in the background. But only I knew, but I couldn't tell her because of, again, other people blaming everyone else but himself. It's production. It's the big bad production's fault. I really wish Love Island producers, please release the footage. Everything. We need, you know what they need to do like Big Brother? They need to have one day where they just release all the unedited footage so we could see everything.
It's just the way the world, spans.
It may feel like I'm jumping around a bit, but I'm honestly just going chronologically. Yeah. That's how I see things better visually in order.
Yeah.
So Huda pulled you for a chat after something transpired, and she then divulged to you that she was a mother.
Yeah.
Did you know that she was a mom prior to that?
No. Right.
Okay, because some people felt like, oh, maybe he knew already that she
my whole thing is with that is like, when you keep reiterating to everybody, like, I'm a mom, I'm like, women have babies every day. My mom is a single mom, so I can very much understand where you're coming from, but to me, you came in here knowing you had a kid. Like, that it wasn't as big of a secret as I think it should have been made out to be. Mm-hmm. Like, if you have a kid, like, you stand on 10 toes, like, yeah, I have a kid. If you don't like it, get on. Like, people do it every day. And for me, that was the big thing. When she told me that right then and there, I'm like, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but, and it's hard to date as a single mom. And I completely get that. I watched my mom date, like, growing up. Like, it's a really hard thing to do, especially when you got 2 sons. Like, that's some hard shit right there. Like, I can imagine for a man coming in and seeing her 2 snotty ass kids having something to say about everything. So I get the whole.
Okay, I agree with him on the Huda situation, but let's just take note that his mom and his dad are no longer together. So his mom was a single mother. Okay, so we can see that.
Gist of it. But for me, I feel like at that moment in time, it should have been a matter of like, yes, I have a kid. And if anybody don't like it, get on. And I would have gave him way more respect for that aspect of it, but I couldn't understand it.
Huda was then on the chopping block. It was between her and Jalen to get sent home.
Yeah.
It was a Jalen and Huda elimination after like that open door challenge.
Yeah.
And then you guys were then told to stand behind the Islander that you wanted to save.
Yeah.
Some people stood behind Jalen.
Yeah.
You stood behind Huda.
Yeah.
And Huda looked like she appreciated the fact that you stood behind her.
Yeah.
Reached her arm out to like, thank you. Yeah. And you kind of just looked at the hand and shook it off.
And said, hell no.
What happened there?
First things first, a lot of people were under the impression that it was me standing behind Huda because Shelly was cool with Huda, and that's why I wanted to go. It was not that. I can guarantee you it wasn't that. Again, a lot of influences play.
Yo, this interview is comical, guys. I don't know if I can continue this. This is too funny. Wait a minute. Not this man. Notice how every time he has to be held accountable for his decisions, he's like, oh, there were influences. Because remember, if he kept Huda there, if he kept Jalen and knocked Huda down, Jalen would have been with Alandria. There's a chance that he could have been coupled up with Alandria, because Alandria might have time to get to know him more, right? But notice, whenever it came to him and Taylor, it's influences by the production. And then remember the whole Amaya conversation, it was chopped up. They chopped it up. Yeah, let me tell y'all something. I edit videos like all the time, my videos. It is hard to, let me tell y'all, the editor must have been the sickest editor ever. The best editor. Do y'all know how hard it is to chop up something and put another footage behind it to make it look synchronized? It is not easy. So now he talking about influences. I'm sorry, y'all. It's not funny, but I'm just laughing because it's the audacity, the delusion. And this man is acting as if, everything that has to do with Taylor Notice is the producers, They made Huda stand behind, I had to stand behind Huda. Notice, if he had stood behind Jalen, if he stood behind Jalen and Huda went home, Jalen would have had an opportunity to be with Alandria. He couldn't let that happen. That couldn't be part of the plan. So now he's deflecting and shifting the entire blame on production. And I'm not saying that production can't influence, but my goodness, I don't believe this for one bit. I'm sorry. Because if that was the case, then how did Taylor make it that final episode when TJ got kicked out? Taylor should have been gone. How did Austin make it that far? They're like, he's a producer plant. How did he make it that far? How did Taylor make it that far? Taylor should have been gone the day that they chose the Islanders, when they put them and voted them in the highest category. Taylor should have left that day because it was between Andreina, Taylor, and TJ. So y'all telling me the producers let Taylor stay? It was influences, right?
On, Islanders being voted off, a lot of influences. And if I had my way, I would definitely pick Jalen.
So
to stay.
If what I'm understanding is, if there weren't these influences, you would have voted for Jalen to stay instead of Huda to stay. Was there not a world in which you could have?
You see, and this is how I know he lying, because Nick took every single opportunity. Let me tell you, this is what, even though I didn't agree with Nick, being on the fence and being a people pleaser with the whole Huda situation post Villa, I will say one thing I loved about Nick. He told us every chance he got, I wanted to vote your ass out, Huda. How is that possible? He said it Huda, you should have been out. I said that. Remember the stand on business challenge? And then someone else asked Austin, why is he still here? Nick said also, I would have voted Austin out. I was ready to vote his ass out. But then somehow for Ace, the influence. I'm sorry, I can't even keep a straight face. Because it sounds so stupid. It sounds so silly and so nonsensical. But this man is really believing in what he's saying.
Said, I'm doing what I want to do?
That's a tricky subject right there. We can stand on business about certain shit, and you're not really standing on business at the end of the day, because again, a lot of things you don't have, a big hand.
So Mr. Stand on Business saying, you know what, sometimes you can't, because remember y'all, the influences. Okay, let's continue, y'all. I'm gonna stop laughing.
The steering wheel.
So whose hand is on the steering wheel?
My conscience.
Your conscience has a hand on the steering wheel.
You see, you know why he's laughing? He can't even believe what the hell he talking about. That's how you know he full of caca. That's what that is. He's laughing because of that. That's why he's laughing.
That's a tricky subject right there. We can stand on business about certain shit, and you're not really standing on business at the end of the day, because again, a lot of things you don't have, you know, a big hand on the steering wheel. You know,
So whose hand is on the steering wheel?
My conscience.
Your conscience, like, has a hand on the steering wheel.
Uh-huh.
Okay. When you say your conscience, what does that mean? Your conscience. Okay. So so a lot of, how many of the decisions are led by your conscience as opposed to by Ace?
Oh, a lot of decisions. I feel like about majority of every time an Islander is being sent home or being voted off.
Did other people have a conscience in the villa?
Oh, a whole lot of people had a conscience in the villa. I feel like everybody got consciences in the villa.
I have a conscience.
Yeah.
Everyone on the production team has a conscience.
Man, people watching this got a conscience.
Why did you, though, not want to shake her hand?
Because I wanted to make it clear to her it wasn't about her in that moment. Like, it wasn't my choice to, you know, really stand behind you and have your back. Because, again, it wasn't about you. For me, it was a point to make it that this decision is not about you. And I don't want you to feel any type of, you know, like, oh, yeah, Ace is
like
on my
optimism
side.
about it.
Yeah, exactly.
You want it to be clear, like,
exactly.
Yo, it's not what it looks like.
At all. And I feel like the day...
You know why he's contradicting himself? I had to stop it here because if he was really that against Huda that much, he wouldn't have been like this on her booty. And again, I'm not saying that production doesn't influence things. Janae admitted that sometimes production will suggest things. All the past Islanders, they say production suggests, but you have the choice. If that was the case of what he's talking about, Rob would be with Leah right now. Wake it up! Season 6, Rob and Leah are like the Nicolandria of this season. They were the Nicolandria of season 6. They could have beaten Cordell and Serena if they stayed together. It would have been an easy home run for Rob and Leah to stay together. But y'all saw Rob did everything but go to Leah. If that was the case. This man is making it seem like all of a sudden season 7 they forced everybody together. If that was the case again, another thing, season 6. Aaron and Kaylor would have made it to the top. Y'all know how people feel about white couples, especially the blonde hair, blue eyed. They were beautiful people. Aaron and Kaylor would have made it all the way to the top. Serena and Cordell would have never made it to the top. They were still going to be very popular, don't get me wrong, but they wouldn't have cinched the #1 spot if production really had a hand in all the voting and everything. How did Aaron and Kaylor get kicked out? They should have been up there. And then how did Rob and Leah not end up together? But yeah, he wants us to believe that for season 7, magically there was this magical thing that happened. And production forced us to vote the way we... Please, sir, no one's buying this.
After she was, screaming and cursing, and calling everybody else out their name and stuff, or calling Jeremiah out his name, that's the moment in time where I was like, I don't feel that this behavior should be rewarded. But
I see.
Again.
So, lastly, though, on the conscious thing, is it difficult, like, okay, from what I've gleaned about you and your persona on the show, you're like a man who's like confident and stands firm on what he believes. Is it tough for you to have to kind of choose between your conscience and who you are and what you actually want to do as a person? Did that get frustrating for you?
It does. It definitely is frustrating because, as a man, I feel like all you have is your word. And what you are saying to people matters. And for me, that was what I battled with throughout this entire season. I'd stand on business about how I'm feeling about certain things. I'll call shit like it is. I never played, two sides of the fence. Like, I try and see things from both perspectives, but I just give my opinion when it's asked of me to give my opinion. And when I do, I'm not going to shy away from it. And it gets tough because, influences try and persuade you out of how you are feeling to, try and cater to certain things and certain people and certain things like that. But
so basically what he's trying to set it up to say is that Nicolandria was a producer thing. That's what he's trying to say. So he's setting all this up to get to where he's leading. He's leading us right now. He's saying influences, consciousness, whatever the hell he's saying. And we know he's full of shit. 100%. Like I said, Rob and Leah, that's your example right there. They could have been big. Matter of fact, Rob and Janae could have been big too. People were riding for Rob and Janae, but Rob and Leah more. How did that not happen? If they really wanted a couple to be together, and trust and believe me, they could have happened if they really wanted to. But guess what? Rob didn't want no parts of it. He was like, no, I'm not doing that. Even with the Beyond the Villa TV show just recently, they asked Rob several times. They offered him so much money, y'all, and he turned it down. He said, why? Why did he turn it down? He said, I don't live in LA. I feel like it would not be authentic to my real life. I'm an Alabama boy. And I don't want to do this show. So no. Janae literally went on live with him, and Aaron was like, Rob, can you come? Robbie, come on the show. Come on the show. He said no. So then you're telling me that they chose Taylor to be their golden boy over Rob? Robert?
It's not as easy as people make it out to be.
When an Islander is getting voted off, and the decision is up to their fellow Islanders, can you kind of walk me through how that goes?
Yeah. So, are you speaking in specific to a certain?
Well, yes, but before I ask that, I want to know the context of they say, all right, the decision, one of these Islanders is going home, and it's up to you.
Yeah.
Is what we see that deliberation? Is that how it happens?
Right then and there, no. That's not how it happens. But,
okay.
Again,
So it's more to the deliberation than just what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's way more. That for me, this is the most frustrating part about it. It's the fact of it's a lot more that goes down amongst picking an Islander to go home that people are ever going to get to see and get to witness. And that's the tough thing about it. Like, people think it's just made right there in that moment, and we took 2 minutes to talk about it and get somebody home. It's way more than that. Again, this is television at the end of the day. But it is what it is, and I'm able to take it on the chin and be the...
So, Ace, remember when you voted for Coco to stay after Casa and Alandria was on the chopping block? Only you and Taylor were against Alandria. Y'all telling me that production set it up like that? The two black men to be against a black woman? And you obliged to it? And y'all telling me all them other folks that was in the circle, they were told by production to vote for Alandria? What purpose would it have made? Like, there was no reason. It didn't make sense. If anything, Alandria, if they wanted to keep her, and it's possible they probably did want to keep her because she's a star. But at the same time, Jeremiah was also popular too. But then he was voted lowest, so I can't even compare that. But Alandria, you and Taylor were the only ones that chose against her. Why didn't Pepe or TJ? That could have been your golden opportunity. I don't believe what he's saying. It's just weird to me. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense to me. How did Austin stay that long? How? He wasn't likable. Nobody really liked him in the villa except Alandria as a friend. And Jeremiah was gone. Charlie was gone. All his boys were gone. How did Austin make it that far? He's not that good looking. He's not ugly, but he ain't fine either. It doesn't make sense. And how did Nick get voted off the island too? Nick and Alandria, they both got voted off at the same time. Oh, but basically what he's telling us, you see, that's what I'm saying. He's setting up the stage to say that, oh, Nick and Alandria, they were voted off on purpose so that they could connect together again. But then instead of them going through with the plan, remember, production gave them a whole storyline and said, look, y'all could get together if y'all wanted to. And they still chose to go back to their partners. Red flag. How is that possible? If production set them up and you're trying to tell me that production could influence the votes when they couldn't even influence two people to be together in a relationship until one got kicked off for a racial slur that social media had to go and protest about? Yo, after weeks of literally, social media is the reason Sierra got kicked off because they made it a bigger issue. They were gonna keep Sierra on the show. Nick Alandria was not supposed to happen by production and by the people in the villa. And yet somehow they're together. And you're trying to set it up like, oh, producers, it doesn't make sense.
The main person for someone to go home, cool. I'll be able to handle that.
So we see maybe like 2 minutes of deliberation.
Yeah.
How long are you guys actually deliberating for?
Anywhere from like, it could be from around like 30 minutes to an hour.
Oh, by the way, Charlie and Hannah should have been together too by his logic. They should have not been kicked off. Hannah is a white blonde woman. Very beautiful too. You're telling me that they would have kept her over Alandria and Taylor? But even Alandria has a way better... Alandria...
Really?
I was just going back and forth.
Just trying to chop it up and figure it out. So that brings me to an elimination. And from an honest perspective, it was one of the main criticisms I had of you this season. And that's when Jeremiah got dumped.
Yeah.
I felt like there were other Islanders there, particularly Austin, who maybe had no motion in the villa at the time, who could have very easily gotten voted home instead of Jeremiah. At the reunion, they showed a clip that kind of showed you still doubling down on the fact that Jeremiah should be the one to go home, and Nick being the one to be like, hey, I think Austin should go home.
Right.
Is that...
Because he wasn't playing the game. He wasn't playing the game. It didn't make sense for him to want to keep Jeremiah. Gameplay-wise, it didn't make sense for Nick to want to keep Jeremiah. But he valued his friendship with Jeremiah over him winning the 100K. Same thing with Alandria. It didn't make sense for him to keep her there. She was about to ruin all of his opportunities if Sierra was really about that life. And she really held it. Oh, I don't want to be with you. It could have went sour, y'all. He gave that up. And now let's hear this man's answer.
Is what we saw actually how it transpired?
No, not at all. Even at the reunion, they didn't show this. I don't understand why they didn't show it, but again, that's how the world works. But
so everyone's against Ace. Okay, let's just remember.
Of Austin. He hasn't did this, he hasn't did that, but I also feel like he hasn't got a chance to get this and get that. Then we went to Jeremiah. After doing all of those things,
ain't that what came out your mouth? It doesn't matter what you say. Oh, I said this good thing about him. He's such a great person. Oh yeah, I said this about him. It doesn't matter. We just want to know the result. The result was that you said that Jeremiah should go home. Doesn't matter. What good and pros? Well, we said the pros and cons of everybody. They just showed Nick's pros and cons, okay? And Nick still didn't vote for Jeremiah. He voted for Austin. You didn't.
So it sucks that the full picture didn't get painted right then and there because, again, the reunion is supposed to clear things up. When things aren't being cleared up, that makes me feel some type of way. But regarding the sending home of Jeremiah, a lot of influences.
Oh, you see? I swear, y'all, you know what? Anytime I have to take accountability from now on, I'm going to just tell Dom, you know what? It was the influences, the YouTube influences. That's the reason why, y'all. Y'all see my case studies, but it's YouTube's fault. YouTube's fault, y'all. YouTube is the reason why everything is happening to me right now. You know, if my subscribers go down, if anything goes down, oh, it's YouTube's. It's the influences that made me decide to do things. Anytime he has to take accountability, it's the influences. Every single time.
And
some consciousness.
My conscience. Yeah, my conscience, steps in. But
y'all say Ace need to be on Jubilee? No, he needs to be on freaking, he make a really good villain producer. He needs to be on Big Brother or Traitors. Or what he could do is, I think his character, like, he's really good to come up with like some type of villainous edit. Like, he'd be perfect for it. And he'd be a good leader in the military. He's not using his traits properly. He needs to go to the military, actually. I feel like his type of strategy is what's going to win wars in America. He's that type of person. He needs to be in some type of intelligence group or something, like FBI, something like that. He's a schemer, y'all. He's the type of person that needs to be in those type of positions. He's in the wrong field. Because I don't understand. This man is strategy. He has a whole strategy. Everything is influences. oh yeah, it's other people.
You know, to admit to Jeremiah, like, look, bro, I apologize because, again, it's not personal. And I'm trying to get him to understand it's not personal. And we were able to have that conversation of us clearing things up regarding how he got sent home and the differences that we had throughout the season. And, you know, we understood where we were both coming from. And actually, me and Jeremiah are super cool. And I hope to do a stream with him. We were just talking about it last night. Like, yo, we're going to do some shit, or we can go hoop, we're going to do whatever. Like, we're super cool now to where we can understand where we're coming from. But I really wanted him to understand that and that experience, that it wasn't an easy decision to just be like, send him home, or I'm hating on what he got going on.
But you were, though. You see, this is what he's not realizing, that we have him in 4K. You know why he's not realizing it? Because he didn't watch the whole show. None of them did. Or maybe he did. I don't know. But every time they ask the Islanders, did you watch the show? No. I watched some clips on YouTube. Of course. That's why you can't see how crazy you look right now. And then you have people, this is the problem I have with the fandoms. They never hold each other accountable. They don't hold their faves accountable. Oh, I'm Team Shalace. Oh, I'm riding to the wheel. You could still be team. Listen, I literally drug Nick for being a lust demon. And I love Nicolandria. But I gotta keep it real. He has some character traits I don't like. I don't like his people-pleasing tendencies. I don't like how he's always on both sides. He needs to stand on something. That I agree with. But other than that, he has shown consistent behavior as far as him treating Elandria like the queen that she is. And for that, I will forever hold him to a higher regard for that. We can see that he does have a character flaw, as every human does. I'm not perfect either. I'm sure Dom could list you guys a list. Oh yeah, sometimes Romy's this way, that way, but I'm still lovable. Why? Because I'm myself. Nick is himself. He doesn't try to portray to be somebody that he's not. Elandria too, there's some traits of hers. I'm like, girl, you always riding and dying for other people. Girl, stop it. But I love her character. She's authentic. This man is inauthentic. Him and Sierra belong together. I don't know how they couldn't see. That was the biggest misconnection ever. Was him and Sierra. And now, look at him. Lying through his teeth. And then on top of that, he was hating on Jeremiah. Remember, I showed y'all the scheming and scamming he was doing behind the scenes. Oh, you think they're in a real relationship? I don't think so. And then you want me to believe that you held him in a high regard? Please!
Because again, the reunion is supposed to clear things up. When things aren't being cleared up, that makes me feel some type of way. But regarding the sending home of Jeremiah, a lot of influences.
Oh yeah, you see? Again, everything is influences. So they told you to ask Elandria and tell... No, so you're telling me production told you to tell Elandria. I remember when they were sitting on the table. If you catch the replay, if you didn't catch it earlier in the live, when they were sitting together on the counter, and you said, I think there's something wrong with it. Something going down in this mother effer. And Elandria was like, no, I think they're a real couple. And you said you believe that they're fake. They're not there for the right reasons. They're not a real couple. And the producers told you to say that? Only you. No one else. I'm telling you, no one else was talking about Jeremiah and Huda unless it became really toxic, until you started bringing it up and sowing the seeds of discord. And yet, it's the influences that, the powers that be and the influences that had you do all the stuff that you did. So you were basically the patsy. You're telling us that? Okay.
And
some consciousness.
My conscience, my conscience, steps in. But
yo, let me tell y'all something. Love Island needs to release all the footage. And they need to sue Ace for defamation. Because people are saying Ace should sue them for defamation. He's not going to win because he's lying. He's lying. Love Island needs to sue for defamation, and they need to bring up, I want to see this in Discovery. This is the case that we need. We don't need Candace Owens and Emmanuel Macron, even though I would love to see that case. And Brigitte Macron. We need to see Ace versus Love Island producers. We need to see the Discovery process. I need to see all the unedited footage.
I'm like, look, bro, I apologize because, again, it's not personal. And I'm trying to get him to understand it's not personal. And we were able to have that conversation of us clearing things up regarding how he got sent home and the differences that we had throughout the season. And, we understood where we were both coming from. And actually, me and Jeremiah are super cool. And I hope to do a stream with him. And we were just talking about it last night. Like, yo, we're going to do some shit or we can go hoop.
And you know who his loyalty lies with? He made it very clear it's with Nick and Alandria. So, Ace, your plan didn't work.
I wanted him to understand that and that experience that it wasn't an easy decision to just be like, send him home or I'm hating on what he got going on.
You were.
It's never been that, trust me.
When I was watching it in real time, I was like, damn, this is some hating shit. Like, they trying to get Jeremiah out the paint because he got emotional.
I felt like a hater. And I even said that. And was like, look, this feels like some hating ass shit. Like, respectfully, like.
He's lying. You want to know how I'm lying? Because at the reunion, when Austin and Jeremiah, because he was like, well, you said that, you were talking about your social media following. And then when you made this comment, Austin was like, yo, that's my guy. Like, no, Jeremiah was like, yo, Austin's my guy. I joke with him every day. And he's like, well, you can't be joking around with his little glasses. You can't be joking around and thinking people don't take it seriously. And then now you want us to believe whatever rhetoric and garbage that you're spewing here?
Yeah, it's television.
But the fact that you said it was some hater ass shit, I'm glad you acknowledged it.
No, I know it.
Watching it, I'm like, this is
watching it and going through it felt like some hater ass shit.
Because it was.
The deliberation on whether or not to send Jeremiah home was between you, Taylor, and Nick.
Yeah.
At the time, Andrina had just come in the villa as a bombshell.
Right.
I'm wondering, is there a world in which someone wanted to send Jeremiah home so that they could get to know Andrina?
All I know is what is being shown to me and what is being told to me. Taylor had came to me on some, yo, Jeremiah is repeating the same cycle again with Andrina. Okay. Sound like Jeremiah, but I'll see for myself, and then if that's my experience, that's my experience. Boom, I'm seeing a little bit of what Taylor is talking about. I'm like, okay, but again, I have my own situation with Shelly. I'm more focused on that. But again, I do peep all the, stuff going down.
So let me ask this in a different way.
Yeah.
Did Taylor want to get to know Andrina?
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
So here we go. Red flag. So actually, people were mad at Speedy, but I think his interviewing skills is actually good. I don't know why people are dragging him. I heard people were saying, oh, he's against Nick Alandria, all that stuff, and he probably is, but from the questions that I'm seeing here, he's asking some really good questions because I want to know. So now listen to what he said. Taylor came to me with some intel. Remember, I told you they were co-conspirating all the time. Remember that time they were in the bedroom and Nick just happened to walk in and then they changed the subject? Here we go. So now I get it. What was going on? Taylor was the one observing everything. Alandria was probably feeding him information, but she didn't know, so we can't even put her in there. She wasn't complicit to anything. Shelly too. Shelly became part of it after when she got with him, because remember, she's sleeping with him, staying with him, whatever. So she knew what was going on. Alandria had no clue, and he even said she didn't know. So basically, he's getting all this information, observing it, sending it back to the ringleader. And then he would decide who gets to stay and who doesn't. And then Taylor was like, well, excuse me, master, but I actually am interested in Andreina, because I don't want to be with Alandria anymore, and Andreina is my type, even though Andreina would never even look his way. This man had audacity. Taylor really thought he was a catch because Alandria was pumping him up and hyping him up to be. Unfortunately, I got to give sis something for that. And so now he thinking he the big shot. Andreina would have wanted this man, Taylor. Listen to what he just said.
Sound like Jeremiah, but I'll see for myself, and then, but if that's my experience, that's my experience. Boom, I'm seeing a little bit of what Taylor is talking about. I'm like, okay, but again, I have my own situation with Shelly. I'm more focused on that. But again, I do peep all the, stuff going down.
So let me ask this in a different way.
Yeah.
Thank you, Speedy.
Did Taylor want to get to know Andrina?
Yeah, for sure.
You see? That was the reason Jeremiah had to go. That was the reason. And also, he didn't like him too, so that was 2 for 1. We getting him up out of here. And who were the main ones talking during the deliberation for the voting? Him and Taylor. Is it a coincidence? You see, he's just lying on him. He's literally lying and then contradicting himself in the next breath. Sorry, I had to put my charger on. This man is lying. Remember, the influences, oh, that's the reason Jeremiah. I'm cool with Jeremiah. It wasn't me. And then all of a sudden, oh, yeah, Taylor wanted to talk to Andreina. Yeah, he did. And Taylor told me about him and her and Jeremiah and said they're repeating the same pattern. Oh, so that means y'all was talking about them. You were, I was invested in what me and Shelly had going on. No, you weren't. You were invested in who was going to be competition for you and Shelly. Let's keep it real, Ace.
Do you feel like he was maybe incentivized to vote to send Jeremiah home to get him out the paint? That way he could focus and lock in on Andreina.
Yes. Oh, you better not say influences.
I know he definitely really wanted to get to know Andreina. I'll just leave it at that. I know he did.
What was your experience with Andreina?
So you see, Speedy, I think people are not giving him enough credit and they're dragging him. But Speedy actually did a good job. In my opinion, I'm only 36 minutes in and I think he did a good job of exposing the liar that Ace is. It's just that people weren't catching it. They were just so angry at one clip and you could tell people didn't watch the full interview. Because if you watched it, you would see that he actually did ask the right questions.
My experience with Andreina, the first thing that she had mentioned to me off the first introduction of, she had came down the stairs for the Meg Thee Stallion challenge and gave me a hug. And the first thing she said was, well, I know you don't want to be touched because, she had already, watched the whole interaction of Amaya. And for me, it sucks because it was put...
Oh, he's upset now. He's a crybaby, y'all. Why he mad? She was joking. He doesn't know how to take a joke, and this is how I know he got a PD, y'all. Listen, I done told y'all about these personality disorders. He got one of them. He doesn't know how to take a joke. He's unaware of that. He takes everything at face value. He doesn't understand social cues. He doesn't understand anything. He's like, oh, she was joking with you. She was trying to connect, like, oh yeah, I heard you don't, But he's saying that I said, I didn't appreciate that. I'm sorry to laugh, but he's upset about the most minuscule things. Y'all, something ain't right here.
Do you feel like he was maybe incentivized to vote to send Jeremiah home to get him out the paint? That way he could focus and lock in on Andreina.
I know he definitely really wanted to get to know Andreina. I'll just leave it at that. I know he did.
What was your experience with Andreina?
My experience with Andreina, the first thing that she had mentioned to me off the first introduction of, she had came down the stairs for the Meg Thee Stallion challenge and gave me a hug. And the first thing she said was, well, I know you don't want to be touched because, she had already, watched the whole interaction of Amaya. And for me, it sucks because it was putting me at a disadvantage to get to know different women amongst the house. And when she had made that comment, I was already off of it right then and there. And I know she still wanted to get to know me as well. She had made me smoothies in the kitchen and shit like that. I was like, yo, we got to chop it up. We got to get to know each other. But again, I already had Shelly at the end of the day. So, and I had made that clear at the fire pit that all I wanted was to talk to was Shelly. So coming out this whole experience and to see that, she was participating in comments of Ace was jealous of what me and Jeremiah had.
But you were, and she was right. She was. You were. And it may not have been you. To be honest with you, I think he's clearing it up to say that, hey, I was into Shelly, not into Andreina, but Taylor was. But you don't want to, put your boy or throw your boy under the bus. So you're going to say, oh, yeah, I didn't like it when that rumor came out. It was actually Taylor. But I can't say it in this interview because I actually like Taylor. And I want him to continue to be my minion. So I can't throw him under the bus.
He wanted to send us home or send me home. Or he wanted to send Jeremiah home. And he was jealous of what we had. And, they were haters, quote unquote. But respectfully, I was all the way invested into what you were bringing. And don't get me wrong, she's a gorgeous woman. She's super cool, but that wasn't for me.
One thing I found interesting was during your time in the villa, it seemed like you had strong bonds and strong friendships and strong relationships.
Yeah.
And now it seems to me like amongst the other Islanders, people are quick to defend their friends when shit is not actually like, wait a second. that's my man's or that's my homegirl, and that's not really how it happened.
Oh, let's get into it.
Do you feel that, or is maybe what I'm seeing not accurate?
I feel like throughout my time in the villa, I had catered to a lot of people's, relationships. They would come to me. It wasn't a matter of me going out of my way. And sometimes I would go out of my way to check on people, but it was always a thing of making sure people are seeing both sides of the situation. Even when they're right, I call it, say, look, you're right, you're wrong, you're wrong. Like, and that was my whole thing of making sure I'm helping out everybody throughout this experience. Because, again, first thing coming into the villa, I wasn't worried about the friendships and all that. I was worried about finding love. But you do develop friendships throughout that entire time.
It's natural.
Exactly. So we're going to be in the house together for 6 weeks. You're bound to, be friends with some people at some point. So being that's the case, we had all developed a really, really close friendship. And coming out the villa, people see narratives get spent and want to protect their own brand image, which is crazy because I know a lot of things about certain people post-villa, during villa, before villa. You would think you would, have my back about certain shit. But
because if shit hit the fan,
man, your shit finna hit the fan, bro.
Okay, so basically what he's trying to say is that while he was in the villa, he was being Mr., Dr. Phil. Remember, he's being Dr. Phil, but yet, again, we saw a few examples where he's the one going to people and asking, oh, how so-and-so, what are you doing? He was conspiring. But now he's trying to make it seem like, oh, well, I was just trying to help people and I let them see the good and the bad. It wasn't my intention to be a busybody. He was Mr. Busybody. That's what that was. And now that he got backlash, he's backtracking like, oh, you could have defended me. But guess what? People knew who you were and they knew your behavior. They saw your behavior. Why would they defend that? Why would they defend it? They knew you was on some other type shit. But now you want people to defend you and be like, oh yeah, he was a good. No, you weren't. You were a manipulator. Just like Ciara. Who's going to defend her? Other than people who rock with her? Andreina and Shelly. Those are two bad examples of people who are defending Ciara. She was wrong for what she did. And also, it wasn't just because of the slur. She was just not a good human being. Look at how she was talking to people. I'm sure she has great traits, but from what I could see online and, in the villa, she doesn't seem like she's that good of a person to be around, to be quite honest with you. So why would they defend her? And why would they defend you? You just have a poor character. People only defend people who have good character. Look at how many people defend Alandria. Look at how many people defend Hannah. Bella. And for the guys, hell, pickings are slim.
I'm not the type of person to be like, I'm about to go air out everybody's shit just to protect my own ass. But it is what it is. But
you have felt that, though, that
yes.
People haven't had your back in the way that other Islanders
Why
have.
would they?
And to me, bro, again, even if I look crazy, knowing that person's narrative got spent wild on the show, I'm going to stand their character. You know what I mean? Like, if I met this person, I was able to get to know them, and they said they did this, look, someone asked me a question, they did this, and they did this. That's from my perspective, though. I would expect more people to be like that in this world, but unfortunately, that's not the case.
You wanted people to defend you and defend your character. Newsflash Ace, your girl didn't even defend you or your character. Wake it up! Shelly didn't even do that outside of the villa. When did she do that? All she did was show pictures of y'all together. I have not seen Shelly go on an interview and say, oh yeah, Ace this, Ace. She did say that he's a good boyfriend and he does stuff for her. But when it comes to character, listen, your character follows you. If people really thought you were a good person, they would say it. I haven't heard anything bad about Charlie from other castmates. Only bad thing I heard was from social media saying that he's a Trump, he's a MAGA, a maggot. That's all. But other than that, I haven't heard anything from people inside of the villa saying, oh, Charlie was two-faced, Charlie was this, Charlie was that. I'm using Charlie as an example. Same thing with Nick. Matter of fact, everybody likes Nick except for who? You, Taylor. And Ciara, of course. But everyone else, they still rocking with him. Jeremiah, same thing. And somehow, oh, I want them to defend me. Defend what? You can defend yourself. Why are you looking for other people to defend you? And that's another problem I have. Like I told you, everything is everyone else's fault. Oh, they didn't defend me like I wanted them to. You didn't even come out. You were in hiding. You were holed up like a hermit, scared, hibernating. And then all of a sudden you come outside and you want everybody, oh yeah, it's the attention's on me now. Come and defend me. Who's going to do that? You defend yourself. Even if you had the best character in the world, you shouldn't expect people to defend you. That's your job. But again, you're immature and you have a complex. That's why you want people to praise you all the time. This ain't church. This is not a school assembly. This is real life.
Because, again, clout comes into play. You want to protect everything that you got. Again, I had all that shit. So that's not my main focus. I'm going to speak on what's real. What's real.
Yeah.
It is what it is, so.
What were your thoughts on Olandria and Nick getting dumped and then being brought back as a couple?
Okay, this might be interesting. So I know we're at 7 hours. I know this is long. I knew this was going to be my longest stream, but that's okay. We're going to finish strong, y'all. And then tomorrow, I'll be back. After this stream, I'm done. Tomorrow, I'll be back at 11 a.m. my time.
They did this. That's from my perspective, though. I would expect more people to be like that in this world. But unfortunately, that's not the case because, again, clout comes into play. You want to protect everything that you got.
As they should.
So that's...
As they should. You see, this is what I don't like about him. As a social media influencer, you should know this more than anyone. Anyone can taint your brand. Why should I defend something or someone if I know that, one, they were in the wrong, and two, that it would mess up my brand? It would have to take somebody who I really believe in to do that. I would have to go to bat for that person and risk losing it all for that person. That's how much I believed in what they're saying. So you want people to risk their livelihood and their brands to hang out with you and to defend you, even though you were wrong. But he's like, oh yeah, all they're looking for is clout. Matter of fact, Nick defended you, by the way, a lot. I remember there was one interview, he was like, yeah, people call me Daddy Ace. He was joking about it. And he said, oh yeah, we made our own decisions. It's all good. Olandria defended you heavy. Always defend you. People did defend you. But again, it didn't meet his expectation because he has an expectation of how it should look. He should be begging like, yeah, Ace is such a great guy. So it's your interview, but you should be talking about Ace all over the place. Even if they didn't ask you questions. Oh, he's just such a great guy. And he couldn't even defend himself. And when have you defended others in interviews? Remember, this is your first one. Why should people extend the grace to you, but you don't even extend it to people? Again, narky behavior. He's selfish. And this whole time, did he even talk about Shelly? Only time he talked about Shelly was like, oh, when he's talking about how he feels. Like, oh yeah, you know, I was focused on Shelly. But he didn't even talk about her. We're how many minutes in? 39 minutes in, and he's talking about everybody else but him and Shelly. Just remember that.
That's not my main focus. I'm going to speak on what's real. What's real.
Yeah.
It is what it is, so.
What were your thoughts on Olandria and Nick getting dumped and then being brought back as a couple?
It's funny because I know Nick, you know, had found Olandria attractive day one. And, you know, when Nick got axed from the villa, and to see that Olandria got axed from the villa and they be coupled up again, my experience with that was, you know, they thought each other were attractive, but it was never going to be more than just friends right then and there. And they were just, you know, it was just going to be cool, you know, and just...
He's right. It was. We saw it. But guess what, Ace? You don't know everything about everyone. You know, you ever had a crush on someone and then, you know, some situation happened and people keep asking you, yo, you feeling that? No, I'm not feeling him, because you don't want people to know. So of course they're going to say they're friends. We all saw it. They are friends. They were. Because of what? Taylor and Sierra. They both said it in their confessional and in front of each other. So there was no secret about it. But somehow he's oblivious to that. You want to know why? Because as he would say, it wasn't part of his parlay. So he just believed it at face value. And of course he's going to. He's never been in a real relationship. How would he know that people lie all the time about who they're attracted to? Come on now. But he doesn't get it because he holds people too high. And notice, he has this moral compass that I don't understand. But for other people, it's influences. For himself, it's influences. But for other people, he can't understand. He cannot understand jokes. He can't understand when people really like each other, but they're hiding it. He doesn't understand that. Yes, of course they told you they're friends. They were dealing with other people at the time. And matter of fact, it was more Alandria than Nick. Nick wanted to escape. We already saw that. But Alandria was the one who was loyal to Sierra and Taylor. She didn't want it. So of course they're going to say they're friends.
As time goes on.
And then remember, he didn't see the soul ties kiss and all that other stuff that was going on behind the scenes. So just remember that. He's annoying me, y'all.
My experience with that was, they thought each other were attractive, but it was never going to be more than just friends right then and there. And they were just, it was just going to be cool, and just as time goes on, Sierra gets, dragged out the villa. Now it's a thing where I'm feeling like I have to be catering to know what's going on between Nick and Alandria. What's going on between Nick and Alandria? It's part of, the Love Island.
Okay, so y'all want to know what's going on here? Red flag. So I'm going to tell y'all what's going on. I told y'all producers have some influence into the topics that people can talk about. I said it. I remember when Nick and Alandria got kicked off and then they had that dinner scene. That first part of the conversation was all producer led. Like, oh, who's talking to who's doing what. But when he added but for real now, let me talk to you, shorty. I want to tell you I really like you. That was all him. Okay, so now that's number 1. 2. Yes, producers, you want to know why they were saying that? Because they wanted y'all to have conversations in front of the cameras. Because Jeremiah done told us and other cast members told us that they actually don't talk to each other outside of filming because producers want to capture every conversation. So what they would do is they would hold every conversation until the time that they got in front of the camera. And remember, producers knew all about Nick Alandria. So they wanted to test the temperature and try to get him to reveal information because remember, the outside world is already rooting for them, but people inside the villa had no clue because trust and believe, if Ace knew, he wouldn't have been smiling like, that's how you feel like a kid feeling when Nick said he feels like a teenager and I get the flutters. He wouldn't have smiled. But he was starting to realize like, oh, why they keep asking me to go cater to Nick? You see, notice his wording, cater. So he knew. He started to realize that, okay, there's something going on, but he couldn't peep it. He couldn't pinpoint it. But he knew that the tides were turned. And he had talked to Shelly about it because notice how uncomfortable she looked when she was talking to Alandria. Well, tell me when you kiss him. Just so she could run it back by Ace. I felt like I had to cater to them. Yeah, because you realize that producers were trying to get us to see something. That's what happened. And he was like, damn, I thought we were number 1, but now it's Nick and Alandria. How did that happen? That wasn't part of the plan.
It's with some people at some point. So being that's the case, we had all developed a really, really close friendship. And coming out the villa, people see narratives get spent and want to protect their own brand image.
Well, let me fast forward a little bit.
Their character, take everything that you got. And, when Nick got axed from the villa, and to see that Alandria got axed from the villa and they'd be coupled up again, my experience with that was, they thought each other were attractive, but it was never going to be more than just friends right then and there. And they were just, it was just going to be cool, and just as time goes on, Sierra gets, dragged out the villa. Now it's a thing where I'm feeling like I have to be catering to know what's going on between Nick and Alandria. What's going on between Nick and Alandria? It's part of, the Love Island, experience. But my last conversation with Nick before I left was,
okay, stop it here. My last conversation with Nick when? Before I left. Before I left where? The villa. We're going to stop here. Hold on. I see some discourse going on. Nick did not defend Alandria. When was that? When was that? Who cares about clothes off? Let people court each other and date like people who like each other. Yes. I don't know what's going on here, but yeah, y'all gotta go watch the replay. Go watch the replay because I debunked a lot of stuff. Ace shot himself in the foot. Either you're lying now or you were lying then. So why should we believe anything about your Love Island experience? Exactly, including your relationship. Exactly. He's choosing the wrong time to say all that he needs to say. And I'm not trying to say that he doesn't have the right to, but it sounds stupid. It's foolish. Because instead of focusing Mr. Positivity, he's listen to him. So now let's get to this part. This is the important part. The last conversation I had with Nick before I left. So a month ago, before he left the villa, that's when he had a conversation with Nick. Before he left the villa. Just remember that.
What's going on between Nick and Alandria? You know, it's part of, you know, the Love Island, you know, experience. But my last conversation with Nick before I left was, you know, it's, you know, he finds her attractive, she finds him attractive, but they haven't found a romantic spark. And that was my conversation with him throughout this entire experience. He was saying that it was nothing.
You see? Hold on. They edited it. Listen to this. Look at this. They edited that part. They clipped it. Here.
But my last conversation with Nick before I left was, you know, it's, you know, he finds her attractive, she finds him attractive, but they haven't found a romantic spark. And that was my conversation with him throughout this entire experience. He was saying that it was nothing more than
okay, red flag. One, because they clipped it. And number two, red flag because it's none of your business. He could be lying to you. He may be not wanting to tell you all the truth. You don't know. You don't know what's going on. He's making it seem as if Nick was in a relationship with him and should tell him all the intel. That's number one. Number two, Nick actually did say, he said that, hey, it's definitely a physical connection and I don't just cuddle with friends. I'm trying to see where it could go, but I definitely see the more conversations we have, the better it's getting. That's exactly what he said. And then on top of that, let's rewind. Alandria said the same thing too. She said, it feels a little weird. Do we look good together? She kept asking Shelly that. And mind you, I forgot to add this part. Shelly was trying to get Alandria to still chase after Taylor, even after she got kicked off. Or almost got kicked out. Remember after they voted after Casa, she asked Shelly if she should just give up. And then she was like, no, still go after him, knowing everything he did. Because why? Ace. That was Ace talking, not Shelly. Let's just be clear. Let's continue. Nick said that. He told us in the camera. He said that even on their last date, in the finale, he said, I don't know where this is going to lead us. Whether it's romantic, as friends, as lovers, or... No, he said whether it's as partners, lovers, or friends. Something like that. I still want to be next to you. Again, he's acting like people should tell them their business. Or tell him their business. As if, oh, he didn't tell me, so that means it can't be true. Yeah, he would have told me if he really liked her. So, yeah, they're romantic. Who is he? Who is he? Who are you? And maybe Nick didn't trust you. And maybe he's like, you know what? I am really feeling her, but let me go her pace. I don't want to scare her off, so let me just chill a little bit. Yeah, it might get it's physical. It might get romantic soon. I'm feeling something. Why would he tell you the truth anyways? It's none of your business. But you see, he's been in people's business since the beginning. That's why I'm telling y'all, he got a disorder somewhere. Something ain't right in his brain.
Physical attraction, it was just not at that romantic spark level.
Got you.
And, you know, coming out the villa and, you know, seeing that this whole Nick Alandria thing has been a thing for a while, it's like, damn. That's crazy, you know what I mean?
A lot of people on the internet felt as though there was like this brewing underlying romance between Nick and Alandria all along. Like, oh, I saw it. I could tell they were into each other.
Yeah.
As someone who was in the villa, did you see that? Like from the, like, oh, they're gonna end up together. Or they really feeling each other?
Nah, because again, like, first week is a little bit hazy. Everybody's trying to get to explore everybody, you know? And that's just that. But as time goes on, didn't nobody really, see a connection born from that. And even when Alandria got X from the island and she came over back to the villa, they still had doubled down and said, yeah, nah, this ain't that trust. You know what I mean? So just to see all the commotion about it now, I'm like, wow, it's crazy.
So you see, this is red flag. First of all, notice how he gave his master plan. He's telling y'all what he thought. Oh, first week, it's a little hazy. So you see, that's why I was talking about exploring. I told the guys to explore because, nobody takes that seriously. But about week 3, that's when we really got to be serious. Focus, locked in. Okay, cool. And then even when they got kicked off, they didn't end up together. So how could they be fake? Red flag. If they were really producer plant and faked, they would have been together after that whole experience. And if Nick didn't really like her like that, he wouldn't have saved her after Casa. He had no incentive to. But he's glossing over all that. Yeah, to me it was just weird. And then, I went on the outside and now I see that's what he's mad about. He's mad that they have the clout that he thought he and Shelly would have because he thought he had the Krabby Patty. What was it called? Mr. Krabs recipe. The Krabby Patty recipe. He thought he had it locked in. He thought he had the McDonald's Big Mac sauce. He thought he had the KFC special chicken recipe. That's what he thought. And then he realized that America's actually pretty smart. You know what? Shout out to America. Sometimes y'all could make some dumb decisions like what y'all did with 47 and 45. But sometimes you are smart. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not saying that. I used to live in America. This is a jokey joke. Don't be serious like Ace. Please, my Americans. But look at him. He's thinking people are just as delusional as him and Shelly. And yes, I'm adding Shelly to that. As much as I love her, she is delusional for falling for this man. He's a schemer, a scammer, a massive manipulator. He would have a Ponzi scheme if he could.
Internet felt as though
he's very performative, y'all.
So he was saying that it was.
You see, it was clipped here.
It was just gonna be cool.
Okay, I'm gonna play it through.
It goes on. Sierra gets dragged out the villa. Now it's a thing where I'm feeling like I have to be catering to know what's going on between Nick and Alandria. What's going on between Nick and Alandria? It's part of the Love Island experience. But my last conversation with Nick before I left was he finds her attractive. She finds him attractive, but they haven't found a romantic spark. And that was my conversation with him throughout this entire experience. So he was saying that it was nothing more than a physical attraction. It was just not at that romantic spark level.
Gotcha.
And, coming out the villa and, seeing that this whole Nick Alandria thing has been a thing for a while, it's like, damn. That's crazy, you know what I mean?
A lot of people on the internet felt as though there was like this brewing underlying romance between Nick and Alandria all along. Like, oh, I saw it. I could tell they were into each other.
Yeah.
As someone who was in the villa, did you see that? Like from the, like, oh, they gonna end up together. Or they really feeling each other?
Nah, because again, first week is a little bit hazy. Everybody's trying to get to explore everybody, and that's just that. But as time goes on, didn't nobody really, see a connection.
You know why they didn't see a connection, Ace? Is because you and Sierra ruined it. And Huda. Huda inadvertently ruined it because she's just crazy. Sorry to say. If you're a Huda fan, so what? I don't give a damn. I'm going to speak my truth. Huda needs to go see the doctor. We already know that. But she didn't do it on purpose. That's just who she is, naturally. But you and Sierra, you were calculating. And you manipulated and controlled every situation. Sierra didn't let anyone touch Nick. You really think that Alandria would have had an opportunity to talk to Nick the way that she wanted to if she could? Same thing with Nick. At least Nick got a backbone during Casa, but Alandria, again, she shut it down. And then on top of that, if you're saying there's influences, so there's influences for you, but there couldn't be influences for Nick Alandria? Hello. So if he's saying the powers that be were controlling everything that happened in the villa, then how come it didn't happen with Nick Alandria? They were the stars, the breakout stars. Why didn't it happen? Like I said, it took for Sierra to get kicked off, and that was social media's doing. Us on the outside, not inside. That didn't make sense, did it? It doesn't make sense because he's living in Ace's world, a delusional one at that.
From that, and even when Alandria got X from the island and she came over back to the villa, they had still had doubled down and said, yeah, nah, this ain't that trust. You know what I mean? So just to see all the commotion by now, I'm like, wow, it's crazy.
Was it Olandria maybe that didn't see Nick romantically, or was it Nick that didn't see her romantically?
I feel like it was both. Like, I felt like Alandria has been very adamant on telling me what her type is. And like, yo, my type is this. I see myself dating this. I've, experienced dating different.
Red flag. And you see, this is why I don't advise people to tell people their type. Because remember, he was saying that he likes to ask people questions and find out what they like and all that stuff so he can grab intel. So he probably had a conversation with Alandria way back when. And she was like, hey, my type is this. I want a real black man. I want a country boy. I want a cowboy. And remember, when they had the little drawing thing, I think it was posted a few weeks ago or about a week ago, when they were showing like the drawings of who they thought their future mate, or what they thought their future mate would look like. She had a black man with waves. I mean, he was obviously black. Even Nick was like, oh, that looks like waves, but I have curly hair and I have earrings, so I pass. Yeah, she wanted black love. That's what she wanted when she entered the villa. But guess what? Things change and preferences change. I don't know why people act like preferences can't change. Y'all in the chat, y'all let me know. Hasn't there been once where someone has changed your preference? For me, personally speaking, I didn't start dating Asian men until when I was like in my probably mid-20s. No, early 20s. That was the first one. But I never was exposed to Asian men like that. I mean, I saw them around, but there was never an attraction. I was attracted to different types of guys, but Asian men were not on my radar. Asian men were never on my radar. But then guess what? I was exposed, and then they became part of it. That's life. But he's acting like everything is black and white. Oh, so she says she wants a black man, so that means she can never fathom being with a white man. Hello, Lauren from Love is Blind. She had never dated a white man until she met Cameron. Guess what? She's married to him. They're about to have a child together. So by Ace's logic, she can't be with him. There are millions, thousands of people who date outside of their type, outside of their race for the first time. Dom, perfect example. I'm the first black woman he's ever dated, and guess what? I'm married. According to Ace, if somebody had came to Dom and asked him his type, he probably would have said anything opposite of me, because he hadn't met me yet. So in his mind, he's probably thinking, oh yeah, you know what? I want to marry a Korean girl or Asian girl or something like that. Then he met me, changed. That happens all over. Everywhere. Sometimes it's the personality you see in the person themselves who you're attracted to, not their race. But look, you see, of course, he's a simple man. Oh, she wants black love so badly, and that's why I can't believe in her wanting to be with this white man, even though he was my friend, but I'm gonna drag him under the bus because it was supposed to be me and Shelly. That's what he thought. Oh, black women only supposed to be with black men in the end. You could go and play around with them, but we didn't think they were actually gonna be serious about it.
Backgrounds and stuff like that, but I know for a fact Alandria wasn't, going to openly explore that, and I know the same thing about Nick. I know Nick finds Alandria attractive.
Oh no, yeah, I see somebody wrote in the chat, black couples are wicked. No, they're not wicked. Like I said, I have friends who, one of my I hate to sound like a racist now. My friends are with black men, but it's true. My whole family's black, y'all. I'm the only one who's dating interracially as far as my immediate family. My brother-in-law is black, American. Well, he's Haitian, American though. Everyone, it's not about not liking black love. That's not my issue. My issue is that people like him, that's men like him, use black love as a way to manipulate black women to stay race loyal, and I hate that. For me, my point is, if you love to date black men exclusively, there's no problem with that. I have no issue. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Everybody has their preferences. But don't do it under the guise of all black men are this, all black men are that. That's where people get caught up. If you're going to date a black man, date one who's actually worth a damn. This one ain't. Red flag. But they're just looking at the race. Oh, he's a black man and he seems nice, so I'm going to date him. His character is terrible. Shitty. Taylor too. Mush and Clark all over in the live. And yet y'all want me to tell other black women, oh, go date him, he's great. And that could be applied to anybody. Hell, there are some Korean men out there that I would tell y'all never even touch them with a 10-foot pole, because I look at the character of the person, not just the race. I'm not just going to be race loyal. That's never going to be it. Ever. So if you're into black love, more power to you. I love it for you. But choose a quality one, please. Don't just choose it. Oh yeah, well we got to keep it going. You know, yeah. No, look at his character. He's not befitting of someone that I would want with anyone. He needs to work on himself, and he needs to change a lot of his character flaws. But then again, he's going to coast by because a lot of I hate to say it, black women will, and they're supporting him. Even after this interview, he didn't say nothing wrong. A white man could never. Yeah, that's the reason why. Yeah, I knew they were fake. And then look at the differences in how Nick treats Alandria versus how Taylor treated Alandria. But he's still stuck on that because he's still in the villa and his mindset is young and immature. Instead of being like, you know what? Yeah, this might be a white man, but at least he's treating her good, so I'm all for it. Yeah, he may not have been her type, but I'm actually happy that she stepped outside of her comfort zone and is dating someone who could treat her just as well. Even better than what she thought she could, like what she thought she deserved. But nobody's looking at that. They're making it a race thing instead of a character thing. This is where I have a problem.
Active. I know he finds her gorgeous, but she is. Like, don't get me wrong, Alandria's fire, but I know it wasn't that anymore than, you know, when it was surface level. Because again, Nick had tested that connection. He said it wasn't enough for him, and he went back to Sierra. And then boom, again, Sierra gets axed, and now that's his back with Alandria.
So he went back. Listen to what he said. This is very important, y'all. I want y'all to pay attention. I know this live is long, but it's long for a reason.
Was it Alandria, baby, that didn't see Nick?
This is a master class in narc behavior 101. Manipulation. And also how he can like change. This is what he's trying to do. He's trying to do what he did in the villa. Change people's perceptions. Remember, he was breadcrumbing everybody, putting seeds of sowing seeds of doubt in people's minds. This is what he's doing to America and to the wider audience and people all over the world. But what he doesn't understand is people are logical. They don't think with his immature mindset. Some of them do, but most of us don't.
Romantically, or was it Nick that didn't see her romantically?
I feel like it was both.
I feel like it was both. Mind you, Nick has said from day one, I found her physically attractive. So why couldn't he build the connection with her? Even if he didn't feel it at that time, things change, y'all. The physical was there already. Now, if he said, I'm not physically attracted to her, then I could understand, because it's hard to do the reverse. It is really hard to be emotionally connected and then be physically attracted after. Usually one before the other, especially with men. They look at you first and then emotions after. So why couldn't it work? Isn't that what happened with you and Shelly? Uh-oh! Oh, but you were with Amaya first. So what's the difference? Oh, because he ended up choosing Shelly, so it's different. Because y'all gonna believe that love. But no, don't believe this one. But then no one batted an eyelash when Pippa and Iris got together. Because remember, she was really with TJ. And then TJ got eliminated and she was all over Pippa. And then now who knows? They probably going to pop out again. Who knows? But yet he's so hyper-focused on Nick Alandria. Why? Why? Because they were supposed to be, him and Shelly were supposed to be Nick Alandria. That's what it is.
Like, I felt like Alandria has been very adamant on telling me what her type is, and like, yo, my type is this. I see myself dating this. You know, I've experienced dating different backgrounds and stuff like that. But I know for a fact Alandria wasn't going to openly explore that, and I know the same thing about Nick. I know Nick finds Alandria attractive. I know he finds her gorgeous, but she is. Like, don't get me wrong, Alandria's fire, but I know it wasn't that anymore than when it was surface level. Because again, Nick had tested that connection. He said it wasn't enough for him, and he went back to Sierra.
He said it wasn't enough for him, and he went back to Sierra. Mind you, when he said it, I can guarantee you that Taylor was there. That's number one. And number two, remember, Alandria already deaded that whole situation. She said, I'm not going to go with it, so it's done. So if he found no romantic connection with her, why did he vote for her to stay? That was weird, wasn't it? But you going to gloss over all that. And as soon as he got kicked out, or Sierra got kicked off, he could have chosen Iris. Y'all know that, right? Iris was also vulnerable. He could have tried to pull Iris in for a chat and been like, you know what? It's okay. I actually wanted, because remember, he was feeling Iris in the beginning too. Why didn't he do that? Everyone was free game at that point. There were no locked in couples like that, for real, for real. He could have changed the whole scenario. He could have gotten with Iris, but like, you know what? I'm feeling you, actually. He didn't.
And then boom, again, Sierra gets axed, and now that's
He's back with Alandria. Yeah. So, had Nick ever explicitly told you, yo, I'm interested in Alandria romantically?
No. Like, it's always been a fact of she's attractive.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's true.
You now to come out
but you know what? He's making it seem as that could never change. It's fixed. So because someone's attractive, he could never find her romantically attractive. And this is actually very dangerous what he's saying here. He's basically saying this white man will never find this dark-skinned black woman physically, emotionally attractive. She's just there for sex. He just wants to have sex with her. That's all he wanted. So he's just smashing. That's it. That's what he's trying to convey to everyone in the audience. Because you already know how it is, especially when black women date outside of their race. They think that they're being used or that people don't want them. And remember, the whole Kenny and Janae situation happened. But he doesn't care about that. He really hates Nick and what Nick represents. So to him, he's like, how dare they choose Nick and Alandria, an interracial couple, over me and Shelly, a black love couple. And remember, most of their fans, Nick and Alandria, majority black women. I'm being honest. And white women. A lot of white women too. White women, black women. It goes across the spectrum. But from the black community, remember, they have to split the black vote. Ace and Shelly. With Nick and Alandria. So he's thinking that the reason that they were kicked out was because black people were writing more for Nick and Alandria than him and Shelly. And that's why they're big. What he doesn't understand is they're bigger than the black vote. I'm being honest. If it was just for the black vote, they wouldn't have made it to the second spot. We don't make up that many numbers. They're just really well liked because they are authentic. As much as Nick was a lustful demon, I will keep saying it over and over again. He's still likable. More than you. You're not likable. At all. That's why people didn't vote for you. And you should be mad at Pepe and Iris. They stole your number in the finals. And even if you and Shelly made it, y'all still wouldn't have been number one. I don't know why it's not clicking to him. Whoever Alandria ended up with was going to go to the second spot, just like Amaya. Notice how she swapped out Zach with Brian and she still made it to number one. Alandria was always going to be number two or number one. So it didn't matter if she clicked up with Nick or Zach. The number one spot was going to be either Amaya or Alandria, period. Because they have personality. People like them. People learn to love them. They love them as humans. Iris too. Huda, hell, people even loved Huda too. It was always going to be that. But this man is making it seem as if, it's because of them. They're fake. Focus on the wrong things. Why? Because he's immature.
And like Nick Alandria is like a movement. Yeah. As someone who experienced it firsthand, what is your reaction to Nick Alandria?
For me, reacting to the whole Nick Alandria thing, I was really happy for Alandria. Like, she had been dealt bad cards throughout that whole entire experience, and just
because of you,
and getting
because of you,
a sense of happiness. That's what I really cared about throughout this whole entire process. So,
I asked you how you felt about Nick Alandria, and you say you're happy for Alandria. What about Nick?
Yeah, I'm happy for Nick too. I'm happy for both of them. It's just I'm really happy for Alandria because, again,
you know why he's happy for Alandria? The only reason he's saying Alandria specifically is because he knows that if he said that he's not happy about Alandria and Nick, that people were going to come for his head. So he would rather throw Nick under the bus and be like, oh, he's not really with her for the right reasons. Because y'all want to pick on Taylor. He's trying to give Taylor a redemption arc. Him and Taylor. He's coming out like, you see, y'all hating on us. But you see, out of the trio, we were the realest one trying to protect a black woman, even though we saw them almost X her out completely. They never cared about her. She was just a means to an end. And then the end came. That was it. That was all. This was never supposed to happen. Nick Alandria was never supposed to happen. If he had his way, if Nick was a weak man, he would have voted Alandria off too. Because remember, he had no incentive to keep her. This was after she rejected him and after Casa.
They developed a really close bond in there as well.
Let's talk about the heart rate challenge.
Yeah, let's do it.
The heart rate challenge was a moment that rocked the internet.
Yeah.
It seemed as though we at home did not see the entirety of what happened between you and Huda. There was kissing involved, there was a lap dance involved, there's some capacity, and that's all we saw. And then in the reunion, they showed an extended clip and said, hey, this is what actually happened.
Yeah.
Based on what was shown in the reunion,
yeah,
was that exactly what transpired?
Yes and no. Like, I feel like the clip was sped up a little bit more than what it was made out to be because, again, everybody was looking around for about a good, like, maybe 5, 6, 7 seconds, like, what the hell is going on right now? And don't get me wrong, too, it's, everybody's like, one thing I seen amongst everybody was, why isn't Shelly holding Ace accountable for wilding out in that
Yeah, I was going to ask you, did you feel any, or do you feel any responsibility in that?
So you were watching what people were saying on social media. I told y'all, the whole time he was in hiding, he was lurking, monitoring what was going on. I'm telling y'all, he thinks he's still in the villa. He was still trying to see and control what people said. Oh, who defended me? I'm going to write a list. He has a whole list, I promise y'all. He wrote it. He probably has it on his laptop. Y'all see him with his glasses all the time.
Do you take accountability for your actions in it?
Yes, I know. Like, for sure, amongst that whole entire process, throughout the whole entire season, we have been preaching it's a challenge, it's a challenge, it's a challenge. And that whole entire challenge was nothing different than what every other challenge was.
Was it? Oh, and someone brought it up, sped up, yeah. Oh, yeah, he's lying. He's saying it was sped up. First of all, he's saying, oh, it's just a challenge, just a challenge. You hate it. According to you, you would have voted Huda off the first chance you got when it was between her and Jalen, even though you said it was the influence of producers, right? So now you're telling us that the producers influenced this whole scene and that it's not what it seems? Y'all, they had a whole, literally, Chris was simulating oral smacks with Shelly. Huda and Ace literally were dry humping. That was soft corn that we saw. It was so bad I had to cut the stream from YouTube because I knew I was going to get banned. And now you're telling us that this is not what we saw? And they even showed the extended clip, y'all.
Trying to be passionate, trying to, do sexy ass shit and all that just to get the points or get the win or whatever like that. So really that was the mindset I was coming from when it came to throughout that whole entire challenge. But then nobody can expect her to just lick from the damn near gooch up to the tip. Like that shit was crazy.
Okay, so it's Huda's fault, not his. Again, shifting blame. Everything is everyone else's fault but his. So yeah, she did that. You could have easily pushed her off and been like, nah, shorty, this ain't the type of time I'm on. But no, you know what he wanted to do? He wanted to get back at Shelly because she was interested in Chris. And he knew Chris was a competitor. And that's what he was doing, trying to make Shelly jealous. But instead of owning up to it, he wants to deflect, as always, never could take accountability. Now it's Huda's fault for licking him and not him for pushing. Well, everything is, she did it, Just like Nick, I'll say that too. When he said Sierra mounted him. Oh, she offered her vajayjay, so I just had to do it. No. Just keep it real. You wanted to do it. That's it. Nobody can force you to do anything you don't want to do. But yeah, it's them, it's the women. It's not us. We just so innocent.
as hell to me. You know what I mean? So that's when I was like, yo, this shit is crazy. Now, afterwards, everybody's laughing and joking and shit like that. And I'm looking at her and I know she's pissed, and that's where I'm like, damn, like this shit has become even more than what it's supposed to be. Like for me, again, I'm looking at it from it's a challenge perspective, and I'm seeing my girl pissed. And you know, obviously, I was pissed too when she had doubled back and did the whole thing with Chris and all that. So
there you go.
Trust and believe.
That's the real reason.
A week straight and was on my ass about that whole entire.
She held you accountable, but she did it behind closed doors, and this is why people do not believe it. That's exactly why. Because they wish that she had done it in front of everyone. But again, like I said, like she's a rider. So she's never going to chastise him in front of others, which you shouldn't do with your partner. But at the same time, like, you know, it is what it is. I think what it was that she was more mad at Huda, and even in the reunion, she was still very upset with Huda. And she didn't say, you know what, like, I also was mad at Ace, and da-da-da-da. No, it was all about Huda. Not you or both of them, same. They act the same. And I can say, I'm telling you guys, she changed when she got with him. She wasn't like that before. But he brings out the worst in her. And sometimes you can get in a relationship with a person brings out the worst in you. That happens so many times.
Our situation, y'all ain't see me with a smile for like 4 episodes. Like, that shit was tough, I ain't gonna lie. And then even when we had that conversation at the fire pit as well, with all the boys. And again, if anybody's gonna vouch for me, they're gonna vouch for me. If they're not, but they can't say I'm lying. I had told them, look, I was uncomfortable, respectfully. Like,
why would they vouch for you? You don't have your own mouth? I don't like this. Like, why is he acting like people are supposed to vouch for him? Like, who is he? Again, who are you? Why? You can't talk for yourself? But then you didn't vouch for... Look, the whole interview, you're throwing everybody under the bus. And yet they were supposed to ride for you, right? And vouch for you. Even though if I saw... Listen, we saw the extended clip. I don't think I would... I know, it's not I don't think. I know I would not have vouched for your ass. Because I know you did sis dirty. Doing all this juggling with her in the butt and all that stuff. Y'all did it. You guys went overboard. No one else went that far. No one else took it that far. But you and Shelly. Both of y'all took it. And I'm not talking about it was Shelly's fault. Basically, Huda and Chris took it far. And they were complicit. They were willing participants in it. And now you want people to defend you. Oh, it wasn't what it seemed. We saw the extended version. And now what? You still want people to defend you?
Again, nobody can expect her to do some shit like that. So my thing is, I've been preaching boundaries throughout this whole entire experience. And at that moment in time, that's when we had pulled a line just to show there's no beef, because I already knew what the narrative was from the outside of different girls coming into the villa saying, oh, he don't like to be touched. We're not gonna touch Ace. We don't want to be involved with Ace. But then they got to know me and it was a different story. So it was the same thing with the heart rate challenge. It was just me just trying to clear up. The problem isn't me being touched. The issue is me just stating boundaries. And at that moment in time, it wasn't comfortable as hell. And people can get their heart rate raised from being shocked, surprised, trying to deal with the emotions of his...
Oh, so remember, at the end of the challenge, they said that Ace's heart rate was raised the most by Huda. And now he's saying, oh, you know, it's because I was uncomfortable, shocked. So he did not look uncomfortable in the slightest. He had every opportunity, even in the confessional. He could have said, you know what, I felt super uncomfortable, y'all. I'm so sorry. Nope. You know why he's now he's changing his tune is because we saw the extended version. And he's embarrassed. And this is one of the other reasons why he's throwing Nicolandria under the bus, so he could take the heat off of him. But little did he know that people are not as dumb as he is. And so now everything that he did is getting exposed, including this live stream. I would have never done what I did earlier with the replays. I was over this season. I was already like, okay, I'm done. After the reunion, I was like, oh, finally, we're done. And then now look at him. He done reopened the whole can of worms. This is why it's good to be accountable. You don't know what people can dig up in your closet.
Girl right next to him, like, it's a lot. So it wasn't a matter of me being sexually attracted to her.
Oh!
Really long the first few days.
Red flag. This that is blatantly lying. So now he say it wasn't me being sexually attracted to Huda. It was just, I was uncomfortable. Yeah, you look mighty uncomfortable. I wish I could replay it, but I'm not trying to get banned off of YouTube.
That's when we had pulled a Maya just to show there's no beef, because I already knew what the narrative was from the outside of different girls coming into the village saying, oh, he don't like
Yup, she was riding him. She was riding him.
But then they got to know me and it was a different story. So it was the same thing with the heart rate challenge. It was just me just trying to clear up. The problem isn't me being touched. The issue is me just stating boundaries. And at that moment in time, it wasn't comfortable as hell. And people can get their heart rate raised from being shocked, surprised, trying to deal with the emotions of his girl right next to him. Like, it's a lot. So it wasn't a matter of me being sexually attracted to Huda. Like, don't get me wrong, the first few days, yeah, I was definitely trying to explore her, just like I was trying to explore everybody else. But I had made it very clear to her day 4, day 5, that this isn't that romantically. So
it wasn't that, but yeah, you was all up in her and Jeremiah's business. Why? Ask yourselves that question. I know he wanted to knock off the competition. I know that 100%. But he had he had an extra sight on Jeremiah. I don't know what it was. I really don't understand for the life of me till now. Why was it his business? I'm still trying to figure that out. And look at him, he talking mighty fast here.
Narrative, Ace enjoyed that, Ace wanted Huda alone this whole entire time. It's never been that. I've been told her that, and that was my frustration with her, is you keep pushing and feeding me into these little narratives of that, oh yeah, I was attracted to Ace. I just had a conversation with you the day before that it's not that and it's never going to be anything like that. So the fact that you keep pushing this narrative on that I was on you, it hasn't been like that.
One thing I would challenge you on.
Yeah.
You said you felt uncomfortable during. You looked into it.
I looked into it. And don't get me wrong, I was smacking the basketballs and shit. I looked into it to me. And I completely get that. I get that. But again, I'm going into it with the mindset of it's a challenge and everybody's just trying to have fun and do that shit.
Sure.
But
okay, Ace, that would have made sense if everybody else did it. But no, you guys took it real far. You were the only couples who did. I could understand if somebody else's ass was in somebody else's whatever, bouncing, doing all that stuff. She took you to the heart, sir. Not only did she lick your peen or simulate it, she also rode you. You bounced her ass. You had a heart on. And that's why everyone was looking shocked. They're like, whoa, nobody else took it that far but you. And now you want to feign innocence. Oh yeah, and then even Speedy, I told y'all, he did a good job interviewing. Now I don't see why. I think it's just collateral damage, to be honest with you. People are just upset with Ace, so they just threw Speedy under the bus. But I thought he asked good questions, because he has a good follow-up. You look like you enjoyed it, because I saw you juggling, because he's a man. He knows he did. That's like, okay, let me tell you something. That's like, Dom, let's say there was an acting scene somewhere or something, and we had some type of, acting scene. And then I knew that he was going to touch another woman. But then he all touching her titties and flapping it and doing all that. And then afterwards, he's telling me, oh, it was just a scene, It was just that. I'm sorry. I didn't really enjoy it. Come on now. A challenge doesn't have to be that bad. Y'all notice how when Taylor and Sierra had to go in the cabin, they were banging on things. They didn't actually kiss each other. Why? Because they didn't want to. They actually had respect for their partners. Now, Sierra was controlling. I'll be honest with you. And Taylor was too. But they actually didn't want to kiss. They didn't want to do it. So they didn't do it. Ask that. They didn't have respect for their partners. They actually just didn't want to kiss them. But then, with him all of a sudden with this challenge, oh, we're supposed to go all out. Please.
I completely can see how that looks and why I should be held accountable. But trust me, Shelly went through all the emotions with me with regard to that.
Huda, coming out of the villa now, is amongst the most popular.
Yeah.
Her follower counts, I think, surpass everyone else who's on the show.
Yeah.
Her fan base is very loyal.
Yeah.
Do you feel as though these friendships that she has outside of the villa with the other islanders are organic?
I feel, as our time in the villa, everybody went through the same experience, in some shape or form. As far as dealing with Huda, everybody went through the same experience with that. Everybody was adamant on telling their opinions about her. And to come out and everybody sees just a little bit of clout, new friendships form and new things don't want to get
I agree with that. So
attached.
basically what he's trying to say is Nick is an op. And I agree with that on there. I've been told y'all Nick should have chosen a side. But again, he doesn't want to. He's been like that from the beginning. And that's one of his character flaws. He's a people pleaser. A very big one at that. And he's conflict avoidant. He's trying to be friends with everybody. I'm trying to be friends with everybody. And now Ace can. That's why, remember the last stream I did, I said, if you're a people pleaser, you need to stop that behavior because you're always going to lose. Now Ace could use that against him. This is why it's not good to be a people pleaser. This is what happened. So now he's like, yeah, you see how he was cool with Huda because of Landria, da 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 da. You see? Now he could set it up for him to be the best boyfriend ever. Because he's the one he didn't follow Huda after. So I'm not chasing clout. I don't care who I'm friends with. I'm really genuine, even though we could see he's not. But he has a leg to stand on here.
By a certain fan base. Me, I don't give a damn, respectfully. So if you're going to speak on something, stand by that. In the villa and outside the villa. You don't got to be friends with anybody to get what's the word? Alliance going or allegiance going, with certain islanders to step your shit up. Honestly, go put in the work and build your own following. You don't gotta be friendly with somebody to, do all that. But that's just me, respectfully.
Based on what you're saying, what is your relationship with Huda now?
We don't have a relationship, honestly. It's just certain things I don't respect, and I'm guaranteed there's certain things she probably don't respect from me, and we just see it as that. But
what don't you respect?
I just didn't respect how she was moving as far as either being sneak comments or just, her demeanor and just, certain things that's just as a person, I didn't respect it,
I want to talk about your height.
Yeah.
You are, how tall are you?
Some could argue I'm 6'6", 6'5", things like that. But, I like to keep myself at a humble 5'10".
Okay.
Yeah.
It seemed to be a conversation that took place a lot over the course of the season.
Yeah.
It was like discourse. I even saw videos of people trying to calculate your height.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw this. They were like, he took a picture on this train platform based off the measurements of this and this and this and this. What was it like coming out and seeing the reaction to
I will say, my favorite memes are like the little man memes.
When they shrink you?
Yeah, oh my gosh, that shit is comedy. And then I seen one picture, oh my gosh, they had me at the villa and my feet wasn't even touching the floor.
No, he doesn't like it. Look at him.
I sat on the couch, right?
Right.
And I think this part of the couch was so long that it looked like your feet were like this.
Right, yeah.
And they weren't touching the floor. On that couch, that's when you actually look short.
And what people don't understand, there's some giant ass furniture. Nah, bro, but when I see all the memes, I'll be dying laughing with them. And I save some of them when I send them.
No, we might have to speed this up, y'all. Let me see if I could 2-time playback speed. Let's do it Let's do it 1.5. He talking too much right now. Hold on.
Damn, you're off an edge at that point. But again, I love the conversation because when people see me in person, they're like, "Damn, they did you wrong on the show, yo."
Like you actually are project.
Yeah, exactly. But again, I encourage all of it because
I should have done this from the beginning. My bad, Joe.
I appreciate that. I like conversation.
The premise of Love Island is to find a connection.
Yeah.
To find love.
Yeah.
To find and build a real relationship.
Yeah.
You did that, and then you got dumped from the island.
Mm-hmm.
What was your reaction to that?
Finally, honestly.
Okay, this is why he really mad. Pay attention.
I was ready to go home week 2, and I made that known to everybody that I'm not feeling this whole entire experience. But really, the whole experience taught me how to really form a connection with somebody.
Hold on. It's a little too fast for me. Sorry, y'all. I'm an auntie. Let's put it a little low. I don't know how y'all watch stuff sped up. I always watch it in regular mode, but I don't know. I can't. Okay, this is more my speed.
And really just take shit head on in relationships. Hold
on, let's go back.
Just hanging off the couch.
Just dangling.
Yeah.
That's it.
Exactly. But again, I encourage all of it because at the end of the day, you still got my name in your mouth and you're still pushing my algorithm. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll see how much you appreciate after this interview.
Is to find a connection.
Yeah.
To find love.
Yeah.
To find and build a real relationship.
Yeah.
You did that, and then you got dumped from the island.
Mm-hmm.
What was your reaction to that?
Finally, honestly, like, I was ready to go home week 2. And I made that known to everybody that I'm not feeling this whole entire experience.
Oh, really? Then why were you scheming and scamming with Taylor? You lying, red flag. We done saw him scheming and scamming. You were ready to go home week 2, really? You didn't look like somebody who wanted to go home. You really didn't. You really didn't. Matter of fact, you didn't want to go home. That's why you were scamming and scheming this whole time, playing chess, doing the Game of Thrones whole military operation. That's why you had a whole psyop, B613, all up in the rooms. Who is he fooling?
Really, the whole experience taught me how to really form a connection with somebody, go through the ups and downs, and really just take shit head on in relationships. I'm so used to, all right, if I really cool, I'm dipping, you know what I mean, and keep it peak. But this whole entire experience taught me how to grow with somebody through the rights, the wrongs, the good, the bad, the ugly, everything, And once I found that person who I felt I could share that with, I was ready to go home. I could give a damn about a prize, could give a damn about the recognition.
You were ready to go home, and you didn't care about the prize and the recognition. Interesting. You didn't care about none of that. And yet you're sitting here talking about your fellow islanders. If you really didn't care about that, this whole interview would have been something different. Yeah, you could have talked about your Love Island experience, but hold on. This is an hour and 11-minute interview. The whole interview is about other people. I still haven't heard him talk about Shelly once here. He only talked about her in passing. So now we finally get to the Shelly part. It is 52 minutes. If you're so above it all, Mr. Moral Police, you're better than everybody. I'm not a clout chaser. It wasn't about the views of the followers like other people. It's about the real connection. I could have been gone. Oh, yeah, but why were you so salty? Why are you so salty right now?
You know what I mean? What we had, it was real. You know what I mean?
Do you feel like the other Islanders felt like the correct couples made the finale?
The conversations have been behind closed doors that certain couples shouldn't have been in the Final Four. And when we get in front of cameras, especially at the reunion, they didn't show this clip, but it happened, is, the Final Four should have been the Final Four, and everybody who got voted to the Final Four should have been there.
He talking about Nick, y'all. But mind you, when they asked them in After Sun, that's why I played that clip in particular. They asked Shelly, Taylor, Clark, and Ace who they thought would make it, who they thought would win Love Island, because that was the episode before the finale. Taylor said Nick and Alandria, and then he said Brian and Amaya second. Clark said Amaya and Brian, of course, because she's close to Amaya. Shelly and Ace both said Amaya and Brian, and yet he wants Nick to have the loyalty that he couldn't even give Nick. Red flag! Who would choose you as a top couple, you Mr. Scammer scheming? Nick saw you in the background. He saw all of your scamming ways. And if he decided that the couples that were up there made it, and they deserved it, then so be it. Why should he ride for you when you weren't even riding for him? You said, oh, it's tough. I mean, I want to say Nick and Alandria, but Amaya and Brian, because they deserve it. And then Shelly followed your lead. Oh, Amaya had such a hard time in the villa, as if Alandria didn't. But yet you want us to believe that you didn't feel any type of animosity and you didn't care about this? That you went into hiding for 1 month because you didn't care about any of this. Right.
And, it's crazy because it's supposed to be your friend in the process saying that. Who said that? Nick. Yeah.
Oh, he made sure to name Nick, so Nick said that. The top 4 couples. And mind you, Nick didn't even say that. He just said that America voted for who they want, and I think they made the best decision, basically. So why should he extend that loyalty to you when you didn't even do it to him? Why? Oh, because the world revolves around Ace. I forgot it's Ace's world, y'all. Let me go pay my income taxes to Ace's world. Let's get our tax deductible for Ace's world. This is Ace's world and we're just living in it. None of us know anything. We're just dumb. He's the smartest person on earth. Him and Speedy, apparently. And Shelly.
So Nick said, oh no, the Final Four that America voted for was the correct Final Four.
Yeah.
Excluding you and Shelly.
Right.
Interesting.
Which is perfectly fine, but it's like, that's not the conversations that we have behind closed doors. Right. And again, we get in front of cameras.
And even if you didn't have that conversation behind closed doors, he probably just said, hey, I felt like you and Shelly should have made it over Huda and Chris. That's basically what he's saying. He's basically saying that Nick was saying behind closed doors that him and Shelly should have been in the Final Four. And then in front of the cameras, he said, well, you know, everyone deserves to be there. America voted how they want to, because he actually cares about his brand. You don't. We can clearly see that. So we're going to see how great your brand is after this interview, sir. Since you didn't care about a brand and you don't care about PR answers, now you're going to finally realize why there's PR in the first place. Because you want to keep... This is when... Y'all ever saw the Dave Chappelle show when keeping it real goes wrong? This is Ace. He's a poster boy for that. But you didn't even know this. You should have... He's mad because Nick gave a PR answer. Because he cares about his brand. He wanted him to sacrifice his brand for Ace. And that's what he wanted. And I know some people are like, well, Taylor did it. Yeah, Taylor's a follower. That's number one. And what brand does Taylor have? Please. Nick actually has something to lose. And he's trying to retire his parents. So again... If y'all look, and he wants him to give him loyalty after 6 weeks of knowing somebody, you gonna give that type of loyalty? You gonna give up your brands and everything to defend this man? You only known him for 6 weeks? Let's be for real, y'all. Let's look at this clearly. Would you give up your brand? That's like me, y'all asking me to give up my brand on YouTube to defend somebody I've only known for 6 weeks. And not only that, but I've seen that person and how they operate. And I don't really feel that either. Yeah, I'm still going to be cool with the person. But, you know, you have a friend. Sometimes you have friends who you like, this person, But you still friendly with them. But this is where I talk about Nick and his friendly ways. He needed to make that boundary known. But now Ace is using all of that against him. He should have been dropped Ace as a friend. I'm being honest. Taylor, people been told him, hey, stop hanging out with Taylor. Stop hanging out with Ace. But actually, it was more Taylor than Ace. But now I hope him and Alandria had the wake-up call. Alandria should have been blocked Taylor. And unfortunately, she couldn't see that Shelly was being a little two-facedy too. Hey, bestie. That should have been her wake-up call in that interview. Hey, bestie. Oh, I would have blocked you after that. You ain't going to do that in front of me. That's disrespectful. But again, they're race loyal. This is what happens when you just look at this and you don't look at the character of the person.
That's not what you said to me.
Exactly.
Do you find that happened frequently with people? Like they would say one thing and then in front of the cameras it would be a different thing?
It's a full work shift. You ain't lying. We almost solved it. It's a full work shift. And I still have the Modern Love to cover, but that's going to be tomorrow, y'all. We going to be done with this. We wrapping this right up. Ace will only get one live out of me.
Like, I've had people's backs with no loyalty towards these people. I still had your back in the process. And you get in front of cameras and it's either silent or you
had his back, Ace? Seriously?
That you know is not what it is behind the scenes. And it's okay.
At some point, it appeared as a viewer that there was a cold sore breakout in the villa at some point. Did that happen?
I ain't get no cold sore.
Did you see cold sores in there?
A couple of them.
How did you, with so much kissing involved, how did you not get one?
How did I not get one?
When I was watching, I'm looking, I'm like, wait a second, what is that there? And then I thought I saw, you know?
Yeah. Shit. You know, for me, again, I'm very clear. I don't give a damn if we on the show. I'm gonna ask you, yo, do you have anything you wanna let me know or stuff like that? But you ain't see no cockroaches around my lips, so.
Red flag. First of all, you could get sued for that, right? You basically you're insinuating, because we all know that it was Nick, and apparently he had played football with Charlie, and Charlie elbow bumped him. He even said in an interview, it was just an injury. It's not a cold sore. I don't have anything. And also, keep in mind that they're on a reality show. They get tested all the time. So for him to even say this, that is disgusting. He's playing a dirty game. And what he didn't understand is that Nick and Alandria are major. They're huge, but his little tiny ego couldn't take it. So he thought that if he threw Nick under the bus, because let's keep it real, especially in this political climate, and especially with black people, we do not like that when a black woman is being used. And we shouldn't. No one should stand for it. But it was good and well and dandy when Taylor was doing it. But all of a sudden, there's a line drawn for Nick, even though we know he's not using her. Let's be clear. And if anything, it's mutually beneficial to the both of them. Unfortunately, with Taylor, it was him using her. It was not beneficial to her. Let's wake that up. Now, let's get to this part, because we almost done, y'all. We gonna wrap this right up. He's not only assassinating Nick's character as far as a friendship goes and as far as him as a person, him liking Alandria, but he's also insinuating that Nick has a transmitted disease. Or sexually transmitted disease, I should say. So he's basically, this whole interview was about Nick, pretty much. And you could sprinkle in Amaya and Huda somewhere in there. That was it, y'all.
These are some serious questions. And I'm hoping you're going to be honest with these.
I've been honest since day one.
Honest is the wrong word. You've been honest, but there are certain things that you've withheld and have spoke carefully about. And these are some questions that I want to give you the opportunity to speak bluntly and openly to the extent that you feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Starting with this. Shelly and Alandria were said to have been bullies. That's a narrative that we saw unfold on the internet. I did not see that whatsoever. Yeah. You were in the villa, I was not. Did you find Shelly and Alandria to be bullies, particularly to Huda?
I feel like throughout that entire time in the villa, Alandria and Shelly held themselves up like the queens.
They did. And what I will say is that Huda never directly said that it was Shelly and Alandria. She just said that she felt like she was getting bullied, and people assumed that it was Shelly and Alandria based on not only the clips, but the Stand on Business challenge. That's how Alandria, you want to know what happened? Let's clear this up real quick. Let's clear it up real quick. I know I've been on here. I'm taking y'all time, but at least you guys can replay it at work. I realize my videos help you guys go through your shift. I love it for y'all. But let's clear this up real quick. Alandria only got drugged because she was defending Shelly. Let's be clear. That whole Stand on Business challenge, it was because she made it a point to stand up and ride for Shelly because Shelly is her soul sister. And mind you, she did all that just for Shelly to go and say Amaya and Brian should win. Not even when that whole dinner happened and Nick and Alandria made it to the finale or the finalist list, she didn't even congratulate Alandria. She didn't even hold her hand, nothing. Alandria literally got eaten up and torn up by the internet because of her loyalty to Shelly. That was it. That was all. That's it. That's all. The original Mean Girls, you want to know who they were? Sierra and Shelly. Alandria got drug into it. Why? Because she defended Shelly and she revealed that Huda and Chris kissed in the speakeasy. This is the reason why she got into this whole mess. So even at the reunion, Huda cleared it up and said, me and Alandria were really close. But because Huda hated Shelly so much, she was so envious of Shelly too. They both hated each other. Let's just be clear. They both disliked each other at a certain point. They were cool in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, things just changed between them. And they were in competition. And she said that Alandria wasn't part of the people that she was listening. She's sorry. And she apologized, but she never really cleared it up. Why? Because, her and her fans are insane. She loves that attention too. But she said it in the reunion. It was Shelly, basically. So Alandria, again, she caught a stray. The whole Taylor situation, Alandria caught a stray. And now in this interview, I love Alandria so much, but Nick, F Nick, stray. Just think about that.
I feel like the black people on this show found themselves being therapists to other people's cones. And that was the toughest thing for me because, again, a lot of the shit I didn't give a damn about to talk with somebody else. Of course, I'll care. Of course, I want to be there for somebody. But I'm here to find my own connection, respectfully. And being that that's the case, I feel like they were put in a situation to where they had to constantly not lash out because they were going to be looked at crazy. But real world, like, this is some lash out type of shit.
That's true.
You know what I mean? And for them, they I feel like they did the best that any woman or black woman could do, especially like being in that villa, and they held it down.
Oh, now he's pro-black, y'all.
Anything that they do.
So no bullying.
No bullying. None of that.
Do you feel like the narrative that was painted around you, Olandria, and Shelly specifically was the way it was because of your racial identity? Do you feel like because you're a black man, because they're black women, the edits that you guys got was different than your counterparts that are not black?
I'll say this. For me, as a black man, I know I constantly have a target on my back, you know, and I gotta be okay with that. But in this situation, I don't want to play the, oh, I'm black, so that's why they...
You know why he couldn't play the victim? Because he wasn't red flag. He knew he wasn't. Actually, green flag. At least he recognized it. Shelly and Olandria, though, I feel bad for them. Because now Shelly has to deal with this midget. Sorry, let me not say that. my husband's also a short king, too. According to, standards. He's just under 6 feet. But what I'm trying to say is, let me not say name calling. Let's not call him a midget. But according to him, they called him a labubu. I'm not even going to do that. But according to him, yeah, he can't play the race card because he really is a villain. He's like that. But Shelly and Olandria did not deserve it. And unfortunately, Shelly got caught in the crossfire because the day that she connected with him, she signed a deal with the devil. And now she's all up in it.
They're painting me this way because I don't ever want to move through our life like that with the whole victim mentality. But what I will say is it was a lot of consistency amongst, the black couples.
Here we go.
Amongst, black people in general throughout this
amongst the black couples, who you and Shelly and Taylor and Olandria do not count. And then now you're talking about Taylor and Clark as if he didn't do a whole villainous thing to Olandria, leading her on, breadcrumbing her, acting like he was going to go after her. In actuality, he was just stringing her along until the next best thing came out. You want to tell me that, sir? You over here plotting and colluding, conspiring, doing a whole operation in the back. And now you want to make it seem like it's a race thing. It is for the black women. Because they had to take a brunt of it. But at the same time, please do not put you and Taylor in this category. You guys don't belong.
You gotta just take that on the chin. I feel like as black people every day, we take shit on the chin and we just keep the shit moving because that's how we were raised to be. We can't dwell on the past. We can't dwell on what we haven't been given, what we haven't earned, or we have to earn damn near everything in this life. And I feel like we've been doing a good job of trying to keep a cool, level head and not letting anybody get us bent out of shape.
Olandria revealed on the reunion that she was the target of...
Yo, this reunion is about Olandria and Nick. How is this possible? Hold on. Somebody said Speedy is a colorist. I might have to agree. Why are they only talking about Olandria and Nick? All I keep hearing is so Olandria and so Nick and Olandria. Oh yeah, and Huda and then Olandria. What is going on here? I thought Mr. 1 Million, I would hear something else about his career. I don't even know about his childhood, nothing. All I hear is villa conversations. Interesting. No one else on the cast has had an interview like this, just mind you. And whenever they were asked questions, they didn't say anything deeply like he has. And yet, y'all want me to believe that this man is not jealous of Nick and Olandria? This whole interview is about Nick and Olandria. The entire thing.
Racial epithets and blatant racism.
Yeah.
She pressed Huda on the fact that Huda did not intervene. Do you feel like Huda could have stopped the racism that Olandria was receiving?
Coming out the villa, I don't be on social media often. But when I do scroll on social media, certain shit will pop up on my For You page. The blatant racism that Olandria had endured and Shelly had endured was completely unfair.
Absolutely. And 100%. This one, I will say, 100. It was so outrageous. It was above anything for no reason at all. All because they hurt Huda's feelings, her fans' feelings. Even though crazy, literally Huda is crazy as cat shit. She's psychotic. And then her fans went on a tirade. Because again, Alandria stuck up for Shelly. That's the only reason. She took a stray. But all of that hatred was for Shelly. I promise you.
Nothing but hood of this, hood of that, hood of this, hood of that, hood of this, hood of that. And I feel like with the shit I've seen, Hood has made it a point to stand on business. I remember she had went on a stream. It popped up on my For You page. She went on a stream and she was misinterpreted about kicking some people out of the room. She made a post immediately that wasn't the case to clear her name. You just spent 6+ weeks with these women who are facing backlash amongst racist ass people. And the comments are spamming nothing but your name. If I were you, I would make it a point to be
He's
like,
right.
I don't stand for none of that shit.
He's 100% right.
You've done it time and time before.
But you chose not to do it.
And chose not to.
Because she hated Shelly. That's all that was. Let me tell y'all what happened. So, let's run it back. She did, okay, I will say she did do an interview where she said, I don't condone any bullying, whatever, but she didn't say specifically against who, right? And also that interview was done right after they got out of the villa, and it wasn't that popular. So people didn't really see it unless you were on TikTok or something like that, right? It wasn't publicly known. Now, she could have done or made a post on her IG story or posted and pinned it, but she didn't. She didn't do what Leah did, right? Because Leah came out right out the gate. She said, if you're against Serena and Janae, you're against me. And that is the reason why Serena and Janae didn't have the same experience as Shelly and Alandria, as far as the racism goes. Now, let's move forward. She hated, because remember, they said in the reunion that Shelly and Alandria begged her to stop her fans from sending them racist messages and DMs, and it was out of control. And she said she was going to post it, and she didn't. And this is where Nick gets the side eye from me, because how do you see all of that happening and you're still following Huda? So this is where I have to agree with Ace. And only because, like I said, that's his character. He's trying to be friends with everybody. Oh, you know, maybe she'll learn from it. Maybe she'll grow. Maybe she'll be whatever. No, he was thinking about his brand. 100%. I will agree with him on that. So now, Huda doesn't do it. Why didn't she do it? Is because she doesn't like Shelly. She hates Shelly. Let's just put it that way. I know hate is a strong word, but she really dislikes Shelly to the point where she doesn't give a damn about what happens to Alandria. As long as Shelly doesn't get the satisfaction of getting those racists off of her neck, then that's fine for her. So again, Alandria caught another stray. Because in the reunion, she made it clear. She's like, oh, I was really close to Alandria. It was nothing to do with you. She made that very extremely clear. And then Shelly was like, well, so you're calling me the bully? That's what she's saying. So now, Ace hates Nick so much that he's willing to throw Alandria under the bus just to get to Nick. Because he felt like Nick slighted him. And y'all telling me these aren't the same people? Huda, Sierra, and Ace. Same person, different fonts.
And a lot of people are like, oh, well, she didn't post it, so I feel like that's a sucky way to go throughout life.
Okay, let's talk about it. Why does Huda hate Shelly? It's not that Shelly did anything to her. Shelly didn't do anything but exist. The problem is there's always been the secret competition between Shelly and Huda. They like the same guys, except for Jeremiah. So when Jeremiah came in, they were cool. And then as soon as Jeremiah left, that's when you could see that competitive spirit come out. So when Chris and Huda got together, that's when it really went haywire. All because Chris really liked Shelly. And remember, Huda bought Chris back and said that, oh, it's for me and you. Because, you know, you're still with Ace and I want to explore Chris. So it's a win-win for us, right? And unfortunately, she realized that Chris was actually really into Shelly. And so I think in her mind, again, I'm not saying that this was something that she did consciously. It could be subconscious. But all I know is that for some reason, she really doesn't like Shelly. And it could also be because Shelly's a beautiful woman. Maybe she felt like Shelly, I don't know. I don't know the reason. Let me tell you, I'm not a jealous person, so I couldn't tell you why somebody's jealous of somebody else, but you could clearly see it. The same way that Ace is talking about Nick is how Huda would speak about Shelly. Sometimes it's just, there's no reason. They just don't like each other. And so remember, when they got out the villa, Shelly and Huda they were already beefing. They were done. After that whole Chris situation, and especially after she jumped on Ace and did all that gyrating in 69 or whatever, it was raps. And you could tell that she did it to get under Shelly's skin, because at the end, when she did all of that to Ace, she said, well, at least I got his heart rate up. And y'all want to tell me that there wasn't no secret competition? There you go. So, is there a reason? Who knows? All I know is those two were beefing, especially after the whole Chris debacle. That's when it really ramped up. And before that, Sierra and Shelly would, I guess they were starting to kind of be a little, I don't know. I don't want to say mean girls. They're not mean girls. I think they just didn't like Huda, but they didn't tell her to her face. That's the problem. They were also, especially Shelly was a people pleaser. Sierra was just being strategic. So she didn't tell Huda the real. And so she kept like placating her, coddling her, and then now look at what happened. So the point is that Huda was never going to defend Alandria because of Shelly. She does not like Shelly. You can clearly see that. Even at the reunion, they do not like each other.
The post saying, I don't stand for hate, I stand for peace. And same thing with Alandria. I feel like the least Huda could have done was that. She didn't do that. And it's okay. But again, that's where I feel like...
Wait, who is saying I hate Shelly? Okay, who is this? Okay, who is this person? Busy J. I hate Shelly too. Why do I hate Shelly? Why do I hate Shelly? Can you please explain to me? I've seen a few of your comments. Why would I hate Shelly? Me, why would I hate Shelly? Please let me know. Please let me know why I hate Shelly. Did I say that I hated Shelly? Who hates Shelly? I never said that. First of all, Shelly and our parents come from the same island. Yeah, who hates Shelly? Let's make it clear. Just because I'm holding her accountable for some things doesn't mean I hate her. I love Shelly. I think she's beautiful, gorgeous. I think she has so much star power. She has a lot going on for herself. He is holding her down. He's holding her back. That's it. That's all. Oh, she's been writing for Ace like crazy. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why. Of course. So I hate Shelly because I want her to do better than Ace. That's why I hate Shelly. I hate Shelly because I think that she deserves more than this man who he's not even thinking about her, by the way, and her brand. Listen, this whole time after this interview, do you want to know who's getting blamed for this? Shelly. Shelly's catching strays, and so is Alandria, and Shelly are both catching strays. And you want me to defend him. Whoever you are, Busy, you are male identified. We don't do that on this channel. We don't do that on this channel. We don't. Y'all, Shelly probably reached out privately. We don't know. I don't know. We don't know. But I'm just calling what I see. Again, I don't hate Shelly. I love her. I want nothing but the best for Shelly. However, as long as she's tied to this man, all I can say is good luck. He's going to take her down. He's already messing up her brands. Already messing up her star power. He's messing her up right now as we speak in real time. Her stock has gone down because of him. And y'all want me to just, oh yeah, let her keep going in this relationship. This man is a narky. Please. Do I like Shelly? What is she talking? Who is this person? Are they like 5 years old or something? Who are you? Do you like Shelly? We all like Shelly. We want the best for her. Why wouldn't we like her? Like, this is a asinine question. I could tell. This is why I don't take the internet seriously. Because why would I want somebody married to somebody like him or be in a relationship with him? He's not doing anything of value to her brand. He is tanking her. Why would I want that for her? Or any of you? But then again, this is what happens when you... Oh, she said her English isn't good. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but yeah. He did blindside. I don't know if he blindsided her. I'm not sure. But I heard that she was reposting Alandria because she was getting so much hate. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I really don't think that she thought the backlash was going to be this great. And again, this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. She reminds me of Heidi from Heidi and Spencer. She gonna raffle her man outwardly, but inwardly, Spencer messed up Heidi's brand, y'all. Spencer messed up Heidi's brand. She was getting ready to be, y'all, she was Lauren's best friend. Lauren Conrad's best friend. Do you know how many brand deals she could have gotten off of that? But no, she chose to be with the villain, and now look at her. Can't even afford a mortgage. Their house burned down in the California fires. They were sitting here begging subscribers for on GoFundMe, while Lauren is sitting pretty on her millions. This is what happens when you align yourself with people like that. They will take you down, especially men like him, because why? They think that they see themselves as higher than you. Even though she's the star power in their relationship, Shelly is the star power. And one thing I'll say about Nick is at least he recognizes that Alandria is. There is no Nick without Alandria. Let's be clear. And I'm keeping it real. She's the one who raised his stock. She raised it. And now they're both benefiting off of it. That's it. That's all. Oh, no, that's okay, Busy J. I was just trying to see if you were saying I hate Shelly, because I don't. I really don't. I really don't hate her. I just want the best for her, man. She deserves better. But Busy J, I had to find out what was going on, because I thought you meant I hate Shelly. I was like, I don't hate Shelly at all. If anything, I love her. That's why I want her to stay away from this man.
Right, to separate themselves from her and that friendship and just let it be what it is from a distance.
Today, as Ace, who would you consider to be your friend from the villa?
Who I consider to be my friend is the people who support me out loud. And
who are those people?
Alandria, obviously me and Shelly more than friends. And Taylor.
Okay, so remember, he said he wants people who support him out loud. Y'all could go on Instagram and see all the times that Nick has said, hey, Ace, how are you? Posted up under him, everything. He's just mad because, he's mad because of the top 4 couples that should be there, and Nick didn't say him and Shelly. That's it, that's all. If he had said, hey, I'm mad at Nick because he didn't stick up for Shelly and Alandria when that whole Hitta hate train happened, I would have respected that more. But notice how he did. That wasn't the main reason. That's one of the reasons. One of.
Also check in on me from time to time to make sure I'm straight. And that's it.
So, be asking you who your friends are, and you name Alandria, Taylor, and maybe Brian. The glaring omission there is Nick.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, like, me and Nick are cool, but, like, to say we are super, super close, like we were in the villa, it's not the case, because, again, certain instances, I take a look at it for what it is. Coming out this villa, I've seen a lot of people not stand behind what they say and let narratives continue to spin. The people who stood on what exactly happened in the villa after having all the conversations said today, so when this interview drops, this is who my current people who are close to me. I respect Alandria, I respect Shelly, I respect Jeremiah, I respect Brian, and I respect Taylor.
Brian?
I'm close with everybody like that coming outside the villa because, I just see certain things on the internet which I don't respect. And I know you probably about to ask me about the whole Nick is not a part of that equation. It's just, again, certain things I don't rock with. I feel like if you're my friend behind closed doors, you're going to be my friend in public.
Sure.
And again, we all have fun, we joke, we troll. I seen he did a whole tattoo thing, funny as hell. But when it comes to the serious shit regarding my character, that's the things I take serious.
And you feel like he didn't stand up for you?
Why should he?
Silence narratives.
Why should he?
I told him, I said, yo, I feel like the answer that you gave was just mad PR, and I didn't respect it. And
this is why he's mad. Boom, there it is. After this, we're on here 8 hours. This is why this man is angry. Because he gave a PR answer. That's it, that's all. Case closed, y'all. This is why he's saying everything in this interview. His relationship is fake. He's a fake ass person. He doesn't stand on anything. He's wishy-washy. He's not a good friend. Well, I'm cool with him. I respect Alandria, but fuck Nick because of this.
Well, I'm pretty much over it, so I was like, okay, cool.
He said, I'm pretty much over it?
Yeah, I'm pretty much over the whole thing. Like, so like for me, this is my life, respectfully.
Right. It's not something for you to just be over.
You know why he's saying he's over the whole thing? One, he's avoiding. Two, he doesn't agree with you. He doesn't align with you. That's all that is. He's like, look, the villa's the villa. Remember when his mama came and she was like, Sierra, what? No, when she said, yeah, Nicholas, his sister actually brought it up. Oh, we saw you get, like, she said something about the sheets. And then the mom was like, Nicholas, in public, how could you do that? And he said, okay, let's move on. That's his personality. He doesn't like to dwell on the past. Why? Because you're still, while you're living in the villa, he's living outside of the villa. He's taking care of all the opportunities that he has. He doesn't want to mess up his brand, y'all. And yes, I disagree with that because I feel like he should have defended Alandria and unfollowed Huda at that time. But he did unfollow her after the reunion. Praise God. But I feel like he should have done it before. And some people are saying, well, maybe he waited until the reunion. That could be true as well. We don't know. Maybe he felt like, okay, at least at the reunion, people will know why I unfollowed her. And so it'll be clear. But hell, we don't know why he did what he did. But at the same time, Ace, you can't expect him to be loyal to you when you weren't even loyal to him. This is what I have a problem with.
When I'm receiving these narratives and it's then going to dictate what my future looks like, and he's just over it.
Yeah.
With that being said, do you feel like Olandria and Nick's relationship is real?
Okay, let's clear this up. What's her name? Busy J. I didn't mean that you were male identified. I said that if you want me to want Shelly to be with Ace, then I would consider you male identified. But if you don't want that, then that's fine. You can have your opinion. But what I'm trying to say is that Ace is not a good character of a man to be in a relationship with. So please do not take it personally. I understand that English is not your first language, so that's why I was very careful with what I said. But don't take it personally, okay? Like I'm not trying to call you male identified. I'm talking about people who take up for Ace over Shelly, over the relationship that she has with him just because he's a black man. That's my point. He doesn't have a good character. So that is why I said what I said. So I'm sorry if you felt like it was targeted towards you. It's not towards you at all. At all. I'm just saying that I just didn't understand if you were defending Ace and that you thought I hated Shelly because I want better for her. That's why. Yeah.
Real.
Okay, let's go back. Ooh, this is the important part.
What you gave was just mad PR, and I didn't respect it. And he was like, "Oh, I'm pretty much over it." So I was like, okay.
As he should be.
Pretty much over it?
Yeah, I'm pretty much over the whole thing. Like, so like for me, this is my life, respectfully.
Right. It's not something for you to just be over when I'm receiving these narratives and it's then going to dictate what my future looks like, and he's just over it.
Yeah.
With that being said, do you feel like Olandria and Nick's relationship is real? Is this you thinking, or is this your answer? I'm going to assume that that's your answer. Mm-hmm. Is that tough for you because Olandria is someone that you consider to be a close friend?
Yeah. Yeah, it really is tough for me because, again, she just came out here for Shelly's birthday and we all spent a time together at the club and we all kicking and shit like that. So I have a lot of respect for Olandria. But, again, from the last conversation that I've had with, Nick, it was a matter of it's not a romantic spark. They just...
Last conversation, remember, he said that in the beginning of the interview. The last conversation they had was in the villa. This man acts like he knows everything. He's the know-all, see-all. He's God. He knows people's hearts. And so because they didn't tell me, then that means it doesn't exist. And another thing was that, yes, Shelly did invite Olandria to her birthday party. But again, I don't want to accuse Shelly of anything, so I'm just going to keep it closed. But we don't know the motive of why she was invited to this birthday party. It seems very strategic to me because this interview came out not too long after. Because remember, her birthday was, I think, around the time of the reunion. And now this came out. So he's making it seem as if, oh yeah, we're all really tight. And Alandria probably said some stuff to him. That's what people are insinuating. That, oh, maybe he hung out with her and she said something. And maybe that's why Nick... No, she didn't. This was all a ploy. And again, I don't know if Shelly was involved in it, so I'm going to give her a little bit of leeway here. And it seems like she wasn't, but he was scheming to do this. He was all because he was angry. Because Nick gave a PR answer. Red flag.
You know what I'm saying? They find each other attractive.
Nick and Alandria's relationship, you've expressed your, in silence, you've expressed your opinions on that. Do you think that the other relationships that have come from Love Island are real?
Yeah, Taylor and Clark. I know that's for sure real.
And the other one?
Taylor and Clark is for sure real. And I'm not debating if they're real or not. They seem real to me. But guess what? He treats her really... I don't like how he treats her. How he mushes her. She's in for a rude awakening with that one. He does not... And remember, there was one live where I think she wanted him to do something and he didn't want to do it. And he was like, oh, I'm going to take all the clothes. I'm going to take everything. Or I'm taking stuff away from you or something like that. And then not only that, so he want every time that he gets upset, he wants to take things away from her. Does that sound like a genuine person? That sounds like a controlling person. Not only that, but when it came time for them to ask her if she was moving to Oklahoma because he lives in Oklahoma or something, and he said, yeah, she better because of all the things I bought her. Yeah, that's the real relationship, right? They want that struggle love. He's talking about struggle love, y'all. That's what he's talking about. So he's making it seem like all the stuff that Nick is doing for Alandria, it's not real. This is not real life. You can't have a man like that. That doesn't exist. Not for black women anyways. That's practically what he's saying. But little does he know that a lot of us live like Alandria. We do. We live lives. And that is why a lot of women can relate to her. Because they have lived lives like Alandria. Or they know that it exists. I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that my husband is like a Nick. He may not be the richest man in the world, but he gives me everything he has. So you want to say we're in a PR relationship? Please, red flag.
It's not so much, or... Do you think people are aware of the benefits to being in a relationship coming out of it?
100%. 100%. I feel like when people come out this villa and they see, you know, a certain community rocking behind, you know, certain, you know, ships, they're like, okay, let's take advantage of that type of thing. Mm-hmm. It's just like, you know, you're going to face...
And even if they do, what is it your business? Why is this your business and your concern, Ace? If Americans want to be scammed, if the world wants to be scammed, let us be scammed. Why is this any of your damn concern? Has nothing to do... Oh, because he's the moral compass of Love Island. He was there for love, not everybody else.
Face yourself in a world of problems, i.e. breaking up,
sure.
i.e., you know, arguments, i.e. now you got to put on the front for the public like you rock with your partner still and you want to go explore other people in real life, you know what I mean? So that's on them that they're going to have to face at the end of the day, but I don't move like that, and that's why I was very intentional with my time in the villa, because I knew, you know, obviously coming outside, people are going to have opinions on relationships, so I'm going to be very, very, very intentional behind finding this relationship.
Coming out of the villa now, you and Shelly seem to be in a very happy situation. Yeah. Is it safe to call that a relationship? Is that your girlfriend?
Not yet.
Wrap this right up. Red flag. He done said all this. This whole interview, how long is it? An hour and 11 minutes. Sorry if I'm loud. I'm pissed off right now. This man made me stay. I'm 8 hours in, y'all. Proving him wrong. I had to do this whole case study for y'all to see the liar that he is. Like Kendrick Lamar said. God tell the truth so he reveal it. I forgot the name of the song lyric. Or the lyrics of the song. But now, he said all that about fake relationships. Oh yeah, I feel Taylor. Are you and Shelly official? Not yet. Red flag. Case closed, y'all. Done. Good night, y'all. This is craziness. Good night.
You know, going back and forth of Ace is scared of commitment. He's too young, yada, yada, yada. First off, number one, I feel like the whole age conversation is silly as fuck to me, because I feel like I've been through a lot of shit.
You're immature.
Each child is gonna go through, and it causes you to mature a little bit faster in this life. And respectfully, it's not other people's relationships, so they can mind their own damn business.
Oh, so for them, they gotta mind their business, but you all up in theirs. I got it. Noted. And by the way, a lot of people will be like, well, you do case studies. Y'all could do a case study on me and Dom. I left those videos up for a reason. Go have at it. Have a whole damn field day with Dom and I's videos. I don't care. You know why? Because I know if I dish it, I gotta be able to take it. But he can't take it. He talking about, oh, you know, this is this, and in relationships, and saying all that about people in relationships. Ain't even in one. That's number one. Number two, he's saying, oh, well, they can mind their business, but you all up in other people's business. Look how stupid you sound.
After that, as far as me asking her to be my girlfriend, I've never been pressed by no nigga, never been pressed by any woman in his life to do something I don't want to do. Unless we talking about my time in this experience. You know what I mean? But
unless your conscience was...
Unless my conscience, you know what I mean, was talking. But that's just been my MO. So I don't feel the need to have to come to whatever everybody else is saying to do. Yeah.
What now, Ace? What now? The Love Island experience, I'm sure, based on how it seems you went through this, you're ready for this chapter of your life to be over. It seems. But what now? What's next for Ace?
Honestly, what's next for me is putting God first, which I've always done throughout my whole entire life, so I can have an idea of what I want to do as far as acting, modeling, you know, working my show brands, giving back to my community, and still keeping those same values I had before going on to the show. Whatever God has planned for me, that's what I want to do. And whatever my path aligns with him, then we're going to do.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
My last thing, and you can be honest, do you regret going on the show?
I don't regret my experience with Shelly. That's what I don't regret, is learning how to date someone outside of social media. Ups and downs, things like that. I don't regret that portion of it. Everything else, 1,000%.
Is it, why?
Because for me, I wanted to go into this experience of, again, for me, throughout this whole entire experience, I didn't look at this as some type of show to go on. I looked at this as a dating experience. And sometimes you forget while you're out in Fiji, it's a show. And they try and get you to get out that mindset of what's going on back home, what's going on in this thing. Because at the end of the day, the chick has to be entertained. I didn't sign up for the entertainment portion of it. I signed up to get to know someone full through and through. And to come out this experience and see, again, that wasn't the main focus. It was mainly focused on drama, and I felt like that being in there. I said, like, why do I always feel like I'm amongst this drama shit? Like,
because you created it. This can't be real life.
I don't even care enough to be in this conversation.
You created it.
About someone else. But again, a lot of influences come to play, and when that's the case, I don't feel this is authentic to me. And I've been authentic since day one coming into there. I'm going to be unapologetically me throughout this whole entire experience.
Oh, he's right about that.
And that villa was actually there. Say Ace was faking it for this, Ace was faking it for that, because they know my character. I have no problems apologizing to people. I have no problem standing on business, admitting, like...
Oh, but you have a problem taking accountability. Red flag. Reddest flag, y'all. Let's hear his final words, y'all. I'm done with this. Wrap this right up.
And this is how it should go now. I have no problem speaking my mind. That's all I'm saying. I
don't even know what time it is for y'all. I'm so sorry I kept y'all here. It's 10. It's almost 11 my time. Lord, thank God tomorrow's Sunday, and I'll be back tomorrow morning.
When they asked me to come on this show, they knew everything that they were getting. They were getting a confident person who stands on business and expresses himself very clear and concise, and who's on here for the right reasons. Because you couldn't claim that I came here for anything else.
Lord, oh my God.
Looking at my portfolio, right? You can't. So being that that's the case, to see
he loves to hear himself talk.
Opposite of my
and he loves to hype himself up.
I feel some type of way.
Okay. So it was an assassination on your character. Right. Okay. I I don't believe this for one bit. We done saw the beautiful bean footage. We rolled all the clips. I had to because I knew he was going to be on some fuck shit lying. That's why this stream is 8 hours. Because I knew that I was going to have evidence to back up what I'm saying because he's good at manipulating other people, but not me. And not y'all.
I'm helping with the challenge.
I hope not.
Getting everybody excited for challenges. I'm the one ringleading around this. You know what I mean? Like that hurts. And I'm facing a little bit of, anxiety every single day, trying to make sure my family is straight. Damn about me, making sure they're straight. They get threats and emails.
And you know what? You just made it worse with this interview. You made it worse for them and Shelly. You think that you see, it could have all been resolved had he, like I told y'all, if he came out of the villa and he was on some type of Sierra, because at least Sierra got some damn sense. At least Sierra has some sense to know that, hey, I got to put up a good image now because people really hate my guts. And people still do, but she's winning people over little by little. Wasn't she side Barbie in Houston just a few weeks ago? Or 2 weeks ago? A week ago? Who knows? I don't follow her. But now look at this, man. You waited a whole month. Let people really see who you were. Like, they had the opportunity to see you on a different wavelength. And you still stuck in the villa with your mindset. And now you're like, oh, they're getting threats. My family. What about Shelly's family? Now you putting her in harm's way. Again, people just started to let up off of her. Just started to. And now here it goes again. It just never stops with you now. And now you were the cause, the person sleeping with her.
Work and messages and shit that they don't deserve, that they didn't sign up for.
Right.
I signed up for this knowing what possibly could be the outcome. And I was okay with it. Like, but it's still, not to say I'm not a human at the end of the day. Like, certain shit will affect me, but that's just adds to my testimony and who I am as a person. So,
Lord, here goes God.
With all the growth throughout this experience.
Sure,
I just want to let you know, like, objectively, I feel for you. And whenever you say an opinion, 50% of the world is going to disagree with you off the rip.
And I'm okay with that.
And so even after watching this, like, some people may still feel like, I still don't fuck with them.
Agreed.
And that's realistic to happen, but
that's life though, Speedy.
Yeah,
to me, I can state my opinion. Just let me be able to, that's life. And I understand that. And I'm grateful that I'm here. And throughout this, right now, this interview with you, that the full thing is going to be told.
Sure.
That's all I ask for, is let the full picture be shown so people can understand where I'm coming from. If you disagree, completely understand. Right. Everybody has assholes, everybody has opinions. It is what it is. You know what I mean? So.
But you're just saying, if you're going to judge me, watch the full thing.
Right.
And if you still don't agree with me, then fine.
That's
at least
cool.
it was a fair observation. Right. But at least give me a fair shake.
And I feel like I got my fair shake amongst full opinions, especially when narratives are still being pushed.
You could have cleared that up a month ago. A month ago. It's been a month. People have hamster brains. You could have cleared it up and made yourself likable. You're still unlikable. You were unlikable in the villa and now you're unlikable in person. And unfortunately, Shelly has to take the brunt of it because she was actually likable until she got with you. And now she's very unlikable because of you.
You know, by my fellow Islanders when they didn't have that energy when I was there. That's what hurts my feelings. But again, that's life. That's people. Cloud is a motherfucker. And me, that's been my whole personality. I ain't never been an internet ass nigga. I've been a person who does social media, but that's not my personality. And when you see me in real life, come holla at me. I've never been a person who's like on some ego shit. Like everybody can say whoever's made me. I ask them what their name is. Nice to meet you. Tell me about yourself. Like we have real conversations.
Why do you have to prove that to anyone? I never had to prove who I am to y'all. Why? Because I know who I am. I don't have to prove it. But he's always trying to check off the list. Oh, I'm friendly with the commoners. I say hi to you guys and treat you like people. So of course I'm going to keep it real. It's not a performance, sir. Everything is performative with him. If anyone's fake, it's you. This is who you are. You're trying to be the good person, the good guy. I hate when people are like, I'm the nice guy. Then I know you're not really a nice guy. If you proclaim yourself to be, other people should be saying that about you. This shouldn't be self-proclaimed.
Conversations on the pull-up.
Let your character speak through other people.
Let quote unquote clout get to my head or let fame get to my head because that's just not me.
So he's saying all of that is Nick. This whole thing was a love letter, a hate letter to Nick. The manifesto, Nick's manifesto.
Like, the internet can love me tomorrow and hate me the very next day, and I'm walking testimony of that. I feel like my entire life before the villa, everybody just forgot everything that I've done. Go check my portfolio and what I've done. And that shit is for free. Out the kindness of my heart, because I just love doing what I do. When that is just excused and saying Ace is a hater, Ace is this, Ace is a ringleader, Ace is a bitch, I would never fuck with Ace, and yada, yada, yada. And I only got my own Islanders backing me up, knowing that wasn't the case there.
Why should they do that? I don't understand that. You don't have a mouth? You don't have a camera? You can't speak for yourself? You can't? You didn't even speak up for Shelly when she was getting a brunt of the hate. You could have gone on live and said, you know what, y'all need to dead all this. Let's talk about it. Nope. You hit her around like a coward. She was the one still going outside. And people started liking her more and more. And then now you done drug her back into your dungeon.
Feelings. But again, it's back to real life. Excuse the Hollywood shit. And I'm going to be me regardless. And I will for sure not
Thank you, E. Martin
be
Mountain.
by someone else's hands. Damn.
Ace, okay, Ace is a smart kid. And he is definitely a smart, like I said, he has some great qualities, but unfortunately, he's choosing to use them for evil. He's a very smart person. Absolutely. I won't take that away from him. He's actually extremely smart. The fact that he was able to strategize and do all the game playing that he did, that takes extreme intelligence. However, he thinks that we are delusional to believe his world. Basically, he lives in Ace's world and that we can't clock his tea. When we have the evidence there. And even if production set up situations, they don't set up the actions. They didn't tell you, hey, move your hand like this. Say this to Amaya. They didn't say that. They didn't. He's just, that's him. This is who he is, y'all. And then the first chance he got outside of the villa, he could have debunked everything off of production and still held himself accountable. People would have liked him if he came out from the beginning and started to show his real personality. But nope. Everything is a production with him because he wants you to see a certain image of himself. That is why I said he's not smart and he's foolish. Because if he was really intelligent, he would have used all of that to make himself more positive. All that clout that he's saying Nick and the others are doing, he should have done the same thing. And he would have been in a way better situation than he is now. People would have been rotting for him, but he doesn't have a fan base. You want to know why? His fan base is tied to who? Shelly. But y'all don't want to hear it, though.
Real. That was a word right there. Yeah. Ace, I appreciate you, man. Congrats.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Best of luck. I'm glad we got to do this. You said you wanted your full story to get told. This is that opportunity. So I hope you feel good about, everything that you got
Don't
to do.
feel good.
I'm glad you came and sat down.
All right. That was it, y'all. Lord.
They going to pay me now.
Y'all just...
So that was it, y'all. This was the whole interview. This is what we waited a month for Ace to say. Just, let's wrap this up right now. I'm going to end this stream. Lack of accountability will always get you tied up. Please learn to be aware and accountable for your actions, or else you're going to end up like him. He thought he did his big one. And now the whole hate train came right back again. His brand is tarnished now. Of course, he's still going to have followers. People still like him. But as far as now, people ain't rocking with him like that. And now he just unleashed a whole flurry of new hate train on him. A new hate train on him. And not only did he do that, because he was doing all of that, Nick's followers went up. Alandria's followers went up. People are starting to defend them. The same people that were against them in the beginning. Nick Vile, a vile man, saying that their whole relationship was PR fake. All the people who said that are now Team Nick Alandria. How did that happen? Because he had so much jealousy. This is what happens when you envy people. This is what happens. Take heed, y'all. Don't be like him. Please don't. Anyway, y'all, that is it for tonight. Thank you for rocking with me. A lot of y'all stayed in this stream. I love you guys. It is late. It is 11 o'clock, Lord. Dom's in the kitchen right now, probably like, she talks so much. She talked for 8 hours. Well, That's what happens when you have time on your hands right now. So anyways, love y'all. Love you all of you guys, whether you agree, disagree, whatever. I hope you guys have fun on this stream. I will be back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, and we're going to watch the Nicolandria one. So take care, y'all. Please get some rest. Thank God it's a Saturday night. Next time I'll come live earlier so we don't stay too late.